Oh, that's a perfect way to start the stream. What is up, one and all? It is Grand Finals first day. It's upon us. That's right. It's almost at the point where we wipe a tear from our eyes and say only 14 days left. Appreciate you, Faplot. Thank you very much for the resub. 22 months, what a legend. But we got some legends facing off here. We're opening up today with Louis MT versus Dumu, catching up on those games, and then following into Wham versus Anatan live to get to our Grand Final showdown. Potential for the good old-fashioned 17 games. I don't know if we'll see that fully. I think, like, matchup-wise, I wouldn't be surprised if Louis MT versus Dumu is a 4-game series and Wham Anatan. I mean, that's the one that could actually go 5. They've been kind of trading bout for bout, blow for blow. We are actually working with AMD again this week. Dude, they just keep coming back. I love these guys. So they're partnering up with a PC vendor that currently has a giveaway. So if you go !giveaway, you guys can actually get your hands on a chance to win a nice brand spanking new AMD equipped. Is it the PC? Sorry, no, it's just the graphics card, right? I thought they said that was PC, but it's just gonna be the GPU giveaway. A 9060 XT, a respectable card. It's definitely not gonna be top end. If you want that, you have to go higher for the 9070. But big shout out to the people over at Cyberpower PC as well as AMD for partnering together for this. All you have to do is click through on that link and then just do some basic things like visiting the pages. And I think they also have a newsletter as well as a TikTok video, which I've been told is pretty cool and I should check out, which I will do now. Is Opera GX blocking something? I think Opera GX might be blocking something. That's actually kind of comical. Oh my god. 1 second. Let me pull up like this. Okay, here we go. Okay, so yeah, there's a cool video going on right now, I believe. Let me get the right one. I'll get it open to look at.
This is the brand new.
Okay, I believe this is the one. Yeah, okay. So, they did give us a cheeky little video to check out with this incoming giveaway. So we'll have a look at it now. I actually haven't had a look at this whatsoever, so this is like first look for me. Whoop, and dude, Opera even starts muted. I didn't know that.
XT. This is the brand new AMD Radeon RX 9060 XT, and we're giving one away. Launching today, this is the latest Radeon graphics card, part of the 9000 series. And
I'm on the 7
GB
series.
of GDDR6 VRAM, 32 compute units, a boost frequency of up to 3130 MHz, and a game frequency of 2530 MHz, a memory bandwidth up to 320 GB. This thing is going to be a great option for gamers. And if you want to win this GPU, head over to our X page for details on the giveaway.
! giveaway in chat if you want to get your hands on that.
Cyberpowersystem.co.uk.
So this is interesting actually because the 9060 XT, if I remember correctly, the reviews came in, and what this done is it basically is competing with like the 5070 range from Nvidia, if I remember correctly. Or was it 56? 56 or 57? I have to double check. But either way, like the actual reviews coming through, people agreed that like bang for buck wise, like these cards make a lot more sense. So like AMD's matching with the Nvidia at those tiers blow to blow, but it's coming out better frame per dollar. So definitely worth checking out. And this one you can get your hands on for free. All you have to do is go across that giveaway and make sure you do the very basic things of just watching the TikTok video like we just done, visiting their websites, and there's also a bunch of other methods you can unlock. You'll be able to find them by logging in with your Google, your X, your Facebook. There'll be a bunch of your standard type stuff like follow them across on the Twitter side, follow on the Facebook, etc. So go check that out if you can. I know it's not going to be available to everyone by the looks of it, unfortunately, but definitely worth checking. Depending on the country you're in, you may be able to get your hands on it. UK people, you'll definitely be safe too. I think maybe European as well. So definitely check them out. And big shout out to AMD and Cyberpower for coming and sponsoring us for the week. So, that in mind, I think I know what you guys secretly want deep down in places you don't talk about. God damn it, I love that movie. Anyway, we're going to be doing some good old Age of Empires 4. We've got Dumu versus Louis MT. Gorge as our opening map here. I wonder, with this type of draft, is this like a Lancaster versus China scenario? Maybe Lancaster versus Delhi would be very interesting. Sylvia, if you can't win, appreciate it. Yeah, this is one of those things where it's an awareness campaign. It's just an awareness campaign that also has the quirky detail of you guys being able to win stuff as well. So it's just kind of like a big jackpot win, in my opinion, for you guys. So if you can, go ahead, get your hands on the giveaway chance. If you can't, it's unfortunate, but appreciate you clicking the link all the same. It helps get them to come back because AMD has now worked with us. I think this is the 7th time, actually. Snap. Look at that. I think they like us, guys. I think they like you. You guys are incredible. Let's see if we can get some incredible gameplay here. So, we're going to open up. Are we talking about my balls again today? I don't think so. What's that? Just updating the title. Make sure we're good. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. Usually we have like this thing that automatically updates the title with like the commands. I've just manually entered them because they weren't there. I don't think we need to talk about my balls that much today. They feel weighty. I don't know. Is that really what you want to hit? Dude, it's been a little bit rough. I don't know. My the recovery's been weird, is what I'll just say. I was fine like the initial days, but now I feel like a little bit more rough. It's not too bad. It's manageable. It's just like, I think it's like, I'd say it's comparative to like if you had stomach cramps, you know what I mean? All right, but let's get into these. We got a long day ahead of us. Oh wait, I didn't enter that it was on Gorge. And, oh, okay, interesting. So it's not going to be the Delhi. It's actually going to be the Malians coming out for Dimmu. Oh my god, dude. Every time with that minimap, I really need to find a little bit of time to do the new scenes. I just really need to. I just feel like I never have time at the moment. All right, anyway, let's get into it. What is it with the Delhi and how nobody wants to pick them here? One and all, welcome back to semi-finals time. That's right, a good old classic we love to see. One that's always happening, popping off on the ladder. It is, of course, Dimmu going up against Louis MT in a best of 5. Now, this is interesting, actually, folks. We've got a Lancaster pick, which is becoming quite normal, I feel like, on Gorge. They've been looking pretty good here, and it is going to be for the Rax Rush, which is something that Malian players hate. Now, the interesting thing, actually, is that when I look at the draft from Dimmu, I do wonder why people are afraid of the Delhi. Like, I'm looking at his draft here and wondering where else he'd maybe want to pick it, possibly Alopecia. But it feels like Gorge was the goated map for Delhi. I guess there's just maybe a few matchups now that have people freaking out a bit. You know, Delhi aren't necessarily the true powerhouse they once were. Elephanto fun time is cool, but getting there is more challenging. Malians, however, definitely feels like a little bit more of a cookie cutter civ. You can kind of fit it in most places, and it'll do relatively well. I love that Lancaster is taking a more aggressive line, though, guys. And this is because of the Rax into Spimmin being enabled by the sheep gathering rate. This is the civ that gathers 20% quicker off of sheep at the start of the game, which allows them to inflate Spimmin count at a reasonable pace to remain aggressive. Yeah, going to be interesting to see actually what kind of damage you can do here, because that is a painfully forward gold spawn, actually. Like, even though it's a little bit diagonal, that's actually worse because it puts it slightly further away from TC range. And the funny part, Dimmu actually didn't bother to build houses where it maybe would be in range. He's left a lot of room there, so possible we're looking at a Saharan trade network. I would be a little bit surprised. I wonder if instead Dimmu is just going to bypass and ignore the threat. It's so hot outside. Oh, tell me about it, man. I had a dentist appointment today, and I'm walking. I'm like, oh my god, I don't walk. But you guys know how I'm walking right now, right? Because like I am walking like a goddamn penguin because of the operation. So I'm walking like a penguin in the hot summer. I don't know, man. Like people probably just assume that I was sweating really heavily or something. This is actually kind of interesting on the spawn though. Like with the gold ford, I mean. The deer as well. Split like this is kind of good for Dimmu, considering that Louis went for spears. You want to be able to sneak deer in if you're going pro scouts. I'm curious to see which way Louis is going to go. Like, with the racks opening like this, I do think there is a realm of possibility in which you just go for the Abbey of Kings, because you have units and don't feel as threatened as you normally would. I wonder, though, if maybe... dude, it's kind of weird. Like, would you drop a Lancaster castle here? Because if you do, look at the deer. You could shove them into your base... Remove that from the equation, but your stone's on the opposite side of the base. I think that's what makes it kind of interesting, is Louis has a little bit of a questionable choice ahead of him, right? Like, do I go for the ultimate greed? Do I just hunker down? And if I hunker down, like, what way am I going? There's almost like 3 different builds ahead of him here. And it is going to be Saharan Trainer. Okay, Louis is on Cloud 9 right now. This is the dream, folks. Like, when you see this happening, you start laughing like Dr. Evil out of Austin Powers. Sure, he's going to be able to protect his gold, but by the time he does, you've already burnt down the pit mine, you're going to burn down a few houses, and you can go back for the deer shot. I wonder, is Dimmu gonna actually maybe lame the deer in the meantime? Yeah, so like a little recap on this one. This is the only series that is not going to be like full live today. Because for some reason they wanted to play it like, I think the original plan was like 9 a.m. and then it got shifted to 11 a.m. or something. It's very weird. And I'm like, well, I've literally got medical appointments in the morning, so can you guys not shift? And we didn't get a response. So Lancaster Castle coming in. It is going to be towards the gold. Maybe, okay. Ooh, yo, he switches Abbey of Kings. Okay, now I'm excited. This is really cool. I think that it's a little bit weird when you watch this at first, because like, why would you want to maybe play aggro in feudal against Malians? That would mean trying to find a way of leveraging yeomen. But yeomen aren't as terrible against the javelins as you'd think. They move quicker than javs, and they have the same attack range. Yes, they do not win a fight with them, but they have a better ability to avoid them than, say, the English longbows do, that are notably slower. Oh man, I'm buzzing for this one. So spears are going to move around. Has he scouted out the deer? He has not. I think he has a glimpse of it. He looks, but it isn't showing as an icon. But he's probably looking for it right now. You just want to lane the deer so your opponent can't like shove it in, because he's probably still thinking pro scouts here. It's just like his pro scout timing is going to be staggered if he goes for it, because this is the pain of doing Saharan Trade Network. He lost his pit mine early. He had to go for the landmark that doesn't give passive gold. So even if he wants to PS, it's going to be a lot worse timing than you normally see for Mali here. Like, even the tech up, right? Having to pull that far away instead of just building it next to the TC, like you would with Mansa, and spending 9 workers as opposed to usually between 4 and 6 for Malian players. It's a very expensive tech up for him. And Louis, he actually just kind of shoves them deeper to the edge of the map, so they're less likely to be scouted. Dimmu has murdered all of these Bambis. Oh my god. Could you imagine trying to watch the Bambi move with this guy? You'd be like, I killed that one too. Whoa! Ben! Chill! And we have got the First Lord coming in. So, what is the play now? It seems like we are going to be getting manas. I think maybe part of the anticipation is Dimmu cannot really attack him. But we're going to see Benny Boy try. He's going to be opening up with archers, though. Yeah, so a little bit of an awkward beginning, right? Because, like, your opponent could actually go yeoman. Maybe the idea from Dimmu is he wants to bait yeoman. But I think just as easily, Louis could just simply go into Hobbelars here. Hobbelars is super effective. Yeah, Hobbelars also just kind of underrated a lot of the time. It's very hard to leverage them correctly in feudal, but I find the way that Hobbelars can look good is when your opponent has to attack you, if that makes sense. Because then he's coming out into open grounds, a little bit harder to defend against flank rotations. The awkward thing is, like, Hobbelars compared to Horsemen or Knights don't have the same flexibility to be good raiders. Usually you need a lot more of them. For the time being, he hasn't really been given a reason to do anything but greed. Yeah, it's kind of funny when you see mana spam like this, you start to wonder, why do I keep Lancaster castling? Like, is there really a necessity to it? Hobbelars glass cannons, they kind of are. They're very weird because they cost less than your standard horseman, and they definitely have less stats, right? But their stats are also kind of subtly intriguing, and what I mean by that is that they have 1 extra ranged armor than standard horsemen, but a lot less health. So it's meant to be when they are up against the specific counter, they'll trade fairly similarly to horsemen, just at a cheaper cost. Problem is, you don't often find yourself in a situation where you get to just trade against your counter. Oh, glass, no cannon? That's not true, okay? That glass becomes like the ultimate counter to a dragon once you get Castle Age and if you build King's College. And if you then get the tech. There's a few requirements to make them really good. But these guys, they don't need techs. They just need Brotherhood. Lords of Lancaster. Yeah, when the twinnies meet up, or should I say the quadruplets, all of a sudden these guys are going to feel unkillable. Now, Dimmu can have the answer, actually. He just needs to go into Mustafadi. Something that he hasn't actually done yet. He's going Archer plus Donzo. Yeah, it's starting to feel like the plan here for Louis is just to go triple mana and then castle. He's even moved out onto the deer. Yeah, this could be a sick timing, actually. Oh, wait, is he rushing more manas? No. I think this is just the FC timing. It feels a little bit aggressive to stick 13 on gold, though. It's just, if you were going more manas, like, why would you not leave people on stone, right? It doesn't mathematically make sense. He hasn't got anyone on wood. So I think the goal now is just to age up as quickly as possible. You know, it's kind of funny that for all the issues we took with Lancaster Castle builds, it almost feels like the white tower builds are becoming the more problematic ones for people. They just seem to strike the air out of your lungs straight away. I mean, it's so painful to deal with these initial Earl's Guard because it's not just a tanky men-at-arms, it's a range unit as well, right? And with this particular build, it slaps so hard. You have to remember that each of these guys is going to give a 5% health buff to nearby units. So with Earl's Guard, that ends up equating to like an extra 30 HP. That's equivocal to the hardened tech that China gets for the Palace Guard in Age 4. Now, you could also say that you could cycle back to healing, but I didn't talk about that for a reason. If you're building Earl's Guard, you're probably not cycling them all the way back to heal. That's going to take a very long time. Very good. Practice probably right. There we go. White Tower drop it is. Gets a little bit further forward. Yeah, the funny thing is, this is the type of game where he could have went for the King's College. But I think it's about the tempo, right? Like, it's not just that this White Tower is going to protect you so that you can just march out with your troops. It's that it's going to give you free Earl's Guard straight away to barrel towards your enemy. To achieve that, you'd have to tech up, and then you'd have to wait 1 minute and 9 seconds otherwise, after spending 360 resources. And that's a tricky difference, right? It gives your opponent a lot more time after they hit the tech up to start scaling into Musafadi to protect himself. Spear shenanigans. Looks like he's moving out for the gold. I like that Louis left the spin in there, just a little bit of a gamble, because quite often Malian players will just hunt out a villager with no protection whatsoever to build up these pit mines. It's such a key ingredient to their success. And this is where like Malians can feel really weak, I think, sometimes on Gorge. Is if you aren't able to get any map control, like you just can't have pit mines. It's not like Dry Arabia where you can be pinned in your base and have 2 gold veins spawn right next to you. Like in this map, you feel the width very quickly. Here we go, tech up complete. Asgard, they're on a coffee break right now. Apparently, Lords of Lancaster just want to take on the world. They did just get their stats buffed, remembered. I remember. +2, and I think it's like an extra... Is it like, how much health is it? It's like an extra 10 or 20 health. The armor value doesn't change, so that's one of the weird things about Lords of Lancaster. They don't feel truly that tanky compared to Feudal Age once you castle up. I'm going to march in. Start to pressure. Dimu. He's got plans of his own, but he's not ready to pull the trigger yet. The Fulani needs a bit more time. And that's where the Saharan trade network comes in clutch here. Louis struggling to dive underneath that. Needs to show some respect. Behind this, love what he's doing. It's a rush towards the Monks. It explains why he keeps so many people around the gold as well. Yeah, because like now Dimu has to react to this in his base. He's not going to have any map control. So you just siphon off 5 relics. You then on a delay come back for more manas. And you equate out to what the Fulani is offering. Interesting. Oh, let me move that down a little bit. Boom. There you go, guys. Be sure to check out the link. Another AMD sponsor stream coming through. Big salute to them. Makes our content creator journey more possible. I mean, Lou AMT is moving at the speed of a 9950 X3D. Look at this guy zooming around the map. He's already onto the gold. He's moved across now with the Knights and the Earl's Guard, trying to catch Dumu coming out of the base. And Grand Fulani begins. Oh, by the way, I found that hilarious the other day. We had someone on YouTube crying about us shouting out a sponsor of the channel. I had to hold myself back. Actually, I shouldn't have held myself back. I was like, oh no. Imagine having to listen to someone shout out a sponsor that makes all this free content possible. It makes this $9,000 esports circuit possible. That's crazy. So does this dive. Fulani, he needs to complete it. He cannot just hop in the TC and ignore this. No, and Louis, he knows it. He's going to stick to his target. He's going to wrap around down to the villages. Probably could have done a little bit more damage here, but the textiles does minimize the losses. That's still going to be 5 down, and more to fall. The Earl's Guard find their way towards the tree line. There's nowhere for these villagers to hide. They'd have to run all the way past the Saharan trade network, and even then, there's not enough garrison slots for all. So great strike timing by Louis. He's got 1 relic, second one on the way home behind this, and a lot of out-of-time force folks. Like, yeah, Dumu's teched up, firm handshakes all around. But besides the cow ranch, there's not really much gathering happening in the base here. Knight should be able to strike down a few more. The Earl's Guard, of course, will get the reload on the throwing dagger, so they can just peel off, shoot again if they want to. But you just see how impactful this extra health was on the dive. Remember, like for the Knights, that ends up being an extra was it 48 HP? Or 44? 44 HP extra on a knight is crazy. That is more than they get for upgrading from feudal to castle age. So if you're wondering why the hell this dive lasted so long, look no further than the Lords of Lancaster. This is crazy, man. Dumu just looks dead. See, this is the thing. If it was like another Civ and this is just a 46 villager versus 34, you'd be like, oh yeah, but Fulani can do it. But I just watched what Louis done. He unlocked the second tier of manas. He's going to start spamming additionals. On top of that, he's been stopping the ranches from filling up. And he's been filling up his own coffers when it comes to gold. He's got sacred sites locking in, relics to be obtained. I mean, there's just like nothing really left to tick the box on, right? Like these relics are very easy to gather now. And Dumu, he's struggling to scrape together anything at this point. Yeah, this is just brutal, man. I think, like, Lancaster Castle, I've talked about it, and I've said it's a pretty ridiculous, I think, in some ways, broken landmark, and I stand by that statement, but sometimes it is just overrated. Like, I know it sounds contradictory what we just said there, like, it's OP, but it's overrated. Yeah, sometimes you don't need it. In games like this, where you see your opponent is hunkering down, playing full defensive, it's redundant. Like, you could just go for kings, you could go for the lords, rather, right, for the Avid Kings, and you just see how good it is when you're able to get away with that. Like, no way does he achieve that much idle time without these 4 dudes. And it's not like sniping them directly is easy either. Look at this. Almost 300 HP on a men-at-arms. Once more into the breach. Didn't quite snipe the cow, but the villagers are going to be in trouble. Dumu, reluctant to throw in the tower, man, but we are reaching the limits here of what is possible. In terms of comebacks, anyway. I think Louis, he isn't even going to slow down, right? Like, he's just going to keep flooding knights for the time being. And this is a little bit gambly if the game was more even, because remember, to do this, Louis has to be out on the deer outside of his base. Then be in the enemy base. Letting Lancaster free to pick against someone who knows how to play him is a free loss, no matter how good you are. I think there's like some civs that can maybe do it, but like, yeah, here, like, I think Marlian's just kind of a filler pick. I would be intrigued about a Delhi pick here against Lancaster. At least then you can actually play objective on the map and force them to camp. But like the Marlian one was a bit tricky, man. I think Dumu was expecting something else pick-wise. So Sacred Site's now locked in. Dumu is just going to be mass moves fighting. But that is scary, guys, because that sets up Louis to go for one of the best units, the Omen. I think that's why Dumu is trying to balance it between Javs plus the Musafati. You have to remember there is no unique tech, such as the Call of Esses, etc., but that doesn't really matter here. It would have been nice in a game where Dumu has Sofa, but after the eco damage he took, he can't really afford to fast pump Sofa. Right? Like, we're 17 minutes in the game, and he has 31 actual villagers. Good news, at least, is this is a BO5, so we definitely get more content. And there's that Yeoman pump we just discussed. I mean, it's going to be a scary timing, right? Like, Musafati can get melted, especially if you scale into Sync Shot. Now, the one upside is meant to be Marlians move really fast with the Musafati. But the Javelins are what are going to anchor you. It's also just something that's going to stop you from hiding yourself. We have got him sneaking out, looking for the workers, and apparently Louis MT suspicious peels off of the gold. Oh, yeah, because he walked on the Sacred Site. Louis doesn't miss a beat here, man. Like, that's so painful. If Dumu had just not gone for the Sacred Site, he would have found the gold, but he didn't know that. I don't think he expected Louis to be out here on this gold this wide. He's going to dive to the back corner. We'll find the workers that just constructed the outpost, so a little bit of a dive commences. We'll be able to find some worker kills for this. So troops are on the way back to defend. Meanwhile, Knights are going to find the builder on the pit mine, so another denial here. Dumu, he did get most of the houses up, though. Musafati are going to keep hunting, funnily enough, ignoring the stoneworkers. They're about to run head first into some yeomen, which, remember, is going to be the counter play. They get double damage against these 4 souls. Like, just let me touch this one. I mean, even if you do, you need to touch him again. So looks like we'll be able to get the 1 worker kill there. But for all that effort and all that raid, he's only achieved 3 worker kills compared to the 25 hit he took upon Tekka. I mean, I'd be impressed if Dimu could win this game. The tricky part now is, like, you definitely have a good comp, right? Like, going Musafadi to counter the heavy armor. You got Javelins to cover the Yeoman. But the eco is the difference. Sometimes playing the counter unit isn't good enough on its own. Like, if you talk about direct fights, and keep that in mind, you're going to be going up against an opponent who's just raw ahead of you. And even more now, Louis pads himself. He goes second TC. I mean, why not? He's already got 9 manas. And 9 manas will balance out against the Fulani easy peasy. What could Dimu maybe done different this game? I think, like, he built the archers right, but he didn't aggro. I'd have to double check his scouting, but it didn't feel like he maybe confirmed that it was Abbey of Kings until the king arrived. Maybe there was, like, an attack point. It's so tricky, though. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to try and build Mustafadi to counter the kings? That's bad, because your opponent can build Yeoman. In fairness, it is very hard to scale Yeoman in Feudal Age without mass manas first. I mean, the only alternative is if Dimu just scouts early enough that he doesn't react to cool, right? Because I understand the need to go for the spears, or go for the archers, rather, against the spears if you want to do something like going for the deer. We have to remember, at the end of the day, this was not a pro scout squad. Dimu just raw sent it into ranches. Yeah, still tricky either way you look at it. And that's just the nature of the manas. I don't know. I still am waiting, praying that we get reworked that system. Maybe there's some Lancaster mains that are like, no, I need it this way. I don't think you need it this way. I think Lancaster will be all A-okay if we just rejig the system a bit. I actually don't mind the idea of the passive income. I just think there needs to be risk. Ben, just trying to buy time here. He's got the veterans. He's coming through for Spear Archer, so looking for a transition. Wait, really? Do you want to be doing Spear Archer against Lancaster Spear Archer? I'm curious what the thought process is there, because, like, Yeoman are better ranged. They have the Sync Shot ability. And then the Billman offsets your Donzo's advantage of armor. So, like, Lancaster is actually very well positioned to counterplay you with just that comp versus the same mirrored. It's like the troopers aren't even running away. Timu stands his ground, maybe unintentionally. I think he was distracted by the dive of the knights into his base. We've got trickle raids, and I like that this is Dimu's attempt to get back in the game, right? Like, a direct fight would just kill him right now. Unfortunately, he's playing against a player who knows defensive play and how to get into the late game like the back of his hand. Louis is just not leaving any points of exposure. And even if he was, with 2 TC, the damage is going to be negligible at best. Well, the good news is, like I said, we are at least getting 2 more games. And, I mean, when we look at the draft, yeah, Dimu got some solid ones in there. You got the Chinese, you got the Byzantines. Did give away Knights Templar, which is kind of crazy. We'll see if that actually comes back to bite him. He's also got Shushi in there. So, like, in theory, Dimu has the tools to at least make this a competitive series. Don't know how I feel about, like, the opening draft. Like, I think giving Knights Templar over is kind of crazy, considering we did have a water-type map in rotation, right? What do you guys think, though? Like, have you found a solution as Malians in this matchup? I'm curious, actually, because I feel like a lot of the time House of Lancaster is pretty chill mode to just hunker down. Can you actually ram rush quick enough is maybe my big thought. It's weird because you're a Civ that gets all this gold, but, like, for a ram rush timing, it's more like you need wood. And scaling javelins is maybe a little bit slow to actually hit your ram timing. Your Donzos are more expensive, and usually you just want more entities. And, like, you don't really want to be building Donzos in the first place against Lancaster. Long term, it comes back to bite you, right? Due to the Yeoman. Speaking of which, there's Yeoman. Oh, he gets a 6 shot there. Catches him on the retreat. And as a full body mosh pit, this is over. And he knows it. Ain't no beating the Louis Lancaster. All right. Game 1 of our semifinals is going to be a rubber dub on the board for Louis MT. Getting ready for the second game. In terms of maps we've got here, we've got Four Lakes, Phrygian, Alopecia, Dry Arabia. I think the fact that Four Lakes is in there, that really surprises me that Knights Templar was allowed through the banning phase. You can see the priority instead was actually to not ban Knights Templar at all and instead ban Rus, which was kind of comical the way it played out. Like, Rus didn't get picked straight away, so it's actually Shushi and Japanese that made it through. Shows a lot of respect that Dimu actually went and banned Japanese. I mean, Four Lakes is in there, but also part of it is Like, Louis has proven himself to be quite the adversary in that civ. So, G2, we're actually going to be going Dry Arabia. I can kind of see where it's coming from. I don't think enough has been peeled back to give you a clear advantage on X or Y specific map. So, I think he just wants to try and experiment with the draft further and maybe expose a weakness in, like, what Louis is going to pick. Maybe make him predictable. But for now, it's going to be French versus Byzantines for our G2. Let me update that. Starflight, why so negative? Sir, you gotta mold yourself in the moldification of Lancaster. You gotta solve the puzzle, my friend. What was I forgetting to do? I feel like there's something I forgot to do. I think we're good. Okay, so in we go to game number 2, one and all, between Dumu and Louis MT. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. We're on Dry Arabia. What would I call it? Maybe a sketching board for pretty much any pretty picture you want to paint. Like, yeah, if there's any map where almost any civ can be viable, Dry Arabia is going to be one of them. Byzantines and French is an interesting matchup for sure. Byzantines has a really cool edge, long feudal, which is surprising to people sometimes. Hyper long, you definitely favor the French if they're able to scale up the knights. You have to remember, like, these two civs scale eco in a very different way. At first, French will have a decent economical advantage around, like, maybe 12, 13 minutes off of passive scaling of villages. But as you add in more and more of these systems of Byzantines, that percentile increase, it beats the teeth out of the French. Now, the challenge is not losing loads of villages as you scale up those systems. And that's where we've seen a lot of Byzantine players fall victim. If they can hunker down with minimum losses towards that like 18, 20 minute mark, usually what happens is Pro Scout starts to kind of fall off compared to system plus mass groves. Might be a big ask with this type of spawn though. Grand Winery is likely going down, what, here? In open territory, he doesn't have any tree line nearby. This is very exposed actually for Dimu. Backup options. He has got berries in the corner, which isn't too bad. A tree line that you could wall to, but difficult to do in this current meta. Meanwhile, for Louis, he's going to be very happy, actually, with the spawn. Yeah, so, I mean, the retracted gold is a minimum detail. Same with tree lines, actually, as well, because you're not expecting him to be attacked. The most important detail is that all 4 deer stacks spawned in front of the player's bases. And wide enough that, actually, it might prove a little bit annoying for Dimu to try and actually deny this. Wouldn't mind seeing him actually go early into racks just to shove one of these deer stacks underneath the Grand Winery. It's a play we saw become quite popular for Byzantines in Season 9. But Dimu has chosen to neglect it. And he's not even rushing the systems either, folks. No. I'm curious. Like, is this a all-in timing from Dimu? I'm trying to figure out why you wouldn't have already gone out into stone. I mean, I know you're worried about knights coming in. Like, usually when we see people do this where they neglect the system leveling, it's because they're looking for an optimal timing around their mercs. I guess he feels like he can't afford to go for the stone yet because he needs to guarantee the Limitane defense is there. So he's rushing for the racks instead. We could also see like an outpost defense. It's a bit tricky. I mean, he's got multiple exposed resources, but they all kind of lean one side. So like in theory, if you guard here, you should be able to somewhat guard the 2 behind. Or at least make a rotation harder. Another side, Louis MT. How are we looking? Has he got the mill? Yeah, mill's already up. So we're definitely going to be getting pro scouts out of the French, but that's to be expected. Just allows you to keep the pump going. In theory, you could actually make this type of build work by just playing out onto the deer by walking to them, but that's not the way we see players do it. I think the logic is that they want to try and keep their economy safe, so they put everything into the aggression. Because if you don't full aggro the Byzantines, we've seen they are phenomenal at just bouncing back off of those olive groves. And yeah, be warned. Bracket is going to spoil some outcomes for you, so don't look if you don't like spoilers. Yeah. This would be... If Dimu wins this series, actually, this would be the second time in almost 30 weeks that he's managed to make it to the grand finals. Always pipped to the post. Yeah, I think we've seen Dimu quite frequently in the semis up against B. This week, he was actually able to have B's number. 3-1 was the score there. And of course, Coming up live a little bit later, we have got Wham versus Anatan. That is a series that is designed, guaranteed almost, to deliver fireworks. Those two have been clashing in grand finals recently. Back and forth between Hims and KPMM. And there we go. Pro Scouts on the way. First night queued up. I always like it when we see the first night queued up ahead of Pro Scouts, just because like priority Pro Scouts is a little bit overrated. It's better to have some pressure first. We have to remember that if you wait, 30 seconds, 40 seconds for that first night, you give your opponent a lot more time to react to the play ahead of time. So by the time you arrive, instead of being up against, say, 2 Limitane, your opponent could have 4, 5. Much easier to defend multiple resource locations when you have that many. This early on, like if you just kind of gamba and hit the right resource, you could easily find yourself with a worker kill netted already. I just realized how goofy the eye holes look on these Knights horses. Kind of reminds me of those people that put on the really slim green screen suits. That looked like they were a $20 bargain bucket pickup. So Murkow's coming in really early. We did mention this, like for Dimu, because he didn't go for the systems, it's going to be priority on trying to get those Merc timings. And he is prioritizing them big. 14 villages on the berries. Make it 15. And we've got to be looking at what? Javelins? I'd be surprised if it was anything else with this type of timing. And there you go. Yeah, jabs. So now if we do end up in a situation where Dumu somehow finds his way into the third age, Camels becomes a delicious choice up against Knights. And it is going to already prove useful with the Javelins, considering his opponent built 1 Knight and then pivoted straight away into Archers. I think the big tricky part I've seen for Byzantine players in this matchup is like, it's all well and good when you expect your opponent to attack. But, and this is going to sound crazy, because I know that there's a French main in chat right now that like, he's about to raise his eyebrow like he's the Rock. What if you just don't attack? Crazy thought, right? But like, what if you just start scaling Knights, rush all the Pro Scout play, and then just go for the age up? It's surprisingly viable for French, actually. You'd only have a handful of Knights, so, you'd have to make a hard choice between Brawl Institute or Guildhall. Like, especially when I see a player not scaling systems. There we go. Dimu is now doing it. So this is maybe going to change the script a little bit, where Louis might feel a bit of priority requirement to attack. Because right now, like, system level 1, and it's not even buffing the whole economy, it's only giving a 10% buffer, which adds an extra 2.5 villages in. So Louis MT is ahead. In fact, he even found a worker kill to guarantee it. That Akratory defense didn't really achieve what I think Dimu was looking for there. Interesting. So Louis actually, like, you can tell he's going to attack, by the way, because he stopped at 5 scouts. I think if you were just going for the most greedy route, you go up to like 7, 8 scouts here. But he understands his opponent's scaling. If he doesn't actually mirror it, Dimu will attack him. And I like that Dimu is looking for that. His posturing is super aggressive here, which feels risky, but if you let his deer go home for free, you know it's going to come back to bite you in like a minute or 2. What I'm scared of is what's happening with Blacksmith. Steel Arrow is already on the way. Dimu does not seem to be any the wiser for it. In fact, there we go. He has got Blacksmith coming, so reads the timing almost perfectly. Won't have the quickest unlock, mind you. Remember, he didn't level up the systems much. What's the goal for Byzantines? Yeah, the goal here is to like scale level 4-5 system and then build into about 20-25 groves. That's usually where you feel pretty comfortable. And you're going to need something like that because of what you're up against here, right? Like, this is going to be scaling Knights. Your opponent's going to have all the deer eventually. You can't really say, okay, I'll just, like, attack him and I'll leave a few troopers at home sort of thing. And then I'll go wide on berries. Because if one Knight sneaks in, it's going to be a bloodbath. And I expect it to be a bloodbath as you guys clamber over each other for that giveaway. Click on the link now if you want to be in with a chance of winning yourself. Oh, glorious new graphics card. Big shout out to AMD. I mean, even emphasizing this time, just that guy you hated on us for doing it last time. Arch trade out here, though. There's not many jabs, actually. Is this a little bit premature for Dimu? Oh my god, yeah, I think so. He's also diving past where his opponent's production line is, technically. So it's going to be an overwhelm. And this is where things get scary. The Limitane are disposable, but the Javelins are the thing you can't afford to be losing. Now, luckily for Dimu, Louis MT bogged down on the jabs, on the Limitane instead, rather. The jabs ran away early. So he will keep this key unit alive, but a painful beginning there. One that really didn't leverage him any advantage. A lot of purple bodies and not many yellows. And yeah, you can see health bar damage done to these knights, but never good enough against French, remember. They're going to eventually get chivalry, and this damage was never in reality real. It's a figment of our imagination. Because the alternative is admitting that our knights are powered by witchcraft, and I don't like the idea of people threatening to dunk my mother in a pond. Yeah. What on earth is happening here? We've got an interesting loop-de-loo. I guess, so Dimu, like, why is he doing this? He just wants to basically get level 5 as cheaply as possible. So he's just choosing the safest slot accessible between the sites. So he's rushing that level 5. Rushing it insanely early, by the way. Like, there's 36 villages. I say insanely early. I think this is usually where you end up organically. It's just, it feels insane because Dimu didn't start with Stone Gathering. Like, most players end up at this system count because they start with 1 or 2 in Stone. Whereas he just kind of bum rushed it up. I think I had like 3 on Stone, maybe 4 at one stage. So that is Dimu now economically in the lead. Militarily feeling a bit defunct though. Archers. I'm going to scare away the Limitane. So that's going to secure the other deer stack. Louis looking to make it a 4 deer game. And on top of that, Dimu, we talked about this wall that could be valuable, but not able to get it up. And instead, the Knights now get in. Javelins starting to get targeted. Second line of Limitane does arrive, and Louis gives it the appropriate respect it's due. And mainly because he's happy with what he reaps here. There's going to be more deer on the way home. And this is where the game starts to feel a little bit scary, right? Because, like, you know your opponent now is going to be getting 4 deer stacks. That's 10,000 food. To put it another way, if you were only producing knights, only knights, that would end up being... What is it? Is it like 50 knights? It's quite high, yeah. It's more than that, I think. You get a lot of bang for buck off of the deer spam. And then after that, you can have balls, etc. Because, like, the other thing is Dimu's scaled an army, but he hasn't scaled an army that can reliably come out now. Especially now that the berries are exhausting fast, right? He's going to be able to get up to probably about 15, 16 javelins tote. And then he'll need groves. So now we arrive at that defensive element of the Byzantine strat. This is where outposts would be pretty nice. You've got a lot of extra stone being generated here. In fact, I think he's actively still gathering stone, yeah. So outposts are definitely worth their weight in stone here. You can set up like 1 or 2 on the fort to protect the groves. It gives people to shell the location. Then eventually, if you do sneak castle, it gives you that timing into the catapults. Oh, he's just so on point sniping these freebies. He ain't done there, nah. He looks to keep the pressure up. He knows the groves have to be coming, and he wants to punish it. Archer's going to move in. Knights as well. Dimu, a little bit slow on the pull away. Well, always inevitable that one was going to go down. And despite what's happening here, remember, due to the systems, they are actually about even on economical efficiency. The problem now is, like, what Louis is doing very well is he's just idling out economy without committing in a way that costs him. This is frustrating for Dimu. It means he's likely to fall further behind on military count. Here we go, folks. Louis MT. He's starting to stockpile a bit. Like, he could easily pull trigger on Castle by about 15 minutes here. Whereas Dimu's probably going to be stuck scaling for another 5 minutes or so, I'd say. What? He puts the stone into 2 TC. And he gets scouted straight away. I can't believe that. I mean, it's greedy, and I guess he felt he needed to do something, but your opponent now knows. In a game where you've got barely any olive groves, and you're running out of food fast, you've gone 2 TC against all-in aggro. Well, it's Louis' oyster, right? And again, needs to be careful not to get pinched like this. The Archer Knights, they were rotating from both sides, so he has to shift away. Meanwhile, there's going to be a dive in towards the eco line. Knights are going to find a few targets. Archer's able to finish them off. And he's going to be able to dive deeper here, because the army's super far away from home, and he has to peel it back. So Louis does dodge the bullet down here, loses about 3 or 4 archers. Meanwhile, the Knights go deeper. We'll end up finding 3 worker kills plus idle time for it. Okay, like, not the worst of exchanges for Louis there, right? I think he lost, like, 1, maybe 2 Knights, probably about 4 or 5 archers, kills 3 workers, forces a lot of idle, and gets a lot of info on what his opponent is or isn't doing. Now he knows his opponent. Wait, did he? I was about to say, what happened with that back wall? He did not find any worker kills there. Dumu is doing a surprisingly good job of defending in a very hard position. He just got attacked on 3 different fronts by a militarily superior force in a way that you could only react to 1 of the 3. And he still only lost 3 workers in that time. It's a respectable defense there by Dumu. But I think Louis knows what this means. Like, 2TC, he doesn't want to hang around in feudal anymore. He wants that all-in timing that comes with the power of castle. So it's time to pull the trigger. Royal Institute makes a lot of sense here, folks. He's got 21 knights. I think in this game so far, Louis maybe lost 2. Louis just hanging out for the final deer. Outposts are coming up from Dumu now. So we dive in. Dumu was like, wait, can I build this? No. Get out of dodge, sir. Not even textiles are going to protect those workers. So nice micro. Louis denies the tower, kills 3 workers, and he goes Guildhall. Okay, so he's not feeling the pressure for the all-in timing. He gives himself scalability. We've got stone gathering going on, by the way. Very likely this could just be the castle drop for Louis. He's already left space for it. So just nice discounts overall. Just you continue to scale knights. Arbitrary, not really necessary here for Louis. Like, he's got everything he needs, right? Dumu, I think he could catch up on an age up. The food is going to be the tricky thing here, though. He needs more. Wow, Louis needs more blood. Look at that timing. The Night Mass just dives in. Dumu, like, all of a sudden, we've went from a situation where he had 6, and then there was, what, 3 more in that raid there? He just lost an additional 7 workers. Now finds himself trailing by 17 eco units compared to Louis. And an age. Oh, man, I feel a bit bad for Ben. I mean, like, this 2TC play looks very questionable, I guess. But, like, you have to remember, he didn't have many options in that type of position. You could argue maybe scaling the olive groves, but I think he felt this impending issue of, like, economically being off. So he felt like he needed to do something off the cuff. It's just unfortunate for him that Louis' backstab attempt there had a scout that saw the TC immediately. Now the Golden Horn Tower is going to be coming in, so Doom will at least get some military inflation. But by the time he ages up, veterancy is going to be there, Cantor saddles plus the 2 damage. You know, one of the big things for Byzantines is they're meant to be great at these mirrored tech timings because of the sped up tech research. That doesn't exist here because you were so late. You're just behind in a very big way. More outpost spam. No mangonel emplacements to speak of. These archers snipe down the Limitane so quickly. They can even kill the javelins they want to. The funny part is, like, Louis at this stage could easily simply A-click this fight. He's flirting with his food, but really, he just needs to sink his teeth into that prime T-bone Dumu steak. I think he's ready to. It's Om-Nom time. Knights circling around a little bit. Archers moving beyond it. Now the dive comes in. Dumu has not got a leg to stand on, and if he did, it would already be swept, cut off by the Royal Knights. There's still 20 left in his base. He has no spears, no hope, and quickly looking at, like, no chance in the face of the Chinese Wonder Kid. Well, this is looking like quite the wash. Dumu, I don't know, man. Like, the way that Louis is playing is just so clean. It's still like a struggle to see a world in which, like, Ben gets on the board here. What's he really got left as a power play? So, map-wise, we've got, what, 4 lakes? If you go 4 lakes, it's Knights Templar. You're just not going to have fun there. So that leaves, like, what? Frisian or Alopecia? He has got China and Shushi for Alopecia. And Louis has what? Japan? Maybe that's, like, your best punt here. I wouldn't be surprised if Ben goes for Alopecia. Oh, he chooses Frisian. Okay, so he believes in the power of the Ottomans. We've got Ottomans English for G3. Wait, English? This man had, like, Mongols for this map. I think he knew it was maybe Ottomans, and that's why. Oh, let's find out. If I can find Frisian in my map pool, that is. There we go. All right, marked in. Let's get ready to roll. He's back fully up against the wall. He takes away this Chinese kid's favorite civ. You've seen that correctly. Welcome back, one and all, to the channel for game number 3 of our semifinals. A semifinals that is looking more like a nightmare than a dream for Dimu. He trails 2-0 currently against Louis MT. Ottoman pick coming in on the brand new Frisian Marshes. That's right, this is an updated map. A lot of changes to keep in mind here. The most primary one is that the trade post is now in the center of the map, and there's only one of them. And as a result of that, the sacred sites have been shoved further in towards the straight route between the players. And then finally, you may also notice that the big gold veins got shifted away from the center around the sacred sites. They used to exist here. Now they exist on the flank. So a lot of changes actually under Frisian. Should open up some other civs for being viable on this map. A little bit surprised, actually. Going into this game, Louis MT had the Mongols. I think he suspected the Ottoman pick, though, and that's why he chose English. English, that if you guys go back to Season 8, was by far Louis MT's most played civ. Like, he was a prolific English spammer when the 2TC meta began. Hasn't really been able to use it as much as recently. I still remember when we started the KPMMs, the midweek musters, at the very beginning. He kicked off by using English a lot, if you guys remember. When we had like Socotra and Atoll, it was his go-to first pick, first map, every series. Like, he had more English games on his own than the next 3 players combined. Yeah, I'm curious to see like how this plays out map change-wise. I don't mind the trade post change. I think in some ways it makes sense. It's like trade was a little bit too safe, a little bit too hard to harass. Now it has a risk to it. Kind of aligns perfectly with the changes with Knights Templars introduction, where they'd have to trade to these sacred sites. But no trade coming in from the Ottomans here. It's going to be minimum at Madrasa. Louis MT, we're getting an old school 2TC build. Yeah, I thought maybe there's like some innovation. Does he want to go longbow mass? I mean, do you really ever want to go longbow mass into Sapahi? It feels very risky to do. So he just plays it safe. And it looks like the sheep count, by the way, on this particular map, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it is lower than Old Frisian. That's a huge difference then. So with the change to Frisian with less sheep, I'd say probably about 30% less sheep than it used to have. It means you don't have as much viability behind civs like HRE with the old school rush. I mean, HRE is still going to be good because, like, just stick HRE in any map. But Frisian as we know it has fundamentally changed. It's like a full table's been flipped here. Interesting. Good English map? Whoa, those exist? Well, that was just Holy Island, Kappa. I think you mean good Lancaster map. Yeah, another thing that did change with this, like, technically outpost rushing civs should be better than they used to be. Because, as far as I've seen, you can't get veins spawn here. The old Frisian allowed that to happen. Everything spawns forward, so it's harassable. And that's where I guess English could feel really nice alongside Lancaster, as you have the short bows to defend you. And the TC's close enough to allow it to. Yeah, like, what other change did we get? I think the relics have actually, like, held quite well. One thing that'll be pretty nice is, I remember Frisian used to have a big issue around the relic spawns, if you guys recall. Sometimes the map would spawn with just 4 relics. And I don't think that ever got truly fixed. A lot of stone gathering. Wait, Dimu's mirroring 2TC. Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense here, though. Like, if you want to try to all-in, like, English is one of the hardest civs to all-in. Especially with, like, Abbey of Kings, 2TC into White Tower. Like, good luck denting that type of base. So it's just going to play strategically logical here. Second TC, probably going to be looking to drop it a bit wide. Maybe go towards, like, the berries on the fish. Get the deer shove in. Would work quite well. And for Louis, he could stretch a bit, and he's going to. There we go. TC drop. He actually ruined the perfect location here with the deer that he killed. He's going to have to go a little bit deeper, so... Not quite connected to his base. The White Tower is going to be working overtime. Like, arms fully stretched and it still can't touch you. Because you're going to, like, what? Maybe place it here? And that doesn't actually reach the TC on either side. It's a little bit weird. Maybe instead what Louis does is he just builds the white tower here and consolidates control. Like even just back here gets the secondary gold. And you've also got a beautiful area behind you to build farm clusters into and wall off naturally. Then we don't like Pro Scout? Like Pro Scout is, I don't know, man. Ottoman Pro Scout always felt a little bit funky. I think the only player that regularly liked doing that was B, and I think he'd even admit it was pretty hit and miss. All right, do you guys ever get the sense that we're just going to get an FC rush on both sides now? It would make sense. I mean, Sipahi are really powerful, but if you don't start scaling them straight away, it's hard to get the numbers up quick enough. And also, do you really want to be diving them into likely an English spear defense with attack speed buffer? Because remember, guys, we don't see them anymore, but this Civ is not Lancaster. They have got an aura in their buildings, which will increase their attack speed. Feels like the type of thing that's actually quite easy to forget when you haven't played against it in a long time. I mean, I kind of had to remind myself of it. When was the last time we cast English? I think in the last several weeks, we've cast English in Pro Play once, maybe twice. Is a not highly coveted pick. In fact, we're kind of at the stage where when we see English come out in the draft, we ask why. So King, just gonna be a little pain in the ass. I like the wolf from Dimmu. Saw his opponents come from that side and just made sure that actually puts him in a position where he could die quite easily for it. Food is going to be a bit of a question mark for Dimmu though, right? Okay, he's got 18. I think he went for the sheep point, right? No. Wait, okay, so this map does have a lot of sheep on it. I guess they just didn't find it until the end. That's crazy. 18 sheep. There's the extra as well. So he's now sitting at 28 sheep. So he's not diveable. I guess, like, one thing that I do find a bit surprising about the Anatolian Hills here is, like, if your opponent's not going to attack you, did you really need to commit the sheep point straight away? Or could you have gone for the deer and the fish? I guess if Dimmu never had any idea of attacking, it doesn't matter. And then in fairness to him, like, if he did try to attack after 2 TC, like, what does your timing look like here, right? If you rapidly produce units, you maybe have 4 Sipahi arriving at the enemy base just as they're about to tech up. Maybe. What would I do to improve English in their pick rate? I think you'd have to simultaneously change something about like the early game presence, but you'd have to nerf their later phase of the game. Like, I'm kind of surprised that... Also, like, I'm surprised English doesn't have something around boar. I feel like, well, my country's historically, like, there's a lot of crap about boar. And hunting them in the jungle, in the dungeon... Dungeons? In the forest. Wait, what? King's Palace? Oh my god, this man knows no limits. Louis MT one-ups the greed of Dimmu. That's crazy. I mean, we questioned, like, what kind of white tower could protect everything. Well, we found the solution. Just don't build a white tower. Just build even more TCs. Diversify the risk. I don't know if this counts as diversifying or intensifying. I mean, the tricky part is Dimmu, he did go for, like, passive reduction in the double military school. He's got a little bit of active in now. But you're going to need more than just Sipahi, right? Like, if your opponent sees that early, it's just going to be Rax drop and counterplay. We need is trade and fishing. I mean, I don't know about trade. I could have some fishing on this map. Usually fishing, like, can be done when you've got these civs that are a bit kind of eco-efficient on water, such as Abbasids with the cheap docks. Okay, so we're kind of painting the picture now. I'm curious on people's lean here. One's if you think Louis is going to win. Two's if you think Dimmu is. And what is up, Spirano? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Oh, sorry, not in Prime sub. The regular sub. You legend. But you are a Prime member of the community. Okay, so Raid does get a single kill. Yeah, like this is interesting from Dimmu. He's leaning on the fact that like Louis cannot defend himself with workers at all. You know, other civs are actually a lot better at dealing with Sipahi than English in Lancaster. Because the shortbow attack is bad. Like, shortbow attack against a lot of units is really good. It stops you getting outpost rushed. Early on, you can use them to fight back the first few units. But against Sipahi, you do, like, no damage. Right? You're going to do 2 damage per strike. It's pathetic. More than 50% damage loss. I like Dimu's positioning here. You just want to camp the backside relics. We know Louis is the type of player. He has this signature play he's well known for, which is the double monastery drop. Now, not really expecting him to rush that when he goes free TC. He needs some units. Well, are you kidding me? Instead of actually getting those units, he's going to build a monastery. This is absurd. Like, this is so unnecessarily greedy. I guess Louis is like paranoid that his opponent's going to rush relics after a castle. And Louis, like, he needs this fish, right? He's got nothing else. Sheep's down to just 2 remaining. Free TC 0 farms. That right there is a YouTube title. It's definitely not your usual way you expect to see English played. But he's going Walui mode. Okay, so Mehmet Imperial Armory is on the way. Dimu did build a decent number of Sipahi. So it's not like he was overly greedy about this. The question is, did he actually do anything? Right, like, not really. You killed 1 worker with this play. And your opponent's rushing relics. It's actually crazy the way that he's doing this. Sorry, I need to get my Red Bull in me. I haven't been getting much sleep recently. I get ready to go to sleep at night, and then I wake up in a cold sweat going, what will we do after midweek muster finishes? And I don't know. It's haunting me, man. That's interesting. Louis is just taking the least risky approach to walling this. Because the idea is, like, if you just cross wall, Dimu sees it and then he doubles down further ahead. But if you just do the outer segments first, it minimizes the gamble element of filling in the gap. It's really smart, actually. Could have been risky if he'd done it at the wrong timing, like when the spy is still rotating, but he saw that they were going home, so he timed this specifically for now. Nice, I can arrive. Now, oh, this is interesting, actually, because this is an Abbey of Kings build. So Dimu can't afford trickle trades. Not unless he wants to invest in the Imam point, get the AoE heal. But even then, it doesn't really compare to the King. The King is like the Dervish here, just mobile rotation of healing. Obviously, it doesn't actually happen in a fight like the Dervish would, but you're able to run away from those fights easily. And he's already forced a Janissary transition. Dimu, does he feel good or bad about this? You're against longbows potentially, right? I mean, it felt like it was inevitably going to happen eventually, right? Like, the late game is going to be probably longbow spear versus Sipahi Janissary. Or men-at-arms longbows versus Jani Sipahi. Tricky part for Dimu is Louis' late game is going to come a lot quicker at this rate. 75 to 64 eco now. So he's trying to get cheeky on a rotation. I actually like that Louis just pressuring him. It's almost just keeping him in check. So Dimu still doesn't know this wall is happening. I mean, this is a masterclass, really, isn't it? If you want a wall, I think this is how you wall this map. I'm really impressed by Louis' strategic choice on that. Especially off the back of free TC into map-wide wall. Pre-15 minutes. Now, it's going to probably complete around 16 minutes, but that's still crazy. Is Louis the best waller in Age of Empires 4 history? Quite possibly. Like, you know, you'll talk about people for their quick wall shenanigans, and I get it. But, like, consistency to somehow just get away with walls like this. There's not many people that rival Louis. You sleep and never feel rested? Jesus, okay, we're taking a very depressing turn here. You know what that is? It's because you're worried about my financial security and you want to sub at the tier 2 and tier 3 level. That's what it is. That's why you can't sleep. Figured it out. Louis figured out the food issues. Man, the fishing has gone a long way to keeping him alive here. I don't think without fishing on this map, you do free TC. I feel like this is really just in reaction to the state of the map, having so much extra food that you can reliably understand where it's going to be and play towards. There you go, folks. It's going to complete. Yeah, I'd say about 15.5 minutes all completed. And he's the one taking... Okay, come on. Like, Dimu's got to get something out of this. Your opponent gets double Sacred Sight. He's got 4 of the 5 relics on the map. He's free TC. Is there anything that Louis hasn't done in this game? Calp's the best waller? Nah, dog. Like, I'm sorry, but Calp can't even rival the way that Louis walls. Your South American pesos can't give me the life I deserve. Hey, it's a collective effort. You have to get everyone to contribute a pesos. Give me the pesos, not Bezos. There you go. That's the rules. Hello. There's a party. Slip in at the last second. They are now going to get chased a lot. We do have a second group rotating, but that's just to body block out the knights who are trying to gank. He is going to be able to find fishing down here, by the way. But Textiles is on the way in. Great read by Louis to minimize losses. And he's almost at full power, right? Like 99 eco. Once you're at like 120, you start to think about Imperial here. Great dodge there. Dimu, he sees the mills. He's like, wait, what the hell? Are you kidding me? He's going to get found on both, though. And Louis needs to send a lot more spears here to protect. They've got a Burnfer on the east side. And it looks like the mill play is going to get spotted. So Dimu will dive in on top of him. Louis has not reacted there yet. He's currently distracted because they've reached his farms. Dimu's actually doing some serious damage here. Like, in terms of the out time, it's very important. The kills on top of it, like, he's idling out the entire lead that Louis has right now. And most importantly, he's keeping some of these guys alive. Like, losing the Sipahi to kill a few workers would just ruin the game for you. Because the walls are up then and your opponent's hunkering down. So he needs to keep this constant rotating pressure in the base. I think he's scaling for Imperial as well. I mean, he's got a crap ton of Sipahi here. Pretty damn good units to scale into Castle plus Imp. It's a little bit risky at this stage, mind you. Like, your opponent has got spears. And we are getting the walls from Louis to try and slow down that rotation. He's going to get pinned in the end. But with Textiles, not really going to do enough damage. Okay, so I'd say, like, Dimu's raids have done good work. But he's now been somewhat contained. He's only got about, like, what? 7 Sipahi left in the base. Between the two sides of the map. They're going to get shut down now. Meanwhile, Louis, amidst all this chaos, has managed to go up to 50 plus farms. He's actually going to hit 60 with this cluster. That is late game eco activated. That is Imperial Age guaranteed, and it'll be guaranteed a pace that can keep up with what Dimu's trying to achieve here. Four Relic English plus full walls enclosed, not going to beat that. Ottoman's production rate passively is like pretty good with the Istanbul Observatory. I think the tricky part is definitely like he feels behind. And the thing is, we already said predictably what his late game eco military comp would be, right? It'd be Janissary Sipahi. Look at Louis' pivot. He clears a lot of Sipahi and he switches over to Lombos. He already knows what the next step is. It's a soul read. Dimu, just as soon as he thought he could come in with the second wave, gets freaked out about it. Outpost going up is a really big deal here, folks. That's going to extend the attack speed aura towards the front line. Louis, I mean, this could actually be a Berkshire plus castle drop. We've got stone gathering in the base. Yeah, I could have picked that. You just Berkshire in the shroud, and then you normal keep drop over here. Wingard is obviously just always a delicious option, but if you want to be more aggressive in your timing, you go for like the Berkshire. The thing is, like, he doesn't have the time ticking yet on the Sacred side, so maybe you just play for the greed. Look at this. While poking, he's going for attack. He stockpiled the resources necessary, and it is going to be Wingard, so no pressure felt. He goes for the greedy option. Honestly, can't say that I blame him here. That's going to give him the quality he needs to contest most things in late game. Now, interesting thing is actually going to be Footman. Footman is sick against Ottomans, guys. Slightly less ranged armor, but you have more base health, and you also get bonus damage against cavalry. Nothing crazy in terms of numbers, not like Spearmen, but enough to definitely make it a justified choice into the Sipahi Jani. Sorry, I said ranged armor. They have less melee armor, more ranged armor. Like, it's actually, like, Footman is kind of the perfect unit against this army. Speaking of said army, they're going to keep flashing. Lombo's not sniping out the metas, though. No, he's allowing that aura to exist and overkilling on the Jannies a lot. Spears just get wide. Big mistake. Louis MT overstaying his welcome. Great read by Dumu. Now the dive comes in, but he needs to be fast about this. The wall's not far away, and I think that's what's going to be a hesitation. Dumu knows he won't be able to get on top of them in time, so the LBs get away. Age up now complete, and Elite Tech's on the way. Dumu needs to mirror while somehow holding the ground. Game. I think like Louis right there, a little bit awkward, right? He didn't respect the value of the meta. Both of them were definitely in range of the longbows, but he kept sniping Johnny's one by one with about 25 longbows. 25 longbows doing 10 damage a piece. That's 250 damage into a 90 HP unit. You're overkilling every single time. And he had to do it that way because of the way that Dumu fought. He pushed the Sapahi to the back line so that A-click aggro would go into them instead. So it was a forced error, actually, from Louis. Now, it can be fixed with enough micro, but even the highest APMs can have it like this. Spear step up again. Elite is about to kick in here, folks. Not many of them left. A nice damage booster to trade out here. The Sapahi count getting a little bit low, actually. Second wave of spears held back. Beautifully timed by Louis to arrive. Can't help but feel like he's waiting a little here. I mean, the tech up's going to be complete. The army may now be in peril. Yep, takes out the meta. Formation shuffle betrays him. And now we got those slow-moving Janissaries in the retreat. Louis MT has finally started queuing up those footmen we mentioned. Footmen that are just your giga-chatted unit, your MVP. Got trench guns on the way. Dumu, of course, is going to stick to the current comp. Now, the good thing is, with footmen coming, the Springer's going to be pretty handy. If you can keep them alive. That can sometimes be difficult against LBs. Especially if we start talking about things like Imperial plus techs, i.e. University. Okay, so what's doing his win condition now? I guess if you get up to like 4 or 5 great bombards, you're pretty solid here. The problem is getting there. It's slow. Meanwhile, for Louis, like it legitimately, I think for him is just get to 30, 36 footmen and you're golden. In the meantime, just get rid of those springles so you don't get counterplayed on your next step. That's exactly what he's doing. Snipes in. Spy upgrade did just hit. Louis is going to slow down because he didn't bring actually many spearmen with him to the front line. He does scout the villages and decides to snipe out against it just for the trade. What on earth has been happening on this map? Dumu, oh my god. Does he even know? I'm not even sure if he knows this. The knight is just staring him down right now. This is the final gold he has. Which is going to be problematic. If you need to actively produce Janissaries, which, I mean, if you want to do it, you're going to have to. I think instead you might just have to pivot away. Like, Archer plus Sapahi can be surprisingly effective for Ottomans in a lot of matchups. I'm just not entirely convinced English is one of them. Almost like the knight did actually harass him in the end. So Dumu runs away. Come on, man. Like, is there anything that Louis MT is not taking that belongs to Dumu? Not really. Might even look to take the fishing nets. Villages. Caught running out to try and gather over there. I'll go get sniped. No elite army tactics just yet. That's going to be coming in a minute and a half. I'll mirror the timing of biology perfectly here. And we have now got footmen in the mixer. Footmen that have got quite the stocky amount of HP. 280 HP and 10 ranged armor. Because remember, armor-clad works on these guys too. That is brutal. They are not only the ultimate counter to Sapahi plus Janissary because they have bonus against Cav. It's because when they're up against Janissary, they're mitigating almost half the damage. Now the keep lock in. We've got 5 minutes left on the clock here. I don't think there's a way now for Ben. It would require Louis to stop pushing. And right now, this guy is trying to get Midwife of the Year award, so that's not going to happen. Guys, like, chill. It's only 57 farms. What do you mean? Reasonable. Oh, God. Please tell me Doom has some farm. No! Wait, okay, he's got 19. Not really the late game economy you're looking for. I mean, you could have predicted something like this, but he's got 28 workers doing this, and oh, no. Not like this. They've been found. Spears plus LBs arrive. He could actually block him off on the retreat here. A lot of spears. And they do have the army tactics now, so it doesn't take them very long. And Dumu, he's not even reacting. Oh my god. He stopped. That's minus like, what, 15? Probably another 15 at this pacing. I mean, probably not a bad thing considering there's nothing else for them to do on the map right now, but it's not like he's got military pop blocking him. He's nowhere near. It's 120 to 200, so... Poor Benny boy. I mean, this series was played at, like, prime time. We can't blame it on, like, a long day or whatnot. Louis was just the better player on the day. It weren't even close. I mean, this kid is having quite a year. Feels like in some ways, I don't want to say Louis MT is the guy to beat, right? BC 1-1, Marine 1-1. But, like, in some ways, Louis MT... Would I say the most consistent at the moment? I think he's the biggest threat to the established order of AoE 4 pros at the top. Him and then Anatan. And at this point, I think he's just going through the motions. People have been playing English again? This is like the second or third time we've seen it in a few weeks. They haven't been playing as much as I would have thought. Easy. I mean, the cool thing about English, by the way, is like if they can play like this, which with Pro Scouts being nerfed in theory they can, it's never a priority pick ban. So you can just slide it in unexpectedly. We've even seen things like at the other end of the spectrum where HRE is being let through in some cases. So there's definitely a switch up that's happening in the current meta, which I love to see. We need it as well. I've seen a lot of people begging like, please, we need a patch. I don't think we're getting any patch anytime soon. So we've got to make do and lean into our own creativity, I guess. Yeah, this is just going to be a run down the clock, I guess. I mean, Dumu's not going to throw in the towel because we saw it's the content farm, baby. Imagine if he comes back from this. It might take an hour, but it would make for the most memorable game of the week. And besides, like, we're still 20 minutes off the average game length of Dumu versus Louis games. Well, you wouldn't believe so when you look at this series. I think the first game was like, what, 20 minutes? Same around this, for the second. This doesn't have much runway left in it. He's hunting out the farms. Dumu, this is the other thing. Remember, Frisian starts you fully camped in the corner, which makes you hard to kill at first, but makes you very easy to starve in. Just pin you in there and just look at other targets. Well, target's fully locked. That means Louis MT is going to be going through the grand finals. Reminder, he's going to be matching up against Wham or Anatand for the 28th edition of Midweek Muster. We only have 2 more champions to crown after today. Louis MT has had a decent number of those titles. I think the other person that we said like was uncontested was B. I think as long as Anatan doesn't win this week, there's no threat to his title of having the most wins in Midweek Muster. He might actually already be saved. There was someone I had in mind that could threaten him. I think it was Puppy Paw, but Puppy Paw hasn't been signing up. And we'll hit the fast forward here just the last few seconds. Let me know what you think of this, guys. Louis MT, is there anyone else that's a bigger boogeyman to the established order of things? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. G to the G. That means Benny Boy will not be appearing in our grand finals today. A 3-0 victory for Louis MT. And, I mean, didn't really look like Ben was able to ever get the groove on. Do anything he wanted to. I think that one's like, I don't know, like that one's like uploadable in some ways just because of the open walling. I don't know, it wasn't like action intense or whatever, but it was kind of absurd the way he got away with walling the map. But also very creative. So I believe our next matchup, Wham versus Anatand, is due to start drafting in about 2 or 3 minutes. lads haven't started yet. But that means it's a perfect time to remind you guys that we have partnered with AMD again. That's right. They just keep on coming back. They love us. They love you guys. If you want to check out the AMD products, be sure to put in !AMD right now. And guys, there's a reason why you want to. There's a giveaway. That's right. There's a giveaway going on right now for one of the new graphics cards. You can get your hands on a 9060 XT. There's plenty of ways to enter. !giveaway if you want to be in a chance of that. I think some people said UK only. I think it actually might be Europe only. But we'll see. Go through, have a look anyway. It might be accessible to you. And if you want to check out the newest, latest line of AMD products, be sure to click through and check them out on CyberPower's website. They've got a bunch of custom PC builds, range of prices. Some very affordable with the 9800X3D. I think I saw one on there that is like only £1,700, which I know sounds crazy to say only £1,700, but like for a 9800X3D build, that's pretty damn good in the current market. But big shout out to them for sponsoring us. They'll be with us throughout the week. We also have other bigger, cooler plans coming in the next week or two. I'm freaking excited to show them off. I'm gonna like do a little teaser. Like the plans that I'm talking about will involve using one of these. I got an updated care pack across from Elgato today with a brand spanking new capture card, but we'll talk more about that in about probably a week or two. I'm really excited for that one, man. We're doing something really cool. Okay, so keeping an eye out. Let me check if the boilers are ready maybe a minute or two early. Has anything interesting been happening on AOE4? There you go. There's a link. Click it now. Click it now. Click, 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 click. Go, go, go. Giveaway, baby. All you have to do is click a bunch of things and you can get a graphics card for free. That's crazy. I haven't tried the 90 series graphics cards. I'm on the 7900 XTX, but I can highly recommend like AMD's off of that. The 7900 XTX has been like an eye-opener, man. Like, it's insane how good the bang for buck is. I've even heard rumors of potentially a new 9080 graphics card, which will rival the like the 5080, 5090 in performance. I'm keeping an eye out for that. If that comes up, I'm going to be like whispering to my AMD contact. The only reason I haven't updated to the 90 series graphics cards is the 7900 XTX has like more VRAM and does me a solid on all the games I play. There you go, Dutro, you're smart. That's a smart lad right there. Yeah, use your Opera VPN that you will download Opera GTX. Opera GX has a built-in VPN, so you can actually use that, pretend you're in the UK, and then enter the giveaway. Dutro, so smart, man. Where are you going to send it? I feel like... Yeah, send it to me, I'll take it. But I feel like if you could get your hands on a graphics card for free in a giveaway, you could basically get someone to ship it to you for like, what, maybe 100, 150 bucks? That's still a really good deal. And if like you don't win it, then no harm, no foul. It's like, it's pretty good either way. Watch Dota 2 WECN TI? Wait, what are you on about? Wasn't the World Esports Championship thing? Why would we watch that? They didn't invite me to cast. We become bitter. Can I ask Steny? There you go, dude. Get him to fly by. Pay shipment, can I send it to you, KP? I mean, if you win, sure, we can like sort that out, I think. I don't know, like check, make sure you know what it's going to cost you. But like, yeah, if you win it, it's just still be profitable for you. So get set up with that, and we're going to get set up with the draft for our second semifinals. In fact, I do need to update the bracket now, don't I? Seems we got the outcome. Let me check if the boys have posted their draft. Boom, baby. Look at that. Louis MT. Dude, he dropped more games to Numidan than Dimmu. That's a shocker. I'm so glad we missed that. The reason we missed that, guys, is that series happened at 10 p.m. my time, and we didn't have a filler series. And it's a good thing we didn't wait around for Wham vs. Voldemort, because Wham vs. Voldemort actually like got delayed until Wednesday. We're gonna have to review that. Like, I think me and Chuma talked in the past. Like, I don't like the idea of putting penalizations in, but there shouldn't be any situation in which a quarterfinals, in my opinion, is being played on the Wednesday. It's way too tight in the scheduling. Like, it could lead to an embarrassing situation where like we just don't actually have finals on a Thursday. Oh, I almost forgot. I've been leaving. I've got to send the. Whoopsie. So I'm getting pinged by Emma. I need to send. Let's send that link in both chats for the giveaway. Because I just realized the YouTube people are like, yo, bro, where link? There you go. You can all get signed up on that. Alright. I'm sorry, I got a WhatsApp ping. I swear WhatsApp just won't stay out of the way. So I'm just messaging people in the background because I'm trying to lock in our hymns. Sorry, I just realized I'm still not seeing as well. I'm trying to lock in our hymns show match for tomorrow. B, I think is a yes, but I'm getting confirmation, and I need to get an opponent for him. Yeah, things were weird this week. I contacted a lot of our top pros, and they were all like, no, unavailable. Anatan is like, I must hang up the mantle of like unbeaten. I was like, okay, damn it. I was like, but man, I want to give you money. Do you want money? Yeah, I think like this week, a lot of people are just maybe a little bit protective because they're prepping for the EGC qualifier, right? That's happening on the weekend. So I think for a lot of players, they like don't want to play in a show match literally the day before. That could be a very long day, and then also maybe reveal a bunch of secret strats they're holding on to, because it's only, I think if I remember correctly, like there's only 2 qualifiers and it's 1 per day, so it's 1 weekend you have to qualify. If you don't make it. Yo, what's up, Red Darksider? How's it going, my friend? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the swarm. Hope you're having a good day. You're not prepping for EGC? Oh, wow. Gotta get you in then, ain't we? Don't like how NVIDIA going RTX 40 to 60 to 70 almost has no difference. Well, like, this is the thing that people, like, so graphics card reviewers pointed this out. Like, if you look at the price and the performance of like the 50, 60, 50, 70, there's no point. There's like no point. It doesn't, like the pricing does not make sense for what you're getting. Whereas like the new 90, 60s are like pretty decent for people who are like on a budget. Like, let me double check the price. I'm not poor. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, they're like £320, like what, $350, which is like pretty good actually for a graphics card that performance. Yeah, $350 is the MSRP. $350. It's pretty decent. And like if you put them up against, I think it was the 5070. Let's have a look. Should we have a quick look while we wait for these boys to finish their draft? Yeah, so we have a look. Sorry, I get white flashbang. Is it the 5060 I think it's meant to compete with? It might be. Okay, so models tested. GPUs perform similarly. If both cost the same, he would choose 5060 Ti for the better feature set. Yeah, but they don't cost the same is the problem, right? It's like less than a 10% difference, but like look at the MSRP. A 5060 Ti is going to cost you about 40% more for 8% gain. Or 10% gain, right? Like 10, it's not, for a lot of people, like if you're buying these new ones, the 5060 or the 9060, like you're basically budgeted, right? So you're purchasing based on what gets you the most bang for buck, really. So for those people, I think AMD just makes a lot of sense, especially with the new lines of technologies. Like the ray tracing is really up to standard now with the new 90 series, and also like the things like FSR, the frame gens, etc. Like they are performing really well. I've seen a lot of people with positive reviews about them as the big standout improvement over the 7 series. Okay, so draft underway. Wait, what? Yo, we've got Receding and Kawasan in. And Knights Templar made it through. Are you kidding me? And Wham got it. Anatan, I'm kind of not surprised Anatan like values the Chinese. So like the way that drafting works right now is there's a very clear order in the opening. You're going to see basically one player get like either HRE, Knights Templar, or Rus, and the other player is going to secure China Shushi or China Rus, something like that. It's pretty standard. Like, I've very rarely seen it not split this way. When it's not split this way and someone gets more than 2 of those civs, I just call it an outdraft. Marine Lord will play? I don't think Marine Lord... I don't know if Marine Lord would hop in. I mean... Marine Lord ain't cheap. Oh no, I've been palmed off a baby. I forgot it's Thursday. On Thursdays, their cousin comes round, so he can't go with mummy. Oh my god, have you overloaded him with toys? You better stay busy. Papa's got to work. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, we just had Ezra brought out. Your old GPU cost more than when you bought it? Goodness gracious. I mean, why just buy a 7 series at that point? Right? 6600 like your AMDs, right? I did ever experience the 600 series. I heard mixed things about them, but like the 7 series, like I'll be honest, right? Like when my AMD contact offered up a 7900 XTX, I was skeptical. So I'd always been NVIDIA. And I was like, I don't know about this. I'm glad I said yes. I mean, it saved me a lot of money because obviously it's a sponsored piece. But I was blown away by the performance. The first thing I done when I got that graphics card, I test Space Marines. And I maxed out frames. All settings maxed out. I maxed out my frame rate. I was really impressed. And then I even like took it a step further, up the frame rate further. And I used the frame generation tech. And I'm a super sensitive gamer. Like because I play high sensitivity, I feel like any sort of lag. I've always been that type of person, like, oh my god, there's input lag here. How do I fix this with my mouse? Blah, blah, blah. And I remember with that game, I turned on the frame gen, and I really didn't feel it. Sorry, guys. You might hear Ezra quite loud today. Well, at least he's happy, you know? You guys want to see Ez? Is it baby cam time? Is it baby cam? Oh. Come on, then. Come to daddy. Oh. Look at him. He's already got a Red Bull box. He won't let go of it either. Look at this. He's already the age where he would know how to play English as a main. Whoa! Okay, I just insulted like half a chat. You got hiccups, mate. You have, didn't you? You got big hiccups. Yeah, I probably shouldn't let you chew on that. A bit weird. I don't know how long it's been down there. Red Bull owes me another... Yeah, wait. Actually, I'm going to clip it and ship it. Yo, Red Bull. My care package is overdue. If you wonder where it all went... The boxes. He only done the boxes, I swear. Daddy drank all the liquids, right? You don't want to get in trouble with the child services. Send us Red Bull. Send us Red Bull. Yeah! I am legitimately going to send that over to them. Bless him. Love that kid. Okay, so, looking at the draft. How do we round this out? English comes out again at the end. Curious to see if it comes out in Frisian again. I quite liked it for a Frisian pick. I wouldn't put it like top tier. Are you alright down there? It's so loud. Dude, he's really started to find his voice, and he is a gobshite, I swear. Aren't even 5060 better than 4060 when 1000 series comes or new RTX? It's more like with those ones, it's like the cost difference, right? But like the thing is, when the new gen came out of those, they stopped producing the old gen. So like you kind of don't have a choice now. He'll surely be a Japanese main. That's true. That's another easy one. Just like with those ones, you just need to learn how to select all knights and A-click. It's even simpler, man. All right, so the boys are getting the lobby set up now, by the way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run the ads. We're going to run 3 minutes ads for you Twitch users, so you don't have to worry about them whatsoever. YouTube, you guys don't get harassed by ads at all, so your life is easy. Okay, fantastic. And then after this, I think we're going to have, like, Louis is probably going to go eat now, so he should be ready to roll. So I reckon we've probably got, like, these two. I reckon these guys will be playing for, like, 2 hours, and then the grand final will probably be, like, 3 hours. Very nice long stream. You done banging that around? There's a second Red Bull box down there, I just noticed. It's kind of funny. Like, you give him his actual toys, and Ezra just tosses them. Picks them up, tosses them aside. You give him random crap, and he just, like, holds onto it with a death grip. Dude won't let go. Oh, man. I'm, like, so tempted to talk more about this thing I mentioned with the capture card. I'm excited to see what kind of quality this gets, by the way. It's the new Elgato one, the 4K-X. So we should be able to basically... So, like, we're going to be doing something that requires us to send data across to another, like, system. And this should send it at the highest, like, detail. This can do 4K at 144 frames, which is pretty good. Yeah, even does HDR10. Interesting. I think he's excited too. Yo, if I had a bit more time and Emma warned me, we could have set up a baby cam. Because I've got like a new camera from Elgato as well. They sent me this. It's the Facecam 2.0. Because I had the old 1.0, they're like, oh, we need to get the 2.0, baby. What other device are you recording? I'm not going to spoil it. That's a surprise. Called Trash for Babies, where it's just the package of random toys. Dude, like, you make a killing. Let's not go the baby cam route. What do you mean? He's not even, like, he's already almost won. All right? He's ready to be content farmed. Come on. I remember I was talking with one of my work colleagues about that. There was a guy who used to work in esports who set up a YouTube channel that is just basically about his daughters and just they do random stuff. And it grew to be like 8 million subscribers. It's wild. It's just them doing childish things. Here you go, mate. Oh my god, that's so dribbly. What are you doing? Why don't you play the actual toys? It doesn't care about anything but the Red Bull boxes. Dude, the way that Humoke just said I would never do that with what we know about him, I guarantee 100%. Like, he'd be like the type of person like, okay, are there any sweatshops local? Like, my kids have got to start earning back. Dude, guys, why are you going to the dark area of the internet? I think a lot of people that just watch that type of content, like, it's just other kids. I wouldn't be surprised there's a bunch of people, like, just don't, like, can't have kids or won't have kids or whatever, you know what I mean? Way to be, like, super dark about it. Like, Jesus. You guys just been missing Chris Hansen from the internet or something? Like, was it Chris Hansen was his name? I think so, right? The, To Catch a Predator thing. Stop throwing it away then. Oh my god, he's gonna keep moaning. This kind of channels earn millions, if not billions. What ones? Like the kid ones? Like, dude, you guys are familiar with Miss Rachel, right? Like, that's a perfect example. Like, making content correct towards kids is crazy valuable. So, like, Miss Rachel, she started making that stuff because she thought the stuff for her kids was crap, so she made her own stuff to educate them. And what's up, Finn? Thank you much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. So, like, yeah, she just made her own show. And I think she recently sold to, like, either Netflix or Amazon for millions. So now her content is, like, on those platforms. I see all of them live and on stream, and I'm forced to look at the same videos again. I mean, like, I don't know what you're, like... Okay, we've highlighted a problem there, Yandu. What's the solution? The idea is to eventually work to a solution where it's edited content, but we're not quite there yet. Like, Rome weren't built in a day, my friend. Father, daughter, son channel, they end up in eventually a huge mansion. Dude, that's kind of crazy. I mean, but like, I think people like that to a certain degree. It's like relatable because you grow up with them, sort of thing. You know, like people like Life of Tom are currently going through that because he had a kid like a year or two ago, and like, you know, people grew up watching Tom Syndicate back when he was scamming with the thingy site, then moving into like the wholesome like vlogging and whatever and his journey. I kind of regret not like vlogging actually. I want to start doing more of that. I said to Emma, I was like, look, we need to vlog more. It's like, what you don't even do interesting. I mean, most vloggers don't actually do interesting things. Is the weird part. I have to put my kid for a parasocial relationship early on. I mean, I'm not even saying for them. I'm more saying vlogging like for me. But like the thing with those, like, I mean, I've talked about this with the channel before. Like when you have people like kids in those positions, right? That's why I don't just like fashion my son on camera every second. It's like you are essentially creating like the next. If you're not careful, you're creating the next generation version of like celebrity children, which is dangerous. But like my thing is like I like the idea of just having him occasionally there and her occasionally there, so like it's memories they can look back on. Hey, chill. He doesn't like when his box falls off. All right, let's get ready. I might just take his freaking tray off because it's getting in his way of grabbing crap. And in we go. That's right, one and all, welcome back to the channel for semi-final showdown time. Wham versus Anatad. Usually a grand final showdown happens between these two. They've been clashing early. And sorry, my son is upset because he keeps dropping his Red Bull box. He's a cranky boy right now. Takes after Papa. If you don't have the Red Bull, he's not happy. So we have got Roos versus Chinese for G1. This is interesting, actually. Like, this is, I think, two Civ picks that I would attribute towards these players. Very synonymous with them. We've seen Roos looks almost unbeatable with Wham. He loves his Civ. He exploited so much on maps like Highview in the past, Alopecia. Meanwhile, Anatan has one of the most absurdly disgusting, powerful timings around Archer all-ins with Chinese. And this is definitely a matchup where you could see them leveraging that. Just that early pressure to stop the Horse Archer play coming online that Roos are just infamous for. You know, when Roos are given the opportunity, they'll always take pro scouts into Fast Castle currently. And China's definitely a Civ that can stop that happening. Let's see what he can do here. So, interesting. Looking at the spawn, actually, that is a sick spawn for Anno. Double deer one side. Easy shoving. I wonder if he goes for early. Scout rotation-wise, he's only got, like, what, 11 sheep. He'll find another 3 or 4 in this one area. It might not be worth rotating further, just because you know against, like, Roos with double scout, they're going to cut you off. Like, Roos are actually very, very good on this map, guys. And the reason is that on Gorge, especially EGC Gorge, the sheep is predictable. The sheep spawns are actually fixed down the sides. So why is that important? It means that Roos can send a scout down one side and then cut halfway with the second scout, essentially guaranteeing that your opponent only gets 25 to 30% of sheep on the map. All right, guys. I'm going to end up picking up this Red Bull box every 1 minute, I can tell. Children. What can I say? This is the beautiful thing, though, you know? Like, managing a Twitch chat all these years prepped me for kids. Never would have thought it. 14 sheep to, what? We've got, like, 13 there? So that's going to be farm count. Pretty good Fano. He did find those snuck sheep right up against the edge. And Golden Gate now on the way. So all the normal plays, as expected. Likely, we've always seen Pro Scouts both sides. China usually likes to consider, like, a Rax opening here just to try and deny Pro Scout timings from their opponent. And I'm wondering, like, yeah, Wham didn't actually stop off to lame the deer. I guess he didn't... Oh, I don't think he scouted the double deer stack. Somehow my kid crying don't bother you? I mean, he's not really crying, though. It's almost like... Yeah, like, this isn't crying. That's why it shouldn't bother you. It's more like cooing. And then letting you know that he dropped his box, so he wants it picked up again. Like, dude, I mean, I can tell you what crying sounds like. Like, do you want me to give you an example of what crying sounds like so you have it to actually, like, audibly understand for the future? I don't get it. Why haven't they buffed English yet? I can't play the game and I want to win the game. See, that's exactly what crying sounds like. sorry to people's ears. And also we have got the deer shove in. This is pretty organic. Like when you play with Roos, because of the fact you start with extra scouts, it's very easy to get a deer pack to your base before you tech. Sets you up really nicely. It's why Roos has remained probably the most reliable pro scouting civ in Age of Empires 4. I actually feel bad for mocking the English players. They actually kind of have a hard time for once. All right, my son is pretty impressive. He keeps picking things up with his feet. He's gotten very good at that. A nice chase away. Did get lamed. That was to be expected. I'm surprised he got that far in. On the other side, he has mirrored the lane, though, which is more important. And Anatan... Wait, is he doing this again? Oh my god, dude, he keeps doing this. He doesn't pro scout. It's actually vile. I've seen him beat multiple top players at this. It's an archer all in. Now, the question is it going to work against one of the best? Right, I think this is the true test of it. We've seen Anatan do this in earlier rounds. I believe he done it against... Who was it? I think it was actually in his series against Mahodo. We had something similar. Yeah, actually, it was Roos versus Shushi in that game, I believe. And I don't think he pro scouted, but this is a different ball game. I don't think Mahodo minds me saying Wham is on another level. So pro scouts is coming in. And Anatan is getting ready to come in like a wrecking ball. This is going to be a full archer spam, plus racks. And the gold gen from the Imperial Academy is going to enable him to get into blacksmith timings. Toot sweet. Is Dira close? They're not as close as you think. Look at that gap. Hey, if I had a gap that wide in my teeth, I'd make goofy noises all the time and probably have a straw sticking out of my mouth. Like, it's a huge gap to fill. And that's why you're seeing Wham is reacting appropriately. He's going to go archery himself. Double archery range, in fact. Oh, you mean the deer for... Yeah, the deer for China's closed. Like, you can play out this eventually, but because you're against pro scouts, it's not reliable, per se. You have to control the map well first. How did you guys predict? Let's have a look. A little Gambaholics. 67% for Anatan. Honestly, not really that surprising. I think, like, Anno has been shocking people constantly with just how good he makes China look. Like, if you told me to point to a player that right now is like to get China nerfed, I feel like Anno's the one. And it's always because of these archer builds, funnily enough. So poke coming in. But so far, I like Wham's reaction. Because, like, you have to feel as if Anatan is kind of on the clock with this play. Right? He's not got reliable long-term food secure. The interesting part is, like, Anatan was worried about knights. So I love that from Wham. Like, just sticking archers is a raw advantage. Your opponent has dead weight in his production. So you should be able to eventually outnumber him. For the time being, a little bit disadvantageous. I think Wham needed to wait just a little bit longer. But what he's probably worried about is blacksmith. For all he knows, there could easily be Stilled Arrow Undermesh coming in a matter of seconds, and he didn't want to wait around. So just cover fires, gets the deer home. North side, looks like he has got some harassment happening there as well. And already up to 13 archers. This would be a good time for the aforementioned blacksmith. Instead, he adds in the stables. Okay, so we're getting 1-1-1. Could this be the delayed pro scout? I know that Anno is in particular a big fan of this. It is. Yeah, he locked it. So look at that. He's going to be going for probably the enemy deer? Nah, I think you play your own first. And he has forced the stable commitment out of Wham. Archer count definitely still favors him. Now, keep in mind, like, there's still no blacksmiths, which is a little bit surprising at this stage. He's actually floating a bit too much gold. You know, it's not that he won't win the trades. It's just, it's more convincing with the Stilled Arrow coming in. Good to know. Pro scouts. He actually kind of has to ignore him. If he trades with the shots into the scouts, he's going to lose the trade against archers. So a little bit annoying for him. Does at least lame another one of the scouts. Speaking of scouts, they're now coming out to pick up the goodies. Knights begin. Yeah, so this is going to force Anatan to double down the spears. I think the idea for Wham is just to kind of lightly step on this age and then move ahead into castle. And with knights now getting added in, the expectation is that Antan's going to have to freak out, add in 6, 7, 8, 9 spears, so on and so forth. I am so close to just getting some sellotape out, or duct tape, and taping the Red Bull box to Ezra's hand so he can't drop it. Good intercept here. I know, still lacking the blacksmith. It's there now, but oh, I think he forgot. Yeah, because he's definitely got the resources for Steel Arrow and Undermesh. Just kind of neglected it. It does push away the enemy archers. I mean, it's a heavy outnumber right now. The problem is he lacks the spearman. Now, with the supervision, he can get these blacksmith upgrades in insanely fast. Just hasn't committed to it just yet. And we do have a snatch. Wow, I'm able to take some deer from the enemy side of the map. He's going to have to take the long way around to get out. In fact, whoa, Alatan's onto him. So it looks like those goodies are not going to be getting home for him. Because the Steel Arrow timing, I don't know if you really want to commit into this as Wham. He could have probably split and got like one out, but you don't know where your opponent is, right? You're whizzing in the wind at this stage. Knights aren't going to show up. We'll have to turn attention there, but with Steel Arrow just a few seconds away, Wham can just try to trade out best he can before losing this exchange. The key thing, though, is look at Anatan's economy. This is the crazy thing about this Archer build that he's so good at. You think you're ahead. You think you've, like, beaten him to timing and you're just on cloud 9. But then you realize, as you're about to complete your tech up, his triggers first. Look at this. Like, look at the economy on this. High Trade House starts. Anatan is already ready for the clock tower. And his is going to be a lot quicker, courtesy of China's build speed. Get your numbers in, folks. That High Trade House looks kind of underwhelming, but even underwhelming is usually good enough. I like that he's prepping the Steel Arrow as well. Like, you're going to be probably going Horse Archers, so it maintains value. I wonder if there's a world in which he just does Knights Archers. I kind of like that. A little bit risky against the Clock Tower, but definitely gives you better map control than, like, maybe Horse Archer. Because your opponent's already blobbing archers himself. Sounds weird to say it gives you better map control than a mobile cav unit, but it's more the fact that, like, because it's pro scout, your opponent's not out on the map, so he just has to move location to location picking up rubber. So you can afford to be slow with that type of strategy. I don't think anyone's getting these deer at this rate. Veterancy now on the way for Anno. Interesting thing, Wham doesn't have it. No, I mean, 17 archers, it has to feel worth it to get veterancy. But it's a little bit pricey, right? The 250 gold. No, so instead, yeah, he just commits the gold straight away into the knight upgrade. Doesn't go for the archer one. And horse archers queued up instead. It's possible you still see the veterancy down the line, but it's just the order of things here, right? Like, the knight upgrade comes in so quick and you need a front line. I wonder, yeah, we do have relic gathering on the agenda for Anatan. Okay, so High Trade House, 125 gold, by the way. Would you, like, be honest, right? Once if you think this should generate 125 gold. It looks like there's barely any trees in range of it. It's always baffling just how good the gold gen is. Ansan already switching the crossbows. Interesting. So is the idea to eventually get, like, Expo Horseman or just Lancer plus crossbow? The thought being here is, like, Horseman is a nice mid-ground between dealing with Horse Archer and dealing with Archer, right? I would argue, like, if you think your opponent's definitely just going to do Archer, maybe even Horseman feels better. The crossbow's, like, tricky now, right? Like, you don't want to scale too many of them because then your opponent can just, like, counterplay you. I actually prefer like what Wham's doing with his comp right now. Let's see. Win conditions in mind. I think the idea here is probably going to be like Barbican on delay maybe for Anatan. Just secures the flank resource, gives that gradual scaling into economy. For Wham, usually you're looking at like what, 3 to 4 relics in an ideal world, and then possible TC drop. I mean, it always feels a little bit weird on Gorge because of the lack of food secure. So the farms becomes a higher priority. And we do have the ball now being secured on the flank. Yeah, both of them got fairly safe ones. Anatan's in particular is kind of wild. You could even just wall yourself in the corner on this one. Could he have built the high trade house in the middle of the woods? You could, but think about what you're losing there. You're going to have to delete 3 lumber camps, one of which is actively used, and then because of the spacing, you won't have an efficient place to place a new lumber camp. This is always the weird thing about like high trade housing. Actually, at the time when he done this tech, he probably would have been forced to delete the wooden fortress as well. This is why I think on Gorge, most players prefer just a fast castle. Because a fast castle guarantees more trees are still alive when you high trade house. Now he's posturing. Looks like it's a bit more of a defensive leaning from Wham here. Just wants to try and secure the ball to play deeper. I'm liking the look of things for Anatan a bit better. There's an interesting dynamic here where, like, obviously you're going to get infinite food off of the deer spawns for Roos. But that's like a gradual thing. You can't rush it. Whereas for Chinese, let's say you split the deer on this map 50-50. They're going to have 20% more food out of that resource. Courtesy of supervision. Is there a world in which Anatan, like, pivots into just... We talked about the horseman before. Like, it would have been nice if Spoon was accessible, but I think Wham has kept a lot of things off the menu. Like, the most obvious thing I could see Anatan maybe doing after the next skirmish is Nesta Bees. It's just tricky to justify Nesta Bees on Gorge because of how open the map is. Right? Until you're deep in the game and you've walled. I mean, Gorge used to be this map that we would see systematically walled by 20 minutes. Not viable anymore. Not since the nerfs in Season 9. Outpost in the center for Mano. I think he just wants to have a heads up on what's happening. Wait, no, is he doing the poor man's victory condition again? We've seen this before where you just drop 1 outpost on each sacred site. I actually think it was Anatan that done this. And then you just upgrade them, fortification plus springboard. It means that you can free capture and your opponent can't just like send 1 knight out to decap. He'd lose it. Pretty cool build. I rated it quite highly. Like, obviously going to castle's better, but it's always going to be better. The catch is you have to spend 900 stone per site, which is just insane when you're at like 60 eco. We are getting the Barbican, but it's not on the sacred site, so he uses it to secure the 8k gold. Makes sense, just a safe garrison spot. Not something that your opponent's going to want to contest. And also, like, if you had to choose one location that's worth it, that's the one, right? The ball's only going to be 2200 resources. The vein's going to be 8k. Outpost does get denied on the north side. And south side, no. Okay, that's nice. Is it like 98.5% there? Mass archers over here, but the lancers, I mean, it's annoying. They could contest this if the rest of the army was here. Unfortunately, Anatan a little bit delayed arriving. Things looking on the up for Wham when you look at the military count. He has a clear lead. He's winning the crossbow war. Slightly losing the night war, but I think the big detail that matters is Wham has an insane lead on archers. Wham gave up on horse archers? Yeah, because like the way that Anatan's posturing, it wouldn't work. The way that Gorge works is like you think horse archers are good, but if your opponent postures here, you can't play it. Because if you try to flank him, he'll run straight into your base. I've seen it happen a lot in the last few weeks. Why did you delay entering Song for so long? He was pumping everything into military at the time. And also, like, you needed a key objective to play for. He hadn't exhausted his safe gold, so it wasn't worth the risk going out into the Barbican placement for the gold. Especially considering at that stage your opponent did have knights and horse archers. We do have those scrolls now coming in. Anatan entering Call of Duty camper mode. And I think you're looking for exclamation mark bracket, not leaderboard. Wow, he's switching horsemen. Oh, this is crafty. We talked about like spears being ideal for Anatan, but the archer's stopping it. So this opens like a potential floodgate, because I think the paranoia for Wham is like the thing that can make sense for Anatan is Netherlands. This gives you protection against it while also counterplaying 2/3 of Anatan's army. This is pretty bad for yellow right now. And I know he's also running out of food at a surprising pace here. The boar's almost exhausted. The berry is being gathered. And also remember, in a lot of these cases, he actually didn't bring the Imperial officials out. So he's not getting the extra 20% runway. And there's the TC transition. Wham's going to make his move into greed. Does scout the horseman early. That's important. Boy's Fortitude on the way is going to make them quite tanky here. Now, what Wham is doing is risky, guys. Like, he's playing into Horseman when he's on his last 2 berry batches. He's only got a handful of farms. So, like, there's a big risk with this, especially with 2 TC. You're draining a lot of food. Long term, you don't have that much access to it. But it's worth it for a big win in the center. And I think the reason why Wham does this is because he can see Anatan is trying to go for a Sacred Site victory. He wants to shut it down before it can begin. He's going to posture north for the whole army. I know. He does reveal the archer force. Numbers are actually quite even in this initial exchange. It looks like not all the troopers have arrived just yet for Wham. Knights are circling around, though, and if he gets the body blockers here, it could be an absolute massacre. Anatan has to retreat. Not going to be able to get away fast enough. Saint Splitting gets activated. It's mainly just crossbows left, but the problem is there's horsemen littered in amongst the knights here. It's turning it into a brutal fight. And Wham now understands just how big the lead is. He's able to press in. Anatan has got exposed eco on both flanks with limited army to protect anyone. And he can't protect himself in his main base right now. Now we're kind of reaching the point where Wham could just target fire into your base. You have to maybe slow down a bit as more knights arrive. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe a few of those knights actually go scouting onto the flanks for troopers to kill. Or workers, rather. I know it does resurge a new line of knights, but it's in 22 crossbowmen. And at this stage, like, the archers are just a really effective cannon fodder. Just absorb the shots, right? Like, if you don't have horsemen there, that's fine. Just throw away these trash archers to kill the one thing keeping Anatan alive. Sacred Sites are still locked in, but that's going to be fixed soon. We got one archer contesting double villager. That's quite comical. Scout on the west side. Is this a fight that Anno could win? Well, only 6 lances feels very doubtful. Nonetheless, got to try to contest. The Sacred Site win condition removed. Knights also now scouting out the workers, and that's it. Anatan, as soon as the Sacred Site gets decapped, he calls the GG. Doesn't see any way back into this. Great play by Wham to show you actually how to solve for Anatan's scary Chinese archer build. Yeah, like, considering how effective we've seen Anatan with this build, that was impressive out of Wham. So, early lead for the Canadian. Reminding you why Rus Opa deserves the bans. China not able to overcome. Now, this is actually kind of where I get worried for Anatan's draft already, because we mentioned the Knights Templars already in there. French is decent. Marlians is like a shoehorn pick. You can slot at most places. Anatan's definitely not dead on the draft, but if he goes 2-0 down before Knights Templar gets whipped out, I'm worried for him, man. Kawasan is the likely play, so we're probably looking at Shushi versus Knights Templar on that map. I think that's pretty much locked. I think Ezra is going to be leaving us soon as a co-caster. Sag. Alright, we are going Kawasan. Wow, okay, so he just like says, screw it, let's get out of the way. I guess you have to address it at some point, so like, you know what your pick's going to be. You might as well punt it now. If you fail, it's a quicker day. If you succeed, like, you're not just going to potentially go to game 5 just to lose inevitably. I think this matchup is still, like, close, but based on recent results, it does feel like it's starting to lean more and more Knights Templar. In 1 sec. Yeah, Wham 1. Thank you, Faplop. I believe Ezra is about to go bye-bye. Say bye, stream. No, that way. That's the shiny light. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. He's got the hiccups. Emma. Hey. Always gonna keep every time he drops his stuff, he moans. Okay. He's going outside. He's going to get some sunlight, some vitamin B. All right. Kind of a funny time, actually, for my baby to be taken away from me. Because I feel like this will be the perfect time to hear someone crying. That's right, water's back. No, it's Kawasan, though, so don't worry. It's a matchup designed to entertain. We've definitely had a lot of fun with this one recently. It is going to be that good old-fashioned Knights Templar up against Shushi. It's going to be Wham on the south side, playing as the Knights Templar, going up against Anatan on the Shushi in this best-of-5 semi-finals, folks. Game number 2. Wow, really solid execution in G1. Honestly, the Knights Templar, the way I've been seeing them played, I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at 2-0. Especially with the way that Wham's capable of delivering. Now, Shushi's been a little bit interesting, folks. Shushi, we've seen 2 versions of this Civ played on this map. One is you play into the fishing, you play greedy, and that's when you anticipate your opponent might potentially block you with 1-2 spears. The other is if you don't think there's any aggro coming, you send Shushi straight for the center of the map. Because Meditation Gardens on this spot right here are capable of generating upwards of 170 resources a minute pre-5 minutes into the game. Just think about that for a second. Process it. Because that means that you could end up having, well, like what? You have 18 villages at that stage. A village is worth about 30 resources. So you're ending up with like a 30%, 40% buff to your economy at that stage. It's crazy. And I think that's the crazy play that our boy Anna is looking for. He hasn't moved out for the dock at all. It's going to be a 5-worker pull here. Yeah, but the location's kind of sucky, actually. Like, where do you put it? The Medigarden might just about slot there, but, like, Wham can actually lame you here. He can just run around in circles wasting your time. Yeah, he's staying close just in case. Now, remember, you want to move forward to them because they can actually catch you off guard, and there we go. I think that's the spot he wants. So Wham's going to predict that. He blocks it. Anno has to go deeper. This is probably his best option. No, wow. He's not going to let him have it. Please, please, just let us build for the love of anything. You're going to have to take the knee on this. It's going to have to be a weak one. Yeah, it's still decent, but by, like, Kawasan standards, kind of rough. So he ends up getting, like, what? I think that ends up being 84 food. Wait, he's... Anatan, no, man. Do not remortgage the house to gamble again. Oh my god, are you kidding me? He actually sneaks it. All right, golf clappers in chat right there. That was sick. I cannot believe that worked out. That was like a millimeter away from failing again. So, Meditation Garden on the way. This one, by the way, is substantially better. Look at what he got there. He gets 4 berry clusters. So that ends up being 144 food per minute. 4 minutes in a game of Age of Empires 4. That is insane. You can see it in the raw eco count, right? 16 workers, we said like what, 30 per worker, 35, let's say. So you're getting like 4.55 villagers worth at a stage where you only got 17. That is a 35% buff to your economy. It's powerful, so powerful. And it enables this follow-up, aggro play. Dock drop comes in, but Anno's not done there, folks. He's going to go for a double docker. Logic here is he wants to start scaling his own fishing while being a pain in the butt for WAMs. I think this is quite smart strategically. In the early days of Kawasan's arrival back in pro play, Shushi would just completely take a dump on you with this play. Then people adjusted. They started adding a second dock early, so they could always outscale you. So what's the change now? What's the way you beat them? You balance yourself. Set up your own economy to scale and minimally invest in attacking theirs. Logic being, if they want to keep this alive, they're going to have to add in a lot more boats to clear you off this point. Let's check on the predictions, by the way. I'm curious how you guys came out. 41% for WAM. I guess a lot of people have been struggling with this Shushi build then, huh? I mean, it's pretty powerful. I think once you can get beyond the pain of it initially, like especially civs like Knights Templar are capable of dancing against it. Yeah, because you have to remember, like, Knights Templar's biggest weakness is when they age up, they lose out on so many workers. But, like, whenever you play water, there's loads of reasons why Knights Templar look broken on water, but one of the big ones is you offset all your eco weaknesses and bolster your strengths. It's a civ that gathers quicker from wood than any other civ in the game. They also get food when they gather from wood, right? Because remember, this civ doesn't need lumber camps. They don't waste time on that. So just being able to supplement for fishing is just an overwhelming edge for this civ. And it's one that still has people debating how, where, and when it should be nerfed. Double stables. Okay, so we're just getting mass Chevalier, which is intriguing, actually, because Chevalier are technically kind of sucky against Shuganu. You know, they'll still win 1-1, as they should, but you have to remember that Chevalier have less armor than standard knights in feudal age. It means they can't mitigate all of the Chuganu damage. Like, repeated crossbows will do damage, double the damage, in fact, that they would deal to French knights. I know, we'll begin with the racks as expected, just because it's logical counterplay, right? But that should lead WAM to consider archers as a follow-up play. I think this is where Knights Templar can, like, get a solid little lead, is by forcing you down the wrong counterpath first. But the bounce back is going to be, like, if they status quo and everyone just gets fishing, I would say I favored KT a little here. The only concern is if you play long feudal, you need to understand when to end the game. Because if the game moves towards Castle Age and you've blobbed a bunch of archers, Nesta Bees is, like, the biggest threat imaginable. I'm curious, actually, if Anno just tries to lean light on this age and play tech. We have got warps going up. That's smart. Yeah, he's just trying to weaken the Sacred Site play, because look at this spawn. I don't know what happened here. That feels like very, very close to the base of WAM, actually. That's crazily close. Which you don't want, remember. If it's too close, you won't generate a lot of gold. So yeah, spawn RNG definitely not on WAM's side here. Even more so when you consider that it was a staggered spawn where you spawn a little bit offset, so you have what I call a home pond. So your home pond, like, as a result of that, it just put you way too close. Like, preferably, you would have liked to have seen, like, a central spawn, where both players spawn right down the middle. So just suck it up and deal with the 88 goal for now. Oh, by the way, can you guys hear the trampoline and kids in the background? Just need to know if I need to close the door and sweat myself to death. So Archer's now arriving. And Anantan already aware into the repeater crossbows. Not skipping a beat. Blacksmith also on the way. This is a big deal, guys. Look at WAM. He hasn't got Blacksmith yet. He's adding in additional archer ranges. I'm a little bit worried for him, actually. Like, the initial clash is going to be really hard because of this. The only upside is he is at least aggressing, which means that he can run away when he sees the threat. He's going to cost him that pretty meditation card. Yeah, so he clears the dock. I actually think Wham dealt with this in a very calculated fashion. Like, one spear and one archer ship is not crazy. Because you want to have boats to protect against the delayed dock from your opponent anyway. Now you can bring the fight towards that archer ship. You're seeing Antan doesn't want to give over all that delicious food. Chevalier are going to try to sneak in, creep in here. Okay, a little bit awkward. The sheep actually haven't converted across, so they're just basically snitching. They're letting him know when gold gathering's happening, but good reaction so far from Anno. Tricky part is like Wham still looks scary despite the fact that Anatan got Steeled Arrow. I'm a bit shocked by that. I mean, you'd expect Anatan to be in control, but it's the knight value. Freya's come to get Ezra's toys, bless her. You take it. Flash coming in. Still no undermesh. Chevalier going to forward. Archers need to clear the spears. Chevalier can actually win this fight. Like, there's not enough Chuganu. No, the archers are going to be able to trade out nicely there. He chases on in, and Anatan... I mean, I would be questioning this too if I was him. I'd be like, wait, what? How am I losing this fight? I got my blacksmith tech. He ignored it. The reason, folks, is look at the raw eco. It's 16 fishing boats to just 13. Anatan is behind on raw eco count. At least when it comes to meat. Yeah, sure, he's ahead when you look at this detail because the tech up. But Wham has made up for it elsewhere. Overwhelming lead in the range department now. And it's forced Palace Guard out of Anatan. Yeah, PG basically to try and muddy the interaction between Archer and Spear. But I'm starting to feel like Wham is pulling too far ahead here. He's now getting Steeled Arrow. And if he wins that fight without that tech, imagine what the next one's going to look like. It just continues. And he's also just pushing directly into the production lines of Anatan now. This is scary. Like, if you can't actually maintain a defense at this stage, you're dead. Right? Because it means your opponent can camp and kill the new troops. So kind of a do or die moment here. Has got the undermesh queued up now. This is still pre-Steeled Arrow. The Wham has additional Chevalier arriving. And the most annoying part is like all these new troops running past, they're disabling some of the food gen from the Medigarden, right? I guess the trade-off of annoyance is like Wham, when he A-clicks with Selectal Army, is griefing himself. This keeps happening. Maybe it's a good thing, though. He backs up, and that's going to buy time now for Steeled Arrow plus the Undermesh. 20 military lead still being maintained. Some of that is a lie because it's boats. But a lot of it is pure just land melee. What does Anno now do? I mean, he's kind of locked in, right? You can't rush age. Your opponent's built quite a big archer force, so if you try to tech, he could dive you. So you're going to have to keep scaling Cheek, probably like 30, 40 before you feel safe. I think that gives Wham a lot of flexibility here. Like, we're seeing Chevalier being scaled up. And I said the Chevalier can lose to Chuganu. It can, with tech advantages, with the quite sure. Like, even numbers. But the scary thing now is, like, if you start to show weakness and a requirement to just keep playing on feudal, Wham can play this like a poor man's French. Scale 15, 20 Chevalier, and then just go castle. And with the upgrade, you automatically increase your armor to the point where these Chuganu do no damage. Very worrisome location right now for Anno. I believe we are maxed out on fishing now. Yeah, 20 fishing boats for Wham. Anatan up to 21. You don't really want to add more in at this stage. You're going to be depleting the deep waters quite consistently. In the meantime, like, you're already actually depleting them. The idea is you want to get burst gathering right now to get an edge. Woodworkers are hella efficient? Yes. It's crazy because remember, like, you're saving regularly on 50 wood for lumber camp. It's also the fact that you're not walking, so you're not losing efficiency there. And also, remember, on top of it, these woodworkers also generate food. It's not just the wood. Apparently, these people are barking mad. They literally eat the tree bark. And Anton, I like this trying to get mischievous with the gameplay, but the problem is you're Doc is already out here. In fact, yeah, both your dogs are on Wham's side. He could take them both out here. Needs to be a little bit respectful of the potential for a demo ship. So probably see him move inland just a little bit here. But Anatan, wow, he's taking that space to go next stage. We've got Mount Lu Academy on the way. Tricky though, could end up costing him both the docks. Wham's not too far off teching himself either. And Anno's only using 4 workers, so it's not quick. Might dive in, just chip damage here or there, right? Like 5 worker kills in total. That dock is gone. Now I can knock on the second. Anatan likely to pull a villager out just to now construct here. That's where that gate can be useful to protect. Look at the read. He knew exactly what was happening. Because, like, why would Anatan ever let you take out that dock unless it's greed? Jano already queued up. He's only 35 seconds away from castle himself. I think, what, Anatan, are we just looking at a Palace Guard spam? I think so. He's queued up the regional inspection. Remember, that doubles the supervision rate for the taxmen. So he's just trying to vomit the numbers while he does have the food income above 1,000. Medigarden is definitely dead now. Wow. Well, did you know? Remember, that's going to buff up pilgrim rates as well quite nicely. Already at 96 gold. Yeah, it's weird. One's 88, one's 96. Remember, it's based on where the pilgrims spawn around the TC. So if they spawn further based on their start location, they'll generate more. It's a very weird interaction with pilgrims, I find. Yeah, like this one here, 91. Okay, they both spawn forward, rather. Interesting choice. Tries to poke at the fishing. The Wham already with the archer ship. Make sure that he's safe. Veteran sees queued up. Chevalier's about to hit in a few seconds. He actually jumps ahead of it. 4 seconds out. The archer ship's joining in as well, though, which is what makes this fight really awkward for Anatan. Realizes it backs away. Still heavily outnumbered. About to be outgunned. Veterancy on archers coming in just 20 seconds. With the Chevalier count this high, it gives him an answer to the Palace Guard. Really wants to consider rushing under mesh too, though. There we go. Gets it queued up. Still a minute away. So I think for Wham, the idea here is just to be respectful. Like, you have a pretty cool army, but it could evaporate to Chuk if you jump in. Even 23 Chuk. Anatan, he's using the time wisely, though. It's going to be a pivot into crossbows. My only concern is the archer backline. Wouldn't be surprised if Anatan considers adding in some Nesta B soon. A 50 archers is definitely justified. And, like, right now, if you don't do that, what is your real answer? Oh, you're talking about, like, the KT wood gathering numbers being lower? That's the deceptive thing when you talk about these different calculations, right? Like, I've heard this highlighted about, like, Order the Dragon, for example. Order the Dragon Guild of Villagers gather quicker. So you think, like, they don't fall behind on economy. But then the point that people made is, well, if you're gathering quicker, that means you're dropping off more regularly. And where that's a problem is, like, when there's a lot of walking involved, right? So just because something's quicker or slower is very deceptive, you have to calculate in walking time. Walking time is the biggest factor affecting gathering rates on units. That's another reason why HRE is so absurdly good. If HRE had just the gathering rate but not the extra, like, capacity, they wouldn't be anywhere near as ridiculous as they are. And we are getting the siege now. So Nesta Beast is on the way. Love that he's repairing the Medigarden. Definitely worth it for what it gives. Wham. No pivot just yet. Still just Archer plus Chevalier. OTD have more capacity as well? Yes, but they have a worse gather ray, and then it's like meant to be the logic if you have less units. Blah, blah, blah. Big backstab though. Yo, Chevalier! He catches him overextended! What a move from Wham! Pushes him back in the choke points. The Palace Guard are now overstabilized a bit, but the Nesta Bees only just started spawning, and Wham! He has the numbers! He has the votes! He's looking to be El Presidente of Kawasan. Archers just dive in. One Nesta Bees is irrelevant, folks. It's not enough damage to clear this fast enough. He's dead. He's done. And Wham is going to make it 2 on the board already. What a sick timing. This Canadian, impenetrable and unstoppable. Oi, oi, oi. What a madman. Dude, Wham is switched on today. I think Louis going to have to be on his A game here. Good lord. That was sick. Okay, so 2 on the board. Anno is in deep waters now. Deep doo-doo. You've got Receding, Dry Arabia, Frisian. I guess it's like Mongols for Frisian. Wham has English. Dry Arabia could be Delhi. And you could play, what, Byzantines there, I guess? And then Japan for Receding. Unless he wants to do the Mongols, but I always feel like the Mongols feels a bit cheesy. Jean's not too bad in Receding, actually. Is another option. We are going to Receding. It's actually going to be English on Receding. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do work here. We talked about this before, right? Like, the reason they work quite well is because, like, their farms are very cheap. And you can stay condensed for things like the White Tower. We don't often see it, though. It's more popular to do things such as the Lancastrians. All right, let's get Predickies up. Just a few seconds from in. Whew. Hanno only picked Mongol to deny Wham. I think it has some leverage here itself. I think it's a bit of a bait pick on Receding, but like it has historically made a lot of sense for Frisian. Alright, let's get ready to roll. We need to flip the score. We've all been sleeping on English. I can't believe I said it. But you know what? They turn up, they win in surprising fashion already once today in that semi-finals between Louis MT and Dimu. Could they do it again? Could we get a second Frio semis here? Wham is looking to make it so. English pick on Receding, our map that got introduced in the Hymns Cup because it represents that weird uncle in the family you don't speak to too often anymore. Anatan, on the other side, is going to choose Mongols. Mongols that quite often has felt like a bit of a bait pick on this map. Remember, this map has the Forgotten Ruins, which generates stone if you garrison a villager inside. Very powerful for a civ that can double pump units, but the timings have always looked a bit off. I think quite often for Mongol players, the issue becomes they want too many of these Forgotten Ruins at once. And it comes at too high of a cost. So let's see how the two want to approach it, because so far, we're not seeing either player moving out. The Uvu is there, though, and Anatan is now on the move to the center. Interesting. Yeah, so he didn't keep the Khan on the Forgotten Ruins. So it's going to be stables beginning. Makes sense against English. Like, you don't ever really want to build spears. Horsemen are going to keep their value. Very good at diving onto English villages because they use short bows. So that's why he's thinking about this play. And it gives him the means to capture these Forgotten Ruins. Now, the interesting thing is you can actually look to do things like capturing these POIs very quick on Receding. Because on Receding, folks, most, if not all the sheep, are going to spawn directly around your TC. Almost within starting range. So you just run a quick circle around the edge, kind of like this. And then you drop off. And then you're good to go and do other activities. Personally, I quite like it. I don't know how the pros have been feeling about it. I haven't heard any negatives about it. Like, for a game that's been having quite a lot of issue with pros' opinions on RNG of sheep recently, I kind of dig what this map does. And I'm hoping it's something that inspires the devs to find an overall solid solution to just fixing the sheep RNG permanently. By, you know, giving us alternate activities and making that one less oppressive. Do we not have Gamba? Oh, set. Let me fix that. I need to get more mods. Poor Faplop gets overworked. You guys like begging for subs gifted, and then you also begging for Gamba. Have mercy on the poor lad. So, first Forgotten Ruins captured. Council Hall already on the way. I really rate this build with English on this map. It's crazy. We saw it actually against Lancaster. You guys remember that one the other day? Really sick timing. I think it was it Anatan versus Mirror or something like that. And he just shut him down. He wasn't able to even get the White Tower up. He got pinned by Lombos permanently. interesting predictions. A lot of people believing in the power of Anatan here. I mean, he does already have stables to answer horsemen. Now, interesting thing, by the way, he didn't open horses, he opened scouts to try and remain efficient with capturing Forgotten Runes. I think he just didn't want to reveal what he was doing, per se. Because obviously, if you go horseman, you're already saying to your opponent, build spears. Just build scouts, he knows you're going to have stables, but you haven't committed a ridiculous amount of resources to the play. Especially when this gives you the Forgotten Runes to pay back in a different way. Wow. Good time just to go check in. I mean, he knows it's going to be Deerstone. Reminder, this map does not have any trade posts. And not everyone can be as legendary as Dumu trading with the enemy docks. Also, on this map, you don't usually see enemy docks. First Lombo's queued up. Wham is balancing it, by the way. Spears plus Lombos, just courtesy and respect to the fact there's a stables to begin with. The funny thing is, like, he captured all these Forgotten Runes, but I'm pretty sure Anatan only ever garrisoned one of them. Was that worth it? For triple scout? I'm not even sure if it's entirely necessary. You probably could have achieved similar with, like, what, one extra scout plus the Khan, save yourself 130 resources. The only other thought I could have here is that Anatan wants to do pro scouts, which with 5 on gold, it looks like that's what he was trending towards. I'm skeptical, though. Lombo Spearman on such a small map, like, how are you getting pro scouts home? I mean, this map, the problem is, like, there is at least a flexi option of deer on the south side, but it's all convenient towards the same location. Like, if Wham just cuts like this, yeah, this is brutal, guys. If he just camps here, you can't easily use the production. It's found decent timing at the moment, because Wham actually didn't build enough spears, but more are on the way. Whoops. That's going to be minus 2 LBs. Okay, so great. Wham, like, he went a bit too greedy on the timing here. He dove beyond the Uvu, and Anatan, pitch perfect on the reveal, gets the double Keshik spawn, pushes him back, and now I'm growing in confidence here. Like, I thought Anatan was rushing pro scouts. He had me worried. Felt way too greedy. He reallocates the gold. It still seems like he's holding on to the dream, but that dream is more realistic now. You can see the path to it. Wow, I'm having to take risks. I mean, this is the other awkward thing. Like, look at the vision. The way he's playing, he wants to know what his opponent's doing. He's almost got a dead scout. If this guy goes down, he's riding blind. This actually is pretty bad. And this is why. Dive in, Keshiks. They get in on the longbows. Workers have to pull out the short bows. Against Keshiks, not going to be super impactful. And the spears are getting outnumbered. And oh my god, Anatan. He's getting pinned. Wham behind this has got some sheep at home, but not much. Only 5. Cleaving down those spears one by one. Short bows trying to help out. They still triple Keshik. More coming. Anatan, is it going to be double pump? No, not quite yet. He's got archery range being prepped. He's also going to start moving out into the Forgotten Ruins. And that is going to be a GG. He's woken up. The beast is in the arena. And Anatan is not backing out that easily. All right, I'm impressed. I've seen so many Mongol picks just look like a full jabet and lose you the game. But he just allowed Wham to overextend into a trap there. Elegantly executed. It gets Anatan on the board finally with game number 3. Whew. Wow, a quick one. All right, well, have fun with that not coming back, okay? Change background? Never seen this? Wait, what are you on about? Oh, that. What did we... Oh, like, we changed it to be to do with the IQ. Because change background, basically, if we don't have the green screen up, I'm not going to, like, I can't. But if we don't have the green screen up, what I do instead is I change the thing that comes up on the LCD cap. Which we'll do in a moment. Alakazam. Boom, there you go. You got Pony. No, it's fine. It's just like I had to change it because like it's with the current setup, it's awkward to have the green screen up. So we just haven't been doing it at the moment. I don't know if people prefer the green screen or like this nicer background with things in it now, which I need to populate further. Let's do Banjo-Kazooie. Hell yeah. Look at that guy. What a legend. Are those Pokemon games in original packaging? They are indeed. Remind me afterwards and I'll show you. He's alive! That's right. Anatan has got that breath of life to come back in this series. Semi-finals, game number 4. One and all, we've got the Japanese coming out for Volta Esports Anatan. Meanwhile, Wham of Team Canada, not a real team, has got the Malians on New Frisian Marshes. Let me update that. It's not receding. We just had that. We got Frisian, and Frisian looks very different. Very odd. I don't know if you call this Frisian at home or the one from the shops, but there's some changes that happened to this map, folks. The trade post got moved to the center. The big golds got moved to the flanks. And overall, there seems to be a little less sheep than there was in the past. So very different version of Frisian than you guys are used to seeing historically. Curious to see which civs are going to come out on top here, because I think it is a different enough map that the dominant civs are before, like Abbasids, Mongols, HRE, aren't going to be the go-to bread and butters anymore. Maybe Mongols, I could see. But funnily enough, actually, you can see by the draft, that got used elsewhere. Anatan had to use that to clutch it up in game number 3. I want to get the Titan on the IQ next. I don't know if I've got a Titan. I need to go download one. I like my gifts more than like my statics is the problem. Not everyone like gets good gifts of the different Might and Magic units. I think I got like the Crystal Dragon, Centaur Captain, the Azure Dragon, and the Zealot. Which, as a small child, I used to call them Zealots. Don't judge me too harshly. We'll see if we get the full Zealotted time in this series, because this is interesting, Anatan. He goes for the dock opening on Frisian. Yeah, this is a strategy open usually to like Japan, Abbasids, Ibids. Those guys all have some sort of discounted variable that makes it worthwhile. You know what? That's a smart discounted use to get your hands on a sub. What is up, Jonah? Appreciate the Prime sub. Reminder, guys, always drop in the Prime subbos. It is a free way to support the channel because you've already paid Bezos for the month or the year. So why not just reap a little bit back from him? Don't let that billionaire afford another Lamborghini. You guys know how many Lamborghinis I have? One Lamborghini, and that's in GTA 5, so it doesn't really count. So 13 sheep, 19 on the other side. This is a really good start from Anno. Obviously, he started on the wood, which you kind of get a little bit of with Malians because you want to build the houses, but they've been more actively gathering on the food from the sheep. Another nice thing, I love this from Anno. He's exploiting the fact that you have the berries spawning super close to the fishing. So he drops the dock. The dock functions as a drop-off location for workers as well, and puts the villager on the berries, and the fish remain for the fishing boats. Now, you might be wondering, why would you do that? Fishing for villagers is quicker than fishing for fishing boats. Yes, but a fishing boat can never do these berries. If the villager takes some fish here, he's taking a job from a fisherman, right? And that's just a big no-no. You don't mess with fishermen. You never know what they might put in your canned tuna instead. You never know when you're going to end up going into like a sandwich shop and being sold something that isn't even tuna. Did you guys hear about that? So you can guess the brand. Apparently there was like a brand that was serving tuna for the sandwiches, and some tests were done across multiple stores that discovered that there was no signs of tuna in the meat. I think it was made up of like chicken, pork, and other things. And his hand. Getting that burn damage in. This is a nice thing about Japan. Like, the Rax is just so cheap, it enables this. And you can always come back for a deer shove afterwards. I do love, like, when MOK comes in sometimes. Like, I don't eat fish. Okay. No one asked. Okay. You know, like, I don't eat nuclear waste, but I'm aware of Chernobyl. Villager's going to come in to try and actually repair, but nice micro so far. Anatan should be able to poke this away. Yeah, going to force the second worker. He is idling bringing back the sheep. And it's quite a lot of sheep, but this is the benefit of having the fishing, and it's going to force a full repair. Wham. Has to bring 5 out here. Expensive on the walk time without wheelbarrow, plus the additional cost of repair. He actually still hasn't even completed the repair. Was he trying to get into a fight here? Okay, it's getting a little bit weird with the aggro, man. I don't think they're going where Wham wants them to. And there's still more spears coming. It's kind of crazy that like, Wham's been so much quick on the tech up, but it's been a struggle to keep this up. So finally the first archer comes out. Anatan, happy with that, is backing away. Courier Storehouse already on the way for a player who also did go for that fishing, remember. So funnily enough, the only fish that I eat is canned tuna. So I like, since I started exploring the worlds, I expanded my food palette a lot. But fish has always been the weird one for me. I think it's the look and the texture that keeps me away. Whereas canned tuna I had when I was a little kid. It's weird because like when I was a really small kid, I'd have things like, you know, fish fingers, which I think is cod. In, like breaded cod, right? Yeah, like I came very close to trying sushi when I was doing an event in Poland, but our cast took too long, and when we went to like eat it, like, you know, when it's just like it's coming down to room temperature and it's almost like it's the water and the humidity, it makes it look like it's sweating. I was like, nah, dude, I'll pass. You know what the weirder part is, chat? I've had what was it? Was not lamb tartare. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was lamb tartare I've had, which is a very weird one. It's not like even beginner tartare. Ooh la la. Looks like we've got the second pit mine already set up. Wow, I'm just taking advantage of the fact that all the golds are close enough. Got a nice little triangle here to generate. And he is prepping for fast castle. Anatan on the other side. Is he going to try to aggro? He is. He's adding in horsemen. Interesting. Still only 1 pond, mind you. He hasn't inflated. I guess you can't really afford to now against Fulani. We have cheap, fresh tuna and salmon in the UK. I mean, we are kind of close, but, you know. Sushi's the best. I don't know. Like, one day I'll get around to trying it. There's just, like, there's certain things challenge-wise, right? Like, when... You gotta keep in mind, as a kid, I was super fussy. I didn't even like chips. Wouldn't even eat pizza. It's like, I've come quite far, funnily enough. Most things, I'll just say, hey, what the hell, I'll try it. Why do Calvin on this map? Because he doesn't want to contest out on the map. Like, Japan is kind of surprising against Malians currently. You'd think they can't play against you because they have crappy Yumi and you have really good javelins. But that's actually the problem. Is like, your Yumi die fast, sure, but they're always overkilled compared to jabs. And then Japan has another bunch of buffers around, like Horsemen, where they're able to buff them up doing Bannerman. They actually can mirror quite well into your feudal army, I've noticed. It's really weird. You don't want to believe me when I say it, but it's just a raw logic of having more crap beats less crap, which overkills the little crap. Overkill is worthless. It's not like we exist in an RCS where if you hit a unit that has 10 health for 100 damage, it spreads. It's just you've basically wasted 90 extra damage, right? Now, what's interesting is actually going into Fulani and Sofa flooding is how you win this as Malian. You can actually just beat the crap out of the Mounted Samurai with that strat. And then at that stage, Javelins actually maintain decent value against the Onimusha. Yeah, I'm content if I eventually regret not trying sushi earlier. I mean, it'll just make me enjoy it more when I get it. Like, you know, I didn't try hummus until, like, 2019, 2020. I don't regret not having it earlier. Sometimes, like, not having something earlier makes you appreciate it more when you have it, you know? Like, people who have to watch ads on Twitch and then they finally get a gifted sub, they're like, oh my god, this is incredible. And then they need to remember the incredibleness and just remember to renew. This is sick, by the way. You don't see this anymore. Onubugeisha is actually like the secret counter to everything that Malians want to do in this age. Because Malians don't want to build archers against you. In Castle, sure, but in Feudal, it feels bad. You want to build Javelins and Donzos. Onubugeisha annihilate both of those units. Not even close. Well, funnily enough, it actually looks like... Did Wham get a sniff of this? Yeah, one Bugeisha shoe up. That's sick. He noticed the one amongst the rest. He's already scaling archers. Talk about soul read. Anatan, love the fact that he's prepping an age up behind this, by the way. He's keeping pressure up, but he's not losing sight of the real win condition. Feudal isn't the be-all, end-all. Not with this type of map. There are certain maps where you could try to get close to a GG in Feudal, but Frisian is super defensive. It's very hard to get in and ultimately shut people down. All right, ones if you think Wham's going to win, twos if you think Anatan is. Let's see where people's loyalties lie. I mean, we're sitting at what? 4 ranches? Not too bad. The fishing is also running out soon, I believe. Yeah, he's got 570 food left there. Anatan is ready to pull the trigger, and Floating Gate is already on the way. Okay, good map control, relics, central bound. A lot of this makes sense right now. And Wham probably not wanting to rush out, because if you rush out, the Yuumi can rush in. That's the other awkward thing, is like Wham has to be anticipating the age up eventually, so you have to keep adding in a lot of Donzo. They're going to be your solid answer to Mount Samurai. That means, like, you know, can't really risk rushing out into Yuumi. You also just feel like you have to hunker down to protect that scale into Cow. I think he should be able to now just flood. The tricky part is, like, we can see he can get away with flooding. Yeah, he only just scouted in. So now I think... Did he glance it? He's going to get confirmation soon. I think at this stage, you probably just rush Fulani without completing the ranch. Logic being is, like, as you're actually teching, you'll be able to fill in the last of the ranches. This has become quite a popular play. It used to be we always saw the maximum amount of cows and then a tech. Now, usually around, like, 13, 15, you just start the age up. Because by the time you complete it, you'll fill out the remaining ranches. What happened to Lenok? Honestly, no one's sure. We know that he retired, but, like, there wasn't really a big hoo-ha about it. It was just very much a fizzle out. Guy just disappeared one day. I miss him. He was a positive force. I really think we benefit from having people like that. He was so wholesome. I think Lenok might have been the closest thing to Viper that AoE4 had, well, outside of Viper himself. And what I mean by that is, like, did you guys notice that no one... I've never, ever heard anyone slander or say anything bad about Viper. Maybe I just didn't see it in the early years, but, like... I always rate Viper as the perfect Age of Empires ambassador. I've never met one person that had a bad thing to say about him. Probably the closest is that he's too damn nice. And yeah, like, Lenok kind of fit that too. But the problem is, like, Lenok has less international reputation for it because obviously he doesn't, like, speak very good English. Lovely guy. I miss him. I'll always remember meeting him, and he had this mouse mat with him. It had some stuff written on it from his wife. It was like a love message from her. It was adorable. Yuumi scale continues. And they're vetted up. The problem here is, like, Wham, like, you're not going to completely lose the fight, Jav versus Yuumi, presumably, but you're not going to trade that well anymore. The DPS is starting to leak through, so backs up. Gets the Fulani complete. Wham only has 12 cow garrison inside, but the good news is the veterancies come fast, which is why Anu isn't diving. I think if this was like another Civ with normal veterancy timings of a minute, you might have seen him go in. Yeah, I'm trying to think like the other obvious one that we had in AoE 4 was Grubby, right? I think Grubby is the other one that fit that. And that's no offense to Grubby. I just felt like Viper was even more wholesome, which is crazy. I don't know. Maybe we just need to see the version of Grubby where he has like a kid. See what it does. I remember when I like saw the Viper announcement, like they're having a kid. I was like, dude, he'll make a great dad. Okay, so anchor down in the center. Love the outpost from Anatan. Just gonna give him vision against any rotation potential out of like a few sofa. And also, like, this is the poor man's keep. Especially for Japan, you kind of have to. So, like, if you want to go Sacred Site win condition to force your opponent, this is how you do it. Just get this up, get a Spirit placement in, you're good to go. Dumu's pretty chill. Dumu's like, it's not that he's not chill or nice. Dumu's like, how would I describe it? A bit more unfiltered and very much like your atypical British guy would love to go down the like pub and have a pint with you. You know what I mean? Viper is like the wholesome level we're talking about is like, it's ridiculous. Have you ever met one of the people? You ever see like the kind of skits where someone's like angry because the neighbor is so nice? It's almost like Ned Flanders' level of interaction. Where you're like, you just got Homer there trying to annoy him. I always imagine Viper to be like that. Like, okay, how would I actually get this guy to tilt? So double Sacred Site unlocked now. Relic's coming home. This is looking really solid for Anatand. He's scaling an eco lead because I believe, did he? Yep, Yorishiro dropped the TC on top of the worker kills. Now, the fishing's already ran out. Yeah, he just purged the fishing boats, which is why you see this worker kills. It wasn't actual worker kills for Wham. It's just they got deleted. The top AoE4, AoE2, which is still a much larger game. Why would you go and give it up for AoE4? I think it comes down to like what you'd enjoy more. The funny thing is like Viper still enjoys both. It's not the only one. There's other people, like some of the top people in AoE2, casters or like players, that actually still have a lot of love for AoE4. The thing you gotta keep in mind is like if your audience is AoE2 and they didn't want to convert, like what do? Do you sacrifice your income entirely? Like if it doesn't make sense, right? Like if your goal is like, okay, I just like this game, then play it in your spare time and then focus on what makes you money. Sadly, that's how it is sometimes. I've got a creator on my roster who tried to switch his main game because he was sick and tired of it. And then, like, he realized he needed to go back because it just wasn't financially viable. The Daimyo level 2. Anatan's getting the full comp, man. So it's going to be Yumi Bannerman plus the Uma Bannerman. Wham doesn't really have that many Donzos, to be honest with you. I'm a bit worried. Ranches, like, they actually still haven't been filled up. That's crazy. 15 in the 20. I guess he's feeling like he needs more urgent presence than just eco. He's going to be able to block that relic grab. So he's able to camp 2 of these. The funny thing is actually, like, look at what Anatan done. He took the more risky relics first. So very difficult now for Wham to contest, which is why I think he's just focused on getting more army instead. And he's about to even the count. Now, this is very interesting. We've got better quality archers for Malians, but better quality cavalry and melee in general for the Japanese. The key here is going to be the mass, right? Like, if you have this idea, you're saying military, I've got better this, you've got better that. It comes down to breakthrough. Like, obviously, if the front line of Wham breaks too fast, these mounted samurai are going to run and mock. And I think that's why Wham's now pushing hard into Sofa. Makes a lot of sense. With the import armors, you just want something that can tank. Used to donate to get him to do crazy things. Yeah, I've seen that before. I used to do that a lot with like streams when I'd done different games. So I think one of my favorite ones, it still makes me smile thinking about it, is I had a guy who used to watch my streams a long time ago called Gakochi. And what we would do for Gakochi is he'd come in when I was playing Apex streams, Apex Legends. And he'd be like, yo, this game, you have to use this gun. And for every kill you get, I'll give you $1. And he'd always give me like the ludicrous ones, like for those who don't know, a P2020, which is like just a basic pistol. We net like 15 kills. It's like, all right, I'm pairing up. That stuff can be really fun. The Dick having that and 5 relic gaming for Anno. I think his pacing is right here. You're seeing how Wham is just awkward. He knows that this is scaling against him a lot. He needs to do something. It's just difficult, especially with mass archers, right? Like, you're basically leaning towards a very big fight instead of raiding. The sofas can eventually leak in, and with his patience, you're going to reach a point where your opponent will be exposed on those flanks, right? Because he's playing onto the fish already. I wonder, does Anno just try to get ready for an imp timing? This is feeling a bit weird, right? Like, the Yumi count getting this high. It's a little bit overkill for the Donzo count. I wonder if he would benefit more from just leaning back harder on Mounted Samurai. Probably feels like he needs to keep a balanced check just because of the ease of which Marlians could start spamming Donzo's full. And also, if you ever reach a point where you're starting to dive into the enemy base, like, Yumio is surprisingly good at worker kills compared to Mount Samurai. Like, in quantity anyway. Mount Samurai 1-to-1 better at killing, but, like, in mass, it's just the move, A-click ranged attacks. Which is what he's doing now. Clash comes in. Mount Samurai dives straight onto the archers, forces the Sofa reaction. Difficult here. The Yumi are not going to have a high impact, a kill rate against those. The Donzos are starting to be exposed as well. Mount Samurai health bars ain't looking too pretty on the south side, but the north is overwhelming here. Just not enough to convince him to commit. He backs away. The Sacred Site timer is still ticking. Anatan, he understands there's a realm in which you overplay your hand here and you give a decap. So he's just trying to drag this out slowly. Smartly played, because at home he is setting up more farms around the TC. Like, kind of at a semi-weak point here, right? Because you know the fishing is going to be limited. He doesn't want to throw it all away. And yeah, with Shogunate complete, this is where the farms get really, really good. Do I feel like Stonewalls and Feudal are still a problem competitively? I think they shouldn't exist in competitive. It just doesn't make sense. The only way you could have Stonewalls exist in Feudal is if they were heavily devalued on their health, and we're talking to like the point where Rams could maybe 2-hit max. I just don't think it's worth that change. Like, if you allowed Stonewalls and Feudal, competitive play would get a lot more tanky, a lot more campy rather. I really don't think people would enjoy it. To watch or to play. It kind of like feels as if you had Stonewalls in Feudal, you'd be going for the blast of the past of, like, you know, old school 2022 meta where you just always go fast castle. I know we get a decent amount of fast castling, but I'd say we also get a nice balance of Feudal play these days that just wouldn't be possible with Stonewalling. I strongly disagree that Stonewall should be illegal in Feudal. I have heard the arguments, but just don't agree. Got it. That's like when someone goes, I strongly disagree that, like, the world is round. I've seen the argument. I've seen the camera. I've flown around the world on a plane, but I just still don't believe. Like, at least give an argument as to why. All right. Argument here. Who's going to win this fight? Big clash coming in. The Mountain Samurai line. Still looking sturdy. Donzo count is a little bit limited right now. I love this. Wham. Look what he done. He went for the ram to clear the outpost, but it's also going to pause the timer, which is forcing Anatan to commit to the fight in a way that he didn't want to. Yeah, and this is where things get worrisome. That poison trickle damage is stopping any deflective reactivation. Anatan, was he leaking in? Yeah, he did send 1 or 2 Mount Samurai in, so there is some damage on the flanks, and it's stockpiling up now. Almost a 20-worker lead. Wham. Tricky predicament here. The front line is broke. He's forced to retreat, but the Yumi just so good at chasing this down now. This is the moment that Anatan has been waiting for. 3.5 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory. And a strong and sturdy position, right? Like, the TC has paid off with the Oroshiro drop. The farms are now flourishing. There is a risk. I think we do have Sofas now trying to flank rotate. So a mirrored move after what the Mount Samurai done. But the time is not on Wham's side anymore. We've got 3 minutes until a win. And yes, Stonewall Towers are allowed in S-tier tournaments. It's just you need to go age-free. So, like, the reason why Stonewalls haven't been banned in casual play is because casuals do enjoy it. But, like, what works for casuals doesn't necessarily mean, like, it's competitively viable. I'm always reminded of Bastion at Overwatch release being broken if you asked a bronze level player. But it was unplayable at Grandmaster because it sucked. Right? Different shoes for different people. Whoa, wait, is he shooting him away from the side? What just happened here? The Mount Samurai got heavily injured in the last engagement, right? And Anatan, his count is lower than it's ever been. What? This guy has a 22-worker lead? And I'm not sure he can hold this anymore. He's got more outposts coming up, which is smart against archers. But I don't think you're going to be able to hold the Sacred Site at this point. Yeah, Ram's going to creep on. It's a trickle of Mount Samurai in, which against the Toxin archers is not going to work well. And now with just 1 or 2 surfers arriving, you see how much they can absorb from the Yumi. The full shot load just to kill him off. It takes multiple rounds as well. Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you consider how much more expensive Mount Samurai are than Sofa. The fact that they're dying at the same pace in this fight. Now, the outpost is problematic. The Sprinal placements can actually annihilate a lot of these archers on the dive, which is why it's a bit awkward. I think Wham just wants the cap and then wants the out. Even finds a few worker kills. Like, this is the moment. You've done it. Congrats. Firm handshakes. You could just walk away, but instead, he sees advantage. Keeps on pushing. Workers trying to build up archer ranges on the front side. Not a great idea here. Does get blocked out. Sofa chases them away. Continues to push beyond the outposts. And folks, we're talking about multiple Springle placements. There's triple Springled here. Yet despite all those defenses, Wham has been able to remain here this entire time. Yeah, but was the cost too high now? That's the thing you got to ask yourself. Finally retreats. Technically could have left a lot earlier. In fairness to him, he has got a lot of eco advantages elsewhere. The pit mine does need to be rebuilt here. But he's out on the map. He has got fishing as well. Nanatan, before he had enough troops to go raiding, now he's down to just a mere 5 mounted samurai. Poison arrow is kind of crazy. Dude, I think poison arrow is like, it's very subtle sometimes. Especially in those scattered retreats. Just the coup de grace onto a few of these archers. Not to mention the Mat Samurai. Absolutely crazy. And Anna behind this, I mean, yes, the decap happened, but another wave of farms getting added. He's up to 33. Almost all of them. Actually, yes, all of them bar one are in Shogunate range. So that means he's getting a 60% gathering speed buff. Fish still exists for him, but he's not really playing as wide anymore. I think the idea is, like, Anno was so focused on that Sacred Site win condition, he condensed himself to that location. While Wham took advantage of that by playing wide. Extremely wide. I mean, look at this. The amount of workers and wait, what? What a place to raid with Mount Samurai. Between that 20 eco lead, Sacred Sites have been renewed. I mean, militarily, Anatan is closer to PopCap, which is important for the idea of like a Castle of the Crow timing. Castle of the Crow is really good on this map. You just drop it on the closed Sacred Site between the two bases, and then you gradually play towards a key drop here, which then secures the trade route to the trade post. You could actually technically just drop the Castle of the Crow on the central Sacred Site because your base has a Castle of the Crow as well with the Shogunate, i.e. a giant-ass rocket launcher. Why no mangoes? For who? For Wham, the Mounted Samurai could like sneak in. Yumi also just like, they're already so squishy, it feels really weird to use mangoes against them sometimes. Wham, he's going to be like, probably thinking that Anatan can't do it either because he doesn't really have like a reliable front line before. Now with the resurgence of Mounted Samurai though, I think this is kind of shocking. I don't think that Wham was expecting this much food income still. Yeah, he thought he had an overwhelm. Anno, despite that though, maybe overextending here. Yeah, he didn't feel it at first. Sofa's peel him away. Center of the map control is getting a little bit shaky. Anatan has actually lost archer mass to the point where the damage is almost irrelevant. Now, meanwhile, these archers with poison arrows still a big assister. The Sofas are never designed to win the fight on their own. We'll mount the archers as a fallback plan. And micro on point. Wham, just not really giving anything over for free. Anatan, he's trying to creep outpost to be a nuisance, but can't help but feel, in a weird way, things are slipping. I don't, it's odd, right? Like, militarily, he's losing. Economically, he's winning. These little shenanigans on the flanks are pretty smart because it's the only way that Wham can keep pumping like this. We are up to 20 Mounted Samurai. I thought after he cleared the Yumi, Wham might consider Donzo's, but he's sticking to Sofa. Which, guys, just a reminder, 1-1 will not beat Mounted Samurai. It's an impossible fight for them. Wham. Well, he's starting to sneak by with the Sofa. I like this instead for them. Like, they're kind of terrible for the direct fight against this many samurai, but as raiders, they are super effective with the faster movement speed. It's interesting, actually. Like, Anatan has done a great job of just minimizing the exposure points of his eco. He only really comes out far for gold. And that makes sense. Like, there's a lot of safe wood. He's still got reserves at home. It's also the farms. Like, he just made that lean quite quick. Remember, he only played, like, what, two free berry slash ponds? Whereas Wham went for all of them, the whole kit and caboodle. Crazy that Wham's still in this game. I mean, welcome to Mali and Fulani. Like, this is what it does. It's insane. Think about the gen here. All right, so like you get 90 per, you've got 6 ranches filled up. So that ends up being 540 food. But then with the cows, you get an extra 20, right? So you're 18. That ends up being 360 extra. So you're getting 800 food a minute from the Fulani and the cows. Half of his food income is infinite on this spot. And it's scalable because like it's not going to use up pop cap later on. On top of that, you know, you're kind of adding in extra villages in a weird way. It's kind of like manners in that regard. Make no mistake about it. Make no doubt about it. If it wasn't for that, like Wham would be dead. Like he wouldn't be able to afford Sofa like this. I know. I think we're kind of reaching the threshold of what Wham can do to flex against this. Like look at the economy, look at the farm count, and look at the population. We're reaching that stage where Imperial becomes inevitable. So Wham's got to be feeling maybe a sense of urgency, like a fight needs to happen soon. Humi are going to be cheeky diving in the base. There's a few more worker kills. Could Anatan actually afford that? This is getting a bit crazy. We're now up to 41 Mounted Samurai. And Sacred Site Timer as well. I guess this gives him the flex mobility. Like, long-term, Mounted Samurai might not be sustainable at this count. But he doesn't need to sustain. He just needs 5 minutes. Right now, he's looking overwhelmed because check what's happening. It's a split. The archers have to rush back home. The Sofa's getting intercepted. The Mounted Samurai are looking to deal with the melee away from the range mass. 6 strike. Now he goes deeper. Anatan able to start diving onto the workers. All this just designed to buy even more time. Archers are now going to arrive for the defense, but Yumi are backstabbing them. Anatan extends the worker lead. It's now going to be a double up. 54 to 102 eco. We finally found the Malian limitations. And Anatan is pulling off the miracle reverse sweep here. We're going to that game 5. Oh, baby. These two are delivering a set. Chef's kiss set of that. So mark it up on the board. That is going to be a win for the right. Japanese versus Malians. Which means we are going to decide this on good old-fashioned Dry Arabia. Pick-wise, I mean, it's French Byzantines, right? You don't really want to risk Jean into French, I don't think. I don't know if you really want to risk... I mean, Jean Jean feels great if it's a Delhi pick in theory, but terrible as a French pick. So probably we should be looking at a French Biz matchup. Yep. Just the standard El Clasico. Well, feels like a Clasico with the Byzantines at the moment in my eyes. We see it quite a lot. So French versus Biz. Mark that up. Choose prediction outcome. And then we'll get ready for our deciding game. Whew, we might have a long day after all, folks. Oh, reminder, guys. Check out that giveaway when it pops up. When you see the links pop up in the chat, we're doing an awareness campaign with AMD right now about their new PCs, as well as their new GPU they just launched. And if you want to win one of those GPUs, we are giving away a 9060 graphics card. So check it out via the link. See if you're eligible to enter. And then smash those giveaway entries so you can be able to chance to get your hands on a pretty damn good card, especially if you're on a more budgeted build. And no, redraft only happens in BO7, so not going to happen here. And what did I miss from Kicks? Do you ever worry that divide between pro play and casual play is going to hurt the community as a whole? I mean, that always happens. We can discuss that actually as a beginner. It's pretty cool as a beginner. I like when you guys bring up these type of discussions. The epic battle continues. That's right. Click on that link that just came up. The epic battle continues here in the semi-finals. A deciding game number 5 between Anatan and Wham. One and all, welcome back to the channel for our second semi-finals of the day. This is epic, man. What a turnaround of events. I thought this was over. I thought we were done. We were getting a 3-0, but Anatan says no. He takes us all the way deep to decide it on Dry Arabia. Byzantines versus French, a matchup where I actually think there's a really cool dynamic. Either side can take it. It's not a stomp on a draft. I would give maybe a slight edge on French based on recent execution and the Pro Scouts meta. The Byzantines have their own bite, especially if they can start to set up those olive groves in the mid game. So, fun discussion coming in actually from the chat. Do you ever worry that divide between pro play and casual players is going to hurt the community as a whole? Now, first of all, I love these questions. Always keep them coming in. I like having this kind of feel, especially the early game where not much is happening, where we can have a divide of like, you know, commentary on the game. And almost like a podcast, I guess. So it's always a challenge you go through. You essentially have to decide, like, who are you catering to at the end of the day? I've seen games almost kill themselves over this. Apex Legends is a pristine example where for a long time, they catered to the pros. They built up a huge audience there. And then they tried to next snap pivot into catering to the casuals. And, like, that doesn't work. You've already catered to the pros. You've kept the pros. And now you're alienating them. And then they tried to pivot back because they want to make everyone happy. So step one is realizing that everything is a niche and you cannot entertain or facilitate everyone. You have to identify what your market is and play around it. So how do you approach that then? Like, should Age of Empires 4 be designed for pros or be designed for casuals? I think within this game, there is a way that you can balance a middle ground. You should lead with balancing around 1v1s and less pro play. But you need to make sure you design fun elements and also leave the wiggle room where casuals can feel good. And we had discussions about this where like some tournament rules will allow that flexibility. Apex had moments where it done this right as well, where Apex Legends, its tournament ruling was you played a number of rounds until someone reached enough points to unlock the win condition to win the tournament. That's how you flex. Same way that Age of Empires 4 flexes itself with the whole idea of you cannot build stone walls in feudal age as a pro player in a pro tournament. But as a casual, you're free to do that. That's a fine divide. That's actually like, it's not too convoluted or ridiculous that it's alienating. You do have to be careful of those rules. If you make the pro scene way too different in rule sets to casual play, it becomes very confusing for people to follow. And that's where usually you can have things like different game modes come in, right? So like, for example, Dota 2, most people will never experience draft mode. But as a pro player, you have to do a drafting phase. Similar with Age of Empires 4's pro scene, we have a drafting phase. You don't do drafting in casual games. So that's the way you can actually like balance catering to both. At the end of the day, you can try your best to always middle ground it, but you will always lean one way or the other. And you'll see this in all kinds of games where like Overwatch will try to consider the casuals, but ultimately you're going to balance the different heroes and whatnot around the pro win rate configurations. And like, I think the most obvious polarizing difference you can see in AoE4 is when you look at Order of the Dragon at low level versus high level. At high level, it's kind of like a little bit annoying at times, but it's mostly the shrug. You're not scared or concerned. At the low level, it's a noob stomping civ. It's the easiest way to get wins imaginable because people don't know how to deal with men-at-arms. So, Grand Winery coming in. We don't have to worry about men-at-arms here. We're going to have to worry about those Royal Knights that everyone moaned about at launch, especially those of Golden rank and below. It is going to be Pro Scouts play. This is to be expected. Spawn is a little bit rough for Anatan. It's the double deer stack to the south side, but it's not really in an area where you can deer shove it. So kind of annoying for him. He could try to spend some time with the scout doing so, but he's probably going to gamble for additional sheep. And for good reason. He's at 8 sheep currently. Wham only actually seeing at, what, 13? So not crazy. And actually, the berry spawn is pretty good for Anatan. Yeah, like ridiculously good towards these tree lines. Why did we redraft a best of 7? So the logic is, and I have to double check, so I think we changed the draft format so we don't now. I'll double check with Chim. Because we have just reintroduced a new draft format. Like you guys remember from previous weeks, we had 4 bans, now we have 3. The idea and why you have redrafts in longer tournament series is to stop things getting stagnant. when you get deeper in a draft, it's very easy sometimes to reach a point where you've just lost because of an outdraft. Now, you can say that's part of the design of the system, but it's very boring and underwhelming as a resolution. So we do redrafts so that players have a little bit of flexibility left in the chamber. If you're outdrafting your opponent, you'll keep outdrafting them. But at least they have, like, a slight comeback mechanic. It's not overly oppressive. Like, if you outdraft your opponent in the initial phase for the first part before redraft, that's still a big advantage. It's just instead of us snowballing advantages, we give comeback mechanics. And what's up, Type Aerodubs? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Do we spam nearly to get KPMM renewed? I mean, you should like at Age of Empires, create Reddit threads, go wild. Don't be toxic about it. I wouldn't say harass Nilly. I don't think we need to harass Nilly. But definitely always feel free to publicly support these things. If you want to see more of these things, like, you guys have a voice in the community. You know, part of it is turning up. And funnily enough, when you have a voice and you talk about how great Age of Empires 4 is because of KPMM, or, like, you know, awesome clips get submitted and posted and retweeted and whatever, that's marketing, dude. That helps immensely. So never be shy about that type of thing. But remember, I always say always be positive. That's why I was very big on this when we had, like, Red Bull and some people want more players to be there. I'm like, I get it, but let's try and actually hype up that we get it presence there. Let's try and make it something special. Positivity goes a lot longer than negativity when giving feedback. Surprisingly enough. It's not about fluffing someone and making them feel special when they don't deserve it. It's more about, like, people could invest their time and efforts in so many different things. If you want them to invest it in you, you gotta give them a reason to. Look at this. Reason to go Lombos. That's curious. Yeah, Anatan's, like, I think one of the bigger fans of this type of build with the 1-1-1. A lot of people in this matchup would actually just go Jav plus Limitane. Curious what the mindset is behind Lombos here when you know your opponent's going to be playing Archer Knights, as it is the bread and butter of French. I do think that this type of comp, like, Lombos actually has a really cool scale point towards Castle, but it does suck for getting access to a new unit type. Like, why would you ever want Landsnake against French? The interesting part as well is, like, when you're against Pro Scouts, you'd think there would be this urgency to come out your base, but I feel like Lombos does the opposite, if anything. It feels like Lombos keeps you stuck in your base because they're so immobile that you don't want to risk getting caught out of position, you know? I wonder, is Anatan's win conditions really just Castle Age? I mean, it has to be. He's just trying to slow down the deer retrieval, which he's done quite well with. We might actually be seeing a sneak here. Wham! Creeps by unseen. Yeah, because, Anatan, he sent the scout across map to see what's happening. A little bit awkward, right? Like, you're guarding 2 deer here, while 7 are going to be removed from the south side. Why do scouts whistle and scream so much? It's an audio indicator. So typically, what will happen is you'll hear a whistle when a scout sees something that's the enemies. So he's literally whistling to you as the player to tell you that something's happening. So if we watch here, it should happen when he goes north. No, come back. Okay, it would happen. I think there's an internal cooldown, so it won't just whistle all the time. But we should see it happen when he comes in. It's pretty smart, actually. I love these type of mechanics. They're very underrated. Like, I'm always reminded of, like, a classic one, which was in Fear. Fear would have things like, you know, kick over cover. Or in general, there you go. There's the whistles. So in general, like, when you play an FPS, this is very smartly thought out of sound design. It was thought of a long time ago. When you hear someone say, cover me, I'm reloading, you kind of feel immersed. You're like, oh, wow, the AI's talking to each other. They're not talking to each other. It's an immersion strategy, but it's also a player feedback strategy, because now you are able to consciously register, oh, right, the enemy is reloading, so I could actually peek out now and try to shoot. Same with cover me, I'm flanking. Yeah, sometimes sound is, like, very much slept on in gaming, how important it can be. I mean, for immersion purposes, like, you know, Claire Obscura, the music tracks, got it. But even just as, like, strategic indicator, things like the scout whistling is a big deal. So a thing on the drafting, if the reformulations see the same civs all the time, is it not boring? I'd argue, like, Civ's going to be played multiple different ways. People throw curveballs all the time. And I'd say it's more boring for someone to feel like the game is over halfway through the series because of the draft. And like, I like to think not all people are like that savvy about drafts to realize that, but enough have seen enough matchups they can kind of feel it with certain maps and whatever. Okay, so Anatan, he's scaling into the Limitani pretty hard. We've only got 10 Lombos, but he's on the double berry batch now with system scaling. Yeah, just one away from maximum level. That's now coming in. This is where Byzantine economy kind of surges. It's going to get a 26% eco buff, which is going to put him ahead of Wham. Wham's only got a 3 worker lead right now. Normally, by this point, you see 1 or 2 worker kills for French. But Anatan has done a phenomenal job of defending himself. Yeah, hasn't really left himself exposed at all. While also just slowing down pro scouts continuously. AOE4 sound is great. Yeah, I love the developing dialogues. I've said before that one thing I really would change is just like more visceral animations, for sure. But the sound is great. Outpost set up. Golden Horn Tower on the way. Anatan is hitting all the timings, man. And the way he's able to do this is the berry spawn. Like, he reacted very well. I think if he didn't have this type of spawn, you'd see about 8 more groves by now, and a tech up wouldn't happen. Wham. Has he got the soul read here? Understanding his timing is good enough to know what's really happening. He dives in. Lombo count is not that high. Goes to the trade out. Limitane have to react. Anatan has not built any additional horsemen. So it doesn't have a clean answer to this archer mass. Nice. Well, they might actually have access to just dive in. Getting the remaining Lombos. And yep, that reveals the tech up. He now knows. This is go time. Akratoid gets activated. Anatan, all hands on deck to create a front line here. He's it quick and dirty. Rushes the villagers back over instead to complete the tech up. He realized the knights are going to beat him at this rate. We'll look to beat down on the workers. Tech up complete. Archers will find additional kills here. The knights trade out as best they can. That is now a 10-worker lead for Wham, but he's an entire age behind. Lombo's still alive. Veterancy is on the way in. 20 seconds remaining, though. Additional knights coming through to make his life uncomfortable. And more workers to go down. So Anatan, he may have got an age up, but this game is far from over. Wham's guaranteeing it. He doesn't have the Knight Master just raw tech straight away, but he's pinned his opponent down. He's peeled back a substantial amount of his worker force to the point that the system is only really bringing you close to the French economy again. He's technically now behind. Brilliant timing as well from Wham. Kind of scary because, like, when you saw that dive, the biggest warrior I don't think he had a scout with him. He was very close to not revealing it. I wonder if Anatan had actually steered towards the tree line instead, Wham might not have seen this Golden Horn Tower. And he might have treated that dive a little bit different. So, yeah. It's kind of the predictable nature, though, right? Like, someone's going to steer to defend the important thing. And just great game sense by Wham to realize what it was really about. Needs to start from scratch. Veterancy for Limitane is on the way. No, the outpost gets denied. Dive in again. A lot of injured workers, and the lead continues to build. Any hopes of Wham coming back are slowly slipping. Anatan Rob come back is slowly slipping away here. Archers spawn just to die. I think the knight count is too low for Wham to commit anymore, so we'll just take the tech. But we're hunkering down, man. Look at what Wham just done. This is so Wham-like. What? You've got your opponent pinned. You're killing him. You're attacking. He has nothing to stand against you, and you're walling your entire base. That's crazy. But we know Wham likes to play this way, right? Like, consolidate. Same reason why we're getting Guildhall instead of Institute. In fairness to him, like, Guildhall, I think, is the go-to norm again. Most players will just lean there. Mangonel Towers, I think, is what's going to keep Anno in this. Yeah, the Catapult's a little bit too painful to deal with. The Wham will look to show some respect. It's also a case of, like, you don't have veterancy on Knights yet. Lombos will beat you. And they're just reluctant to give it over. I mean, if we do the maths on this, you've got the 26% buff. That's going to add in an extra... What was it? 9 workers About 9 workers. So that puts you at 45 eco compared to 55. Like, you are miles behind. Even with the olive oil, you're really far behind. To make matters worse, Wham can very easily now play Monastery and just rush relics. He also has Guildhall to scale. I think Anno would need to go 2 TC to recover here. And that's difficult when your opponent keeps barreling Knights. And this is why Pro Scout French has just remained very, very strong in Season 10. Getting 10,000 food allows you to keep rolling Knights across the map. If this ever reached the stage where both players are building farms on equal economy, yeah, you're going to favor Byzantines. But when are you ever doing that in the current meta? Baits the army away, sneaks in, and no. Is he gonna get seen? More villagers going down. If Wham scouts this early, I'd be shocked if Anatan gets away with it. Even if he completes it. No, he gets seen! He bails on it! Land stakes are terrible here against the Knights as well. Barely any damage. Lombos at least trade out with the archers. But villagers going down, and this is just getting grim, man. Like, stop it! He's dead! Akratoy defense has to be used here just to try and sustain, but this TC's still not up. There's more Knights coming, and this is starting to feel over. Yeah, it just feels like any smart comeback idea that Anatan has is being read and counterplayed. Cataphract play is interesting, but against French Knights is difficult. He's got Limitana coming as well, but... Oh, Freya wants to say bye to stream. Say bye-bye, Freya. What you say? You say, I love you, stream. You can't get up, darling. You know you can't. Day's not well. Say bye-bye. Say bye.
Bye-bye!
Say bye-bye, Anatan. Freya, let go of the mic. No, let go. Thank you. Oy, oy, oy. Oh, this is, like, he's just not giving up, man. I've seen Byzantine comebacks, but this is like a whole new level, right? If, like, Byzantine comebacks are a 3-layer cake, we've added a 4th layer to the top. You guys didn't hear that. She said, love you, stream. And wait, did he steal the relic while I was fighting with Freya? Yeah, he did. While I was fighting with Freya with a microphone, he fought for the relic. So what? Did he won't even let him have one? Okay, this is reported for bullying. He still can't get it up. Not like this. All right, he'll be able to pull workers now to finish it. But this whole while this has been happening, the guild hall's starting to accrue. It's 440 now. Doesn't sound like a lot, but we know how that snowballs. We've seen it time and time again. So TC complete. Well, I'm just going to say screw it and just maybe 2 TC and then tech or something. I don't know. I mean, the baity part here is, like, I think why is Anatan not GGing? So the reason why Anatan is not GGing here is, like, Pro Scouts is limited. It has a point where you have to switch farms. And Anatan is playing one of the best farm transitioning civs in the game. Now, he still has that farm issue. He's going 3 TC. I mean, olive groves are efficient to scale into, right? Like, that's the fort. This is such a low percentile comeback chance, though. The good news for Anatan is, like, Wham is only 1 TC. That can also be the bad news, but, like, after the amount of Knights lost in the last dive, I don't think Anatan cares too much about the all-in timing yet. Getting the yellow dollar on this game. It's not even 10 p.m. Wham needs to chill. Wait, what? Yeah, like, they're both just working together. This is collaboration to make Louis weaker because it's later in China. Little do they know, Louis works in reverse. The later it gets, the stronger he gets. Louis has this secret power where he takes a, like, break in the middle of the series, has a coffee break, and when he comes back, he's unkillable. Chinese beans, man. Chinese beans. So Wham has been gathering stone. Is this just going to be a castle drop to buff? Yeah, he deleted the monastery. Didn't need to, right? Oh, he actually does. Like, wait, where did... He split it between two? Yeah, down here. Some weird monasteries. All right, what do you think? Who believes? I just need to check. One's in chat if you think Anatan's going to win this. Two's if you think Wham is. I've got like a delusionometer right now. You just need to measure the levels. Because like we should be seeing more twos than like what do you see a lot of twos with? We should be seeing more number twos than a sewage pipe cleaner on a busy street of people who eat way too much curry. You know what? I need you guys to get busy clicking that link. Go. Quick. Perfect moment to shout out AMD as we watch Anatan gradually try to scale back into this. I think it's like the history of AMD's stock right now. Like trying to make that long road to recovery. I just don't know if it's going to end as well as it did for the Ryzen series for Anatan here. If he can rise up high enough. I mean, the eco count is actually struggling to get there still. It's free TC in the corner, man, but like you've got nothing to work with here. Like olive groves can get you pretty far, but they also have limitations. You're going to need other things like gold eventually. Nice, now diving in. Mangonel towers are being prepped. He has got stone to work with, so it can be a solid defense strategy. As can Akratoy and tanking with your villagers, I guess? Because that's what he's going to have to do here. This is ridiculous. How is this guy not dead? Lombo's sniping out that back line first. Just trying to enable any Limiton he can get out. The Trickle of Troopers comes in. It's going to be shutting down some of the farms. But, like, remember, we're still in a game where Wham has not made a farm transition, folks. He has got a grand total of 0 farms. So this has to hit. 6 knights, 6 more in queue. Now 30 worker lead. And Wham has so much gold, you know what's coming. Look at the guild hall. It's time. This is the thing, like, other civs doing this would have to panic. They're going to run out of resources. French are like, okay, I've almost got the guild hall ready. So I guess you go for like a red palace drop in the enemy base, right? Like, he hasn't got much in the way of firepower. What, pull 20 villagers? Drop a red palace next to the second TC? And then siege in? I mean, I know, like, he has got some lombos to snipe you if you do that, but it's not crazy. 12 isn't out of this world. If it was like 30 lombos and you tried that red palace, then you'd be a psychopath. I guess there's the bigger question, like, does Wham even need to drop a red palace like that? He's still got double boar to play with. He only just moved up for it, so he's not going to run out of food straight away. Co-roll cannons? No, dude. We're talking about how, like, Frenchmen the game, not Byzantines. It's always funny in this matchup that a Byzantine player will build more royal cannons than you'll see in 10 French games. And there we go. Red pass forward, not crazy, but it is going to block out one of the viable gold options. So Anatan only has this up here, which is always being watched by Wham. Okay, so like now it's over, right? This is the alternate history line where the Rising doesn't win. We live in the world where AMD is baller. Oh, wow. And actually, he's catching it in the perfect moment. Anatan trying to go for the gold. It's pushed back in. Red Palace almost complete. And then it's just going to be elite text and roll. Can even just add in a cannon to deal with these really annoying Mangonel emplacements. How many farms are we up to now for Anno? 39. The problem isn't farms now, though. It's gold. He's got liquid gold, olive oil, but Without gold, there's no way to transition now. Siege Workshop immediately gets dropped. Cannon gets queued up. This is looking like the beginning of the end, folks. I think we're going to be seeing Wham versus Louis MT. Just feels on lock now. I know some people will be like, why did Anno stick in so long? I kind of respect the way he tried to play this. Like, it was a low percentile chance, but for a while, Wham was committing constantly into the base on diminishing returns. Like, you have to remember that that first big strike, like this big squishy target, you know, think about like being a vampire and sucking the blood out of someone. Right? Like, you can keep on sucking, but the more you suck, the less there is to suck. Make sense? Like, another way to think about it is like in RPG terms. If you're level 80 and you're killing someone who's level 5, it's not going to be worth much XP. So there wasn't an argument from Anatan's perspective that like Wham was overcommitting to killing him. So he played this low percentile comeback opportunity, but I can't really fault him. It was a sudden game. I mean, you went all the way to 5 games. You had to punt it. There's no punch it Chewy moment here for him now. Not with the elite text complete. Next fight should be Wham's deal fully sealed. TC already being sieged, just trying to force them out. And the problem is, with all the missile resistance, Lombos can't really counterplay that. Only thing really missing is University Techs. If Wham wants, he can get them. He's got 2.4k gold. 3 Sacred Sites, 4 Relics tend to do that to you, you know. Wait, is there a gap? No, no. He doesn't really need a gap, though. Direct fight is just a lot more desirable. Incendiary Arrows is now on the way. Even without it, these elite archers hit hard enough to contest Lombos. Only difference is the range, but that matters little when the clash gets this close. Knights are going to be able to swarm through. Limitane to fall. Villagers now going for the rush to try and deny the cannon, but there's enough archers and knights here to kill them all. And no hope in hell of Anatan making it to another grand finals. G to the G. It is going to be Canada rising up. Wham returns to the GFs again. Commiserations to Anatan. Insane series. Almost made it work. Almost achieved the miracle comeback. But the Canadian King cannot be denied. So, we are going to be seeing Louis versus Wham. I'm going to double check. I wouldn't be surprised if they want a minute or two just to stretch their legs and whatnot. We'll confirm that. Possible they're just ready to draft straight away. Some players actually like it that way. But reminder, we're going to be having a BO7 next. So BO7, every single map will be seen. No bans this time, which means that you are going to be getting Gorge Beginner. We're going to be getting Four Lakes, Alopecia, Dry Arabia, Receding, Frisian Marshes, and Kawasan. And let's reset that. So highest seed, I believe, was Wham? Because he won. It matters for who gets first pick, basically. And we'll set up for a BO7. Nice. Oh, let's get some background music while we vibe a little. By the way, while we wait for them to set up the draft, big reminder that we are being sponsored by AMD this week. If you guys want to check out the new latest and greatest AMD PCs, be sure to go through the link !AMD. SunPower has got a bunch of different cool PCs set up there on their site. Some of them actually quite reasonably priced for the amount of power you're getting in them. But the other thing that you guys love, do you guys like free stuff? I know you like free stuff. You love free stuff. You know how I know you like free stuff? The amount of people like, give me a free sub, give me a free sub. Well, here you go. How about a free GPU? !giveaway, and you can enter a giveaway for a 9060 XT. These bad boys are capable of competing with a 5060 Ti, but doing so at a much more efficient bang for buck price. Now, that won't matter to you because you might win one for free. But if you don't, maybe you want to buy one and you're going to realize how cheap they are. $350 MSRP, which is pretty damn good for the power you're getting out of these graphics cards. Really big shout out to AMD coming out to sponsor us again. I know you guys love them. You keep turning up, you keep supporting, and that's why they keep on coming back. So when you see those links, click them. Usually it's an awareness campaign. We've got some awareness, but this time around, we've also got a prize to give you away. Just go through there. Make sure you log in with like Facebook, Google, or Twitter. And then you'll get loads of different sign-up options to give you an increased chance in winning this beautiful graphics card right here. It's not quite as beefy and magnificent as mine, but it's a lot cheaper. Yeah, I think click on the link wherever you're from and then find out if it's available. We've heard like 1 or 2 countries that it's not available in so far. I don't think it's just UK based. I think it's maybe Europe. But definitely give a click onto the AMD one. Can I alt tab without lagging and crashing? Yes, it's been fine. Ever since, so what it was is like basically the reason why reverting my... So the reason why just reverting didn't work on the... One sec, let me copy and paste that across the other chat. There you go, YouTubers, you can enter as well. The reason why it didn't just work on the reverting the driver for our GPU is because it still had residual from the previous one. So once I ran the AMD cleanup utility tool and got rid of the old driver and then reverted to our previous driver, we were fine. We got no issues anymore. And then for the other crash we had, I just made sure I updated my BIOS and I haven't had issues since. So yeah, a little bit of a weird one, but all resolved. So BIOS should be drafting by now, I think. Yep. Draft underway. Fantastico. All right, guys. I'm quickly going to grab a snack. I'll be right back while they draft. And I'll eat a few munches of a protein bar. So I'm starting to feel peckish. Good lord. Yeah, it's already been almost 4 hours. And I forgot to eat straight before we start. So I'll be right back 1 sec. I'll run... So the draft just began. I'll run 2 minutes of ads now so you guys are safe. Oh, good lord. My balls are not having a good time. Dude. I feel like a car that's going off-road without any suspension. When is the final start? In a few minutes. So basically, because they're doing the draft, and we'll be in like 3 or 4 minutes, I took this opportunity to just eat one of these protein bars. These protein bars are so messy, by the way. They're tasty. It's just a nightmare. I don't know. I don't know if like... I don't know. I'm mixed on this one because like they taste good, but it's like a protein bar. You want something clean, efficient, easy to eat. But it's just so chocolatey and messy. So question him, in football, when one time is losing, why not resign? Because it wasn't Frio. It was making a comeback. Like, he was actually doing quite well. It's just in that final game, like, dude, like you've gone all the way to game 5. You might as well play it out at that stage. Hey, M-Lord. I think for the next time in BO7, you should remove the third ban and allow one more pick. Isn't this the same pick ban that's being used by EGC and SteelSeries? I think so, right? It's an interesting idea, because I think we have the repeat pick after, is it game 6? I think we have the repeat pick. I'm just double checking to confirm. So, drafting rules. For best of 7, players can replay a civ they lost with after the 6th map. Yeah, one that you lost with. I guess it is like a little bit complicated to remember. But yeah, I think that's the one that like everyone's going with. It's an interesting idea though. So, remove a third ban and allow one more pick. I'm trying to like figure out the mutations of that because like obviously there's like basically there's 2 picks right now getting through that are high prio. That would lead to there being, I think, 5 super powerful like charge picks, right? Because you'd have like Rus, so Rus, HRE, Knights Templar, China are all like top. And you got like Shushi, Byzantines, I think, and like House of Lancaster. And yeah, Abbasis has been picked at the very end. Keg W. Sorry, just finishing off eating this quickly. So you guys don't have to worry. So, boys are setting up lobby now. Reminder, the way this works. BO7 now. Every map played, we start with Gorge. And then, after game 6, you're allowed to reuse a civ that you've lost with. It's a very interesting little twist. Let's check what they've got for game 1. Well. It's the pick I talked about earlier today that I was shocked that wasn't getting used. Delhi on Gorge. Delhi versus Rus. This is meant to be Rus favored, right? I've seen a few players navigate it quite well with Delhi, though. Like, most notably, I think, was really solid at shutting down Delhi picks. Oh, sorry, Rus picks with, like, Delhi Flood. Gonna pick Abba on receding? I'm not sure about Abba for receding. I think it's too slow. Like, where else could he pick it? Maybe Alopecia? Not sure. Wham, yeah, Wham is a big fan of Mongols. I mean, they're a very smart strategic pick in most competitive drafts because they aren't the go-to giga-busted civ pick, but what they are is they have a lot of flexibility, right? They're a very good dynamic pick in a reaction to certain other strategies, right? I see Mongols primarily as a blocker pick to certain civs functionality, not just an overall dominant one like a Rus or an HRE. Not saying players shouldn't play when they have a chance, but it's up to them to decide. Exactly. Like, dude, like even in football, like you go 4-0 down, they still keep playing. And yeah, it's called football, by the way. Like, I think only... Is it like soccer? I think it's called soccer by, like, America, Japan, and maybe, like, 2 other places. It's not just Europe that calls it football. Let's go for something a bit more edgy and fitting, by the way, music-wise. Alright, so the boys have started. There should be a 5-min delay, and then we should be in. It just, like, we had a slight break because, obviously, Wham just played a set and wanted to stretch and whatever else. Is rugby not football? Soccer is OG. Wait, what? What is happening? IQ combined to chat is on the down low. China calls it Zuki. Okay, let's go. Let's get going. It's not mum because in French it's, and then you just say like mum in French. It's like, okay, yeah, but bro, come on. Stop calling rugby football. No, dude. Like rugby is more manly. Remember, because in like in American football, you wear all like the all the padding and whatever. And rugby is just psychopaths that might as well be naked, jumping at each other. It's soccer because you sucker at it. You know what? You guys don't suck at clicking links though, right? Perfect time. Literally got like 3 minutes. Click the link. It just popped up. Why are you not doing it? Go check it out. Yo, you want me to sweeten the deal? There's a giveaway. Exclamation mark giveaway. Go check it out. I love AMD. My boys. My beautiful PC. Fully AMD powered. Always a reminder, by the way, clicking those links does support the channel. Even if you don't buy anything. Awareness campaigns is a thing. They're hard to come. I feel like they're harder to come by these days, actually. The fact that they keep coming back is a really big shout out and a tip of the hat to you guys. Incredible. America calls it soccer because England calls it... I think America calls it soccer because they're like, we can't seem to win at this sport. Let's create like our own version of the sport and we'll call that football. What a spicy matchup. Dude, I'm hyped for it. I was just saying, Blade, like we've had a lot of gorge and like Delhi gets drafted, it just doesn't get picked. I think in like the Dumu series, actually, like something was crippling him. He didn't pick Delhi in the opener. He picked Malians against House of Lancaster. Oh yeah, like I get that like soccer term was made by English, but we just all accept it's called football now, you know? Like you can create something and decide it's a bad idea, you know? Like Frankenstein creates a monster and he's like, oh, this may have been a little bit dumb, you know? Like it's all about growth and awareness to be able to accept that something was wrong. English soccer clubs, but they're not called soccer clubs. They get called football clubs. MUFC, Manchester United Football Club. Oh, mate, this is the perfect song to hype us up as we get ready. You don't understand length by football fields? I mean, I thought, like, the only universal measurement that men understand is inches, and we all know why. I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. Yikes. XR. Dude. Why you gotta do him like that? I mean, isn't like... I'm pretty sure it's called like Manchester City's also football club, no? MCFC? THFC, Tottenham Hotspurs Football Club. Charlton Athletic Football Club, was it? Pretty sure most of them are football club. Liverpool, yeah, Liverpool Football Club. Ipswich Town Football Club. You. Somehow not dead. All right, let's get ready to go. What happens to viewership? I don't know, man. Is ARE4's directory viewership not down in general? I'm not sure. All right. Hype it up. Welcome back to the channel, one and all. It's grand finals time. That's right. Midweek muster number 28. There is only 3 more of these. And this one's going to be a treat. Louis MT up against Wham, first of his name, in a best of 7 to see who is best ahead of the next S-tier tournament. Wham will kick us off on Gorge with the Delhi. A Delhi pick that has not been seen much here, which is quite surprising considering its historical dominance. Let's see if that has been seen here frequently. With the new draft system, Roos have been slipping through quite a bit, and usually are first out of the gate for many a player. Louis does not hesitate at that idea. Delhi versus Roos. Matchup that actually a lot of players I think have said like favors Roos. They're very hard to pin, oppress, or kill quick enough. But Delhi I think have some means, some capabilities. We've seen a few players do blob very well early on to just stranglehold Roos in their base. And with Pro Scouts being nerfed since Season 9, I could see a world in which Delhi can actually just frustrate, block you entirely. We still going on with the football club tournament? Yeah, I'd like, honestly, like, let's just call it football clubs. I'm sorry, America. It's time, like we just got to do it. Like, just rename it. Like, also, here's the other thing, right? Why is it called football when most of the time people throw the ball? Do you guys ever think about that? I guess throw ball does sound pretty lame. As does egg ball. But it's a very fair point. At least like football, it makes sense it's called football because, you know, all but one of the players per team spends the majority of the game kicking. This American can't too big. Like I feel you're like the weird one is like they're kind of willing to take the knee in hockey, right? I like, do most Americans call it ice hockey? I think you do, right? I love ice hockey. And actually, I think ice hockey is superior to normal hockey. They call it football because the ball's a foot long. Yeah, but I wouldn't like trust American metrics. Like, do you guys really think subways are still foot longs? Anyway, Dome of Faith coming in. We have got Golden Gate, so everything pretty standard. Nothing out of the ordinary here. I guess we're going to see the deer shove now. Yeah, Louis only went double scout. Really good on Gorge just because you split the map. You go 2 sides and you get a lot of sheep. In fact, he got an absurd amount of sheep. 23 to a mere 7. I can already see the Discord messages moaning about sheep spawns. Even though on Gorge, they're more anchored. You call it hockey? At least I've never heard anyone call it ice hockey. Do Canadians call it ice hockey? I think for you guys it's like because it's the primary sport, right? But like for Europeans, it usually be referred to as ice hockey. I do once again think that ice hockey is the better sport. Hockey in Canada as well. Interesting. But like, you know, there's some of these we allow you to have. Like baseball is just baseball. We don't make you call it American cricket. The football one's like a deal breaker, You know what's a fun one is it Gaelic? Was it Gaelic football? That looks wild. And there was another one where you have the stick. Another, like, Irish sport. But I forget its name. It's almost like hockey plus rugby plus football. The deer shove is going really well, by the way. Yeah, Wham didn't even try to contest it, man. He couldn't even get in. Whoa, he's like full hunkered at home. Yeah, had to bring the sheep back. So only 9 sheep in total. Meanwhile, your opponent has got 19 and the first deer pack already home. By the way, This is all pre-research pro scouts. He hasn't even started yet, and he's got 1 deer stack herd. Crazy good timing for the Roost, man. You see where things become frustrating already for the Delhi. Wait, is it called hurling, the game I'm thinking about? It might be. Yes, hurling. That's the one. That game looks crazy. I remember I caught it once on TV. I was like, yo, this looks... This is how you lose all your teeth and your limbs. Who's going to lose their teeth in this one? I mean, matchup-wise, this is quite an intriguing one, right? Because, like, we've had a little bit of a break. We've had a little bit of reprieve. Remember, for the last 2 weeks, Wham hasn't been able to dominate. But a funny reason why. I hate to do him dirty like this, but in fairness, the reason why Wham was able to dominate is Louis' lack of presence. Last time he appeared in KPMM was back in week number 24, and that netted him a first-place victory after getting second the previous week. So Louis MT, he took a little bit of time away, especially after the last EGC tournament. He just wanted to relax. He's back to make a statement ahead of the next EGC tournament, a tournament that he's already qualified to. He just wants to flex on all these people, trying to prove they're number one. And we do have Ghazi opening, which is interesting. Like, sometimes you'd think Spearman, but against Roost, do you really want to offer up archers as a play for them? Not really. Ghazi just keeps you mobile and scales something that's useful at all times. Also, much more useful when you're trying to contest sacred sites. Just gives you that flexibility. Why would Delhi finish forestry? Because it's free! Everything is free. That's right. The Delhi is like the free Delhi. You know, like if you know when you go in one and it's free because like someone already robbed the Delhi joint, they knocked out the guy behind the bar. Everything is free. Same with the Delhi. Roost is so OP because of passive income. The problem is like this is still better than the previous bounty system. That was just kind of silly. I think the problem I've highlighted before is the hunting cabin should not be capable of producing scouts until age 2. I think that's how you actually solve a lot of the problems. Because the problems happen due to the early scaling. The only other thing I do is probably tweak High Trade House to be a bit lower. Mainly because it's still going to remain very good. It just gives a bit more option towards Abbey of Trinity, which currently doesn't feel like a good option at all. Yeah, it's the fact that, like, at the core of what is the problem of Roost, it's always been the scouts. You built them early in the old Deer Roulette day to, like, basically just get extra gold. But by doing so, you saw everything your opponent done. You took more sheep off the map. You just done so many things. Even now, though, you still go 2 to 3 scouts. And you are able to do that because you're not sacrificing TC production to do it. You're building something that's going to pay for itself within 4 minutes anyway. And then you're getting these extra units to get extra sheep and get a deer shove going. And even if you didn't have that, remember, even if we fixed deer shoving and all this crap, you still have a Civ that could just walk over to your base with multiple scouts and keep an eye on you. Meanwhile, if you tried to do the same naked play, they could chase you away with one scout and scout you with the other. That's crazy. So, crazy timing here. We got triple Sacred Site already locked in for Wham. Louis is going to have to contest the age. Yeah, like this game's so quick, it's not like he can just rush castle. He needs a decap to feel safe, because otherwise what can happen here at this scale point, the thing that makes Delhi very oppressive at most ranks, when you lock in 3 Sacred Sites at this point in the game, look at the gold gen. It's 375 gold. That's the equivalent to about 10 to 12 workers. At a point in the game where you only have 30. Right? So that's a 33%. That's a third buff to your economy, roughly. It gives you so many options. You can use it for fast tech. You can use it to outblob. It's just not something you can let lie this early on in the game. Wait, what are we talking about deleting unique things for civs? I mean, making this change isn't really deleting what's unique for the civ. You still get good timings. It's just, it curbs it back. Like, Roost has remained a staple ban for most seasons and most metas for a good reason. It's either that you change that, or you change the way horse archers function. But I feel like horse archers are more key to their identity currently. So Louis actually building a very balanced comp here, right? Like Spear, Archer, Knights in equal quantities, roughly. Now, Wham is going to mirror this. Like, he has got the eco edge. He's even playing out to berries to maintain that with the food gathering rate and actually snatching deer away by eating them to remove them permanently. I like this. It's a little bit risky as time goes on because your opponent is now building into Knights, so you might want to consider just kind of like being a bit more calculated about this. What was it like when Ghazi weren't in the game? They were a little bit weird. They had points where they were strong, but one of the most important changes actually came when Ghazi was introduced. The Hri matchup flipped. So Hri actually used to be a really good counter to Delhi because you just blob men-at-arms. The moment they added in Ghazi was actually a good solution to feudal men-at-arms. Outside that, like, you know, there was a time where Delhi was unpickable outside of water maps where you used to use the fishing boats. Then they became a little bit oppressive. Then they got nerfed to the point that, like, people didn't really want to touch them as a high prior pick. Then they arrived at Tower Victory meta. And then gradually we got to the Ghazi. And since then, like, I don't think things have drastically changed with Delhi. They've always been in the running. They've always been seen as a highly technical civ. If you've got clean, good execution, you can destroy people with this civ. The difference is in the last year, they saw a substantial buff to their scalability. They used to be a civ that kind of peaked in the feudal age and needed to build an advantage off of that. Now they have a lot of combat mechanics, like courtesy of the Dome of Faith scaling. Now, this game is pretty neck and neck, but I think we're about to see maybe a mirrored timing here for Tech Up. Well, I'm starting to lose Sacred Sites, and it's kind of obvious what he's doing now. Like, why would you back off this willingly unless you're attacking? Louis, I mean, he was getting ready. You could see he was starting to stockpile. It's going to be a renewed surge into production. He's trying to catch Wham in the middle of an age up. Yeah, I mean, that gives it away the most. Like, where are you going? So Skulls out here unguarded are going to be tapped down. Archer rotation. He does see it coming, but Lou's going to be able to give chase here. In fact, if he plays this right, that can easily be 6 villages dead with no way out. I mean, Wham, because he's choosing age up, he's not ready to fight. Remember, these military numbers are a big, fat lie. 12 scholars mixed in there. Wow, he backs away. Okay, so Wham postured well enough that Louis did not want to commit. Well played. Crazy as well when you consider this. The Ghazi were nowhere near that fight. That technically should have been a great fight for Louis. Instead, I think he's going to try to catch the Ghazi. Maybe the logic here is like he was playing towards vision and he couldn't get that kind of I've got you now moment, like the gotcha. But here it might be more feasible. Problem is Wham has got that scout. If you don't remove the scout, you're never going to ambush him. Louis, for this continued investment, hasn't really netted much. No, so Wham now able to age up. No pressure on his base. Louis, can he actually still find the timing here? He's got the Archer lead. He's got a decent number of Knights. It looks like instead, I think maybe the goal here for Louis is just to go with the next age. You know, considering he's not moving towards the enemy base currently. Yeah, curious about like Delhi's power ranking currently. To me, they just haven't been a civ that's been very present, which is a little bit surprising. With the Season 10 changes, in theory, they should have been one of the biggest benefactors of the Pro Scout alterations. Civs that rush Pro Scouts felt a bit punished, but civs that just organically got it should have been quite cozy, which Delhi is one. Well, the only one, right? Any other civ would have to actively pay for that tech. Tech out complete. Looks like Louis is getting ready to mirror. He's just trying to do some damage before he ages. Does snatch some of the deer away from his opponent's side of the map. Nice. I'm going to keep giving chase. The Ghazi upgrade has been queued, but they're 2 minutes away, and that's for good reason. Wham is rushing relics. He's got 16 scholars. They should be quicker than this. That's because he's out on the map. High Trade House is going to be coming on the other side. Get your numbers in is about as good as it was ever going to get. Funnily enough, he could have deleted the lumber camp and got a few more trees. It's like a bit of a weird one, though. This is what happens on Gorge when you have to play long feudal. Scholar. It's going to get dunked on. Nice kill. Wasn't able to stop the garrison, but very difficult to do against 130 HP Monk anyway. We have got a clash on both sides. Does deny the relic coming in. Did not find the workers, though. The tricky thing here, you can rush the veterancy on the knights, but the archers is going to take a hell of a long time. Meanwhile, Whams is only 5 seconds away. Should be his breakout point. Wonder if he plays this slow instead, though. He's got a Lancer transition coming in. Hone Blades is just a mere 1 minute out. So waiting isn't necessarily a bad thing here for Wham. I think Louis needs some eco damage. He's got to be feeling the state of the game right now. It's difficult though, like if you overextend this early and then you get caught in the behind, like veterancy won't be there, you'll just die. You watch pros? Whoa, I didn't realize these guys were like pro hurling players. Which team do they play for? How are we looking food-wise? Wham has moved out in the berries. North side is being kind of camped, but it's pretty much drained. He has still got some deer out here. Louis should probably be looking to prioritize taking that away now that there's nothing else for the scouts to do. It just lights a fire underneath Wham's ass, right? Puts him in an uncomfortable position. Love this transition by Louis into crossbows, by the way. His opponent already shoot knights, and there's always a risk of war elephants, which we can see are now coming. Meanwhile, for Wham, it is going to be 5 relic game. The classic Delhi Pain. To make matters worse, Louis did in fact add in a monastery, just too little too late. 121 gold passively from the high trade house, plus the hunting cabins is all the gold he will get. Can at least go for sacred sites, but the current state of things, not really something he should realistically be able to hold. Got a rotation round on the flank. Louis did have full vision of this. There's not many crossbows, but you could maybe deny a few. I'm just a bit too quick. I think both of them are mirroring the idea. They just want to catch their opponent on the moment they play wider. Because the thing about Gorge is you have this safety band to begin with, right? You stay in your base, can't really be pressed. Then comes the moment where, oh, we're kind of out of resources now. We need to make a move. Both of them are trying to spring each other at that same time, at that moment. This is a very tight game right now. I'd say this is like 60-40, maybe 65-40, 35 rather, for Wham. Like, you know, he's got this good timing, decent amount of scholars. He's already got war elephants coming out. He did vacuum up 5 relics. Don't know if you really like the idea of this going into the next stage, though. I do like the idea of you guys clicking on that link. Wham's posturing for the go. I think he's feeling the advantage building here. Especially the war elephant now. There's only 12 crossbows, not a crazy amount to immediately deal with that threat. The warrior monk learns the hard way that it's not always good to be tagged as cavalry. War elephant does absorb the initial shots. Gonna back up now. Wham doesn't want to lose it. Pricey unit. Although he lacks front line here. I'm a little bit worried with the way he's taking this now. Cavalry is finally going to arrive. That's going to mirror by the Roost Knights. Just a body block out. War elephant does go down. Louis. This is difficult now. He's outnumbered. He does not have boys fortitude. The home blaze makes these knights better. But at the moment, at least, the archers are able to hold their own. Wham has to back away. Yeah, numbers just against him here. Kind of crazy as well. You know, Louis, this was meant to be the difficult fight. He made that look so irrelevant. And now the crossbow scaled to the point where war elephants is not going to be an answer for Wham. I think he might be in trouble here. Yeah, like the military numbers are deceptive because the scholar count, right? But like the war elephants, the knights, it felt like they were going to be able to do a little bit better there, especially when you realize that Louis never got the extra health on his own knights. But Roost archers just carry through. I think Louis was just really on point with his target fire. Getting rid of enemy crossbows first and then leading the archer trade out. Tower elephants? I don't think you can tower elephant here. The biggest problem for Wham is he needs front line. He lacks it. Wonder, what do you do now? Ghazi, apparently. I mean, makes sense. Your opponent can't really go spears when you've got this many archers. What he could, funnily enough, do, guys, is men-at-arms. Men-at-arms is kind of a crazy idea here for Louis. I mean, knights can work if you just get enough of them, because your opponent's going light cav now. Light cav with slight bonus damage, but who cares? What makes the knights risky is if your opponent was sticking Lancer. We can see that Wham doesn't want to, though. Like, he's out of food. He needs a farm transition soon. He's got the final deer being gathered, and then nothing. And this is where, like, Delhi can be disadvantageous at this point in the game. Your opponent, by comparison, has an extra 2,000 food. Actually, 4,000 if he gets your boar as well. Wham can make men-at-arms off of home blades. The point isn't that Roos make men-at-arms here because they are, like, kings. It's more that they are an efficient tank. Because your opponent doesn't have crossbows. Even home blades, like, sure, if it's men-at-arms versus men-at-arms, Louis will lose, but it'll never be that. The whole idea for Louis is like, okay, I have a very big backline. How do I now protect that backline? Oh my god, speaking of backlines, Louis gets caught. Great rotation by the Lancers. A lot of auto time here. 1/3 of his economy now running away. Troops are finally going to arrive. Unfortunately, Louis is not able to get his signature walls up quick enough before Wham struck. So slight worker lead. Wham now pivoting into permanent economy. That is going to be mirrored by Louis. There's still an edge for Wham here, not just in military, but in eco as well. It's just weirdly skewed. Like right now, Louis is in the food phase, whereas Wham's in the wood phase, getting ready for the farms. Now, that's kind of bad news for Louis, because that means as the game goes on, Wham's better positioned now for the switch to have permanent food. That's coming in. Scholars are there, so you can chain heal the War Elephant, but against that many crossbows, not going to be able to stand there. Louis doing it again. Wham, I mean, it's the Scholars, right? Like, I mean, you look at your population, you think you're competing, but you're not at all really in these fights. Against this many shooters as well, Scholars doesn't really give you much sustain. Now, the Sprills is an interesting detail. A little bit difficult to make work against archers, but the target fire comes through. He's able to scare them away. Military numbers feel like they're slightly with Louis here, but it's coming at a cost. Yeah, reinforcements are getting cut. That's what was going wrong here. I was like, where the hell are the boys? As a result, Louis ends up losing that fight because his full military might doesn't show up. Okay, that was sick from Wham. Very risky to do this, diving into potentially crossbow, spearmen, knight reinforcements. The home blades made it worthwhile, made it profitable. Extended lead now. No return to Mahouts and War Elephants yet. I think like that wouldn't make sense. The crossbows are the fear factor now. Springwalls have done reasonably well in that clash though. And the keep drop, you gotta be kidding me. Wham. He wants this game done with. Still raiding the backside. It's just difficult. I think Louis had a timing in mind here. He needed like an extra 2 minutes beyond what Wham targeted. If he had that, we'd be looking at walls up and there would be fortified palisades. Very difficult to get through. Instead, you just keep seeing these raids on the side. Even if it doesn't get many worker kills, it forces idle time. Like this left side has basically been Louis' biggest weakness. And attempted raids are going to be a big fat L. Courtesy of the garrison houses. Wait, what are you guys arguing about? The olden days. You arguing about like the best micro players? Don't remind me of those days. I remember like Marine Lord versus Vortex, 5-minute GGs on Boulder Bay because one of them animation cancelled, the others docked down quicker. That's a dark time for AoE4. Now that we're in a brighter age, we can very much agree that AoE4 at launch sucked. It's comical to explore, but it was uber broken. Like, I'll be real, you guys. Like, looking back at Age of Empires 4 and release, I don't know how we became a competitive esport. To be fair. It's kind of crazy. So, keep drop now successful. Wham has set up the Wi-Fi. That's going to allow him to start getting into village fortresses. I wonder, do we see him maybe just setting up Fort Siege? Trebbing in. No, instead it's actually going to be a Treb out. Louis MT is trying to answer this himself. Wow. He has set up a lot of farms. I actually like that Louis still playing flanks, just trying to punish that. He knows he can't take on the direct fight anymore. He needs to prep for the dive, but in the meantime, you don't just let your opponent exist. Not when you have French Cav, Russe Cav like this. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It does break my heart a little that we weren't close to this balance point on release. Like, I still think about how if we had been like this at launch, this would probably by now be the biggest RTS in the world. That breaks my heart a little. Damn. Could you imagine? Lands every month. Me making a livable wage off of Age of Empires 4. Oh, the possibilities. Now, this game is stalemated quite a bit, right? Like, there's a little bit of skirmishing back and forth, but I don't think we have a hard commitment point too far forward of us. The Delhi are looking for Imperial. And being in a pretty good position to do it. He's almost got 20 scholars. He's got the Ford Keep to deny his opponent going in. We have got horse archers now, so Louis is getting fully mobile in those flanks. A4 had so many eyeballs on it. The what ifs. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, you know, the sad reality of like most games is you can flop your launch and do everything right for like 5 years, and it's still very slow to recover. Apex had this for many years. Apex Legends, like, to get where it got to, they had to get things right year after year after year after year in a genre that's more accessible. Now, what is very accessible is this gold vein. Great strike there. Wow. It's crazy, right? Like, he's thinking about going Imperial while doing raids like this. He's getting hit in the back, but the tree line's already gone. Louis is just trying to find the target. The farms are just behind this. The wolves are going to be coming up, though. So Wham uses the arch as well. This is one of the things that can make Delhi so infuriating in the current walling meta. Because of the nerfs they've done to villager build speed on wolves, it means that actually the military units of Delhi build walls as quick as villagers do. Which is wild. Actually, they build them slightly quicker. Yeah, look, it's 7 seconds versus 8. Oh, sorry, no, it is 8-8. Still pretty crazy, considering it used to be that Delhi built them at half speed. For, you know, balancing reasons. No, it does feel like maybe it was a bit of an oversight. But I'm not really surprised, because in the early days, we did see a lot of this oppressive walling. Not so much in the last year. I think walling with the infantry became a bit rarer. House of the Sultan now coming in, so Wham is playing for that next stage. Now, Louis, we've got a farming issue. The count is only 21. Yeah, Wham is quite far ahead right now. I mean, army is like a bit weak, right? It's just archers. But with the walls up, like, your opponent played into horse archer knights. It didn't give that great of a burn through. It slowed him down quite a bit. Love this play into Force March, by the way. Force March is such an underrated skill. Remember, this allows you to double your movement speed, so great for reacting to flank attacks. Also just great for using on reinforcements. Like, when you've got troops running across the map, gets them to the enemy side so much quicker. You know what the crazy thing is? Like, I still don't write Louis out from this position. Wham has got this staging point, or had the staging point, but he never really done anything with it, truly. It's been cleared, and Louis now set himself up nicely. He's got a castle on the ford. The wolves are going to gradually make their way up, and then he'll be looking to wake his way up into Imperial. And that's where it gets interesting. Roos has some good play around artillery here. One of the tricky things is definitely going to be your reliance on gold in the late game. You need to try and secure additional control. Because, like, currently, if it comes down to trade in late game, Louis wouldn't have it. And also, the relic difference is absurd. Tower elephants. Yeah, Wham's just going full Elephanto fun time, huh? What's interesting is, like, Roos and Fury should be a decent civ at dealing with that because of their horsemen. Obviously, we don't quite have enough farms yet for that to make sense for Louis. The other thing, though, is that the cannons can actually kill elephants. Yeah, like, don't be surprised if we get to a stage where the map becomes very linear with the sides being walled in, and then Roos go, like, 4, 5, 6 cannons. I think that's the weird thing about these Civ interactions, right? It's like there's certain Civs where you just couldn't do that against them because you're leaving yourself very immobile. It's a lot of pop spend. We have to remember this is a Civ that has a lot of pop spend as well into mobile units. Very tanky ones for the elephants, but very slow as well. Yeah, the tanks of the feudal age, right? Well, in this case, Imperial. Wait, did they have different hats? Well, oh, I thought they had different beanies. That's what I need. I need different colored beanies as a customization option, and then I can have a rotation of hats that my guys could wear. Hats off Louis. Found what I needed. High armor is now on the way. And look at the positioning. Wham! He's trying to posture, but it's only a small army. He's not really in a position to go in and do real damage. Especially now that the walls are about to be complete. Anyone else getting the feeling this will be our longest grand finals? I just hit a realization I totally forgot about. We are watching two players that love walling more than anyone else. And their game average length is higher than most other pros. Oh my. That's going to go for Thash. Ghazi are about to be elited up though, so good time to walk away. Yo, here's a thought, guys. We add like Venice or like the Italian states to the game, and I would buy cosmetics which are just different colored capes. All right, I went crazy for that crap in Assassin's Creed 2. You don't think I go crazy for it in AoE 4? I'd be like, oh no, I'm sorry, Freya, we can't send you to university. I seem to have spent all of your money on skins. Chelsea switch coming from Louis. Yeah, no hesitation. Like, normally it feels a bit weird to do because it's so slow to scale. I guess the thought process of the enemy army is so slow as well. We have got the pack up tech. They'll give them the ability to quickly mobilize, moving around. Mangoes. I'm going to go for the Springles right now. Crossbows are going to stand their ground, but this is a little bit awkward. It's going to be on the Spearman to clear. And the funny part is Wham actually stands his ground with the Tower Elephants. Loses both of them. Not the best of trades there. He is at least going to raid on the backside as well. That's going to make it a bit better. But that direct engagement, kind of crazy. If Wham was able to kite a little bit more, probably don't lose any of the elephants at all. But he didn't want to move because he didn't want to lose the siege. Second wave is coming. This is the more scary one that Louis has to hold back. Wham hasn't got any real siege to deal with the castle yet. Louis is getting the first of the Streltsy coming out. They're not really lead up. They are going to be overwhelmed. Dive towards the back. Mango goes down. Wow, this should be the timing he's been looking for here. Even with the Scholars attributed, he has a clear military lead, and now he looks to push it. The dive comes in. We're at breakpoint. Louis MT is trying that full transition to Streltsy, knowing full well how slow it is. He only has 3 archery ranges, each of them producing every 35 seconds. It's just not quick enough. Louis looks broke here. Yeah, wow, just a great timing. I think, Louis, this is the classic issue we see with Roost players when they go Imperial Age. You want to go straight into Streltsy. You don't want to have to waste time on the elite techs, etc. But it kills you so often, even more so when you lack the sufficient production rates via Military Academy. The tech that would increase the production rates. He doesn't even have that. Where it gets you is here. Pinned, pretty much dead in your base. Wham is just not going to let go anymore. He's got plenty of elephants where this one came from. They're not even actually killing the castle. They're just standing still right now. It's a bit comical. And the only thing that's missing, Wham's now fixing. He's got bombards on the way. That'll clear the defenses. There's just so much idle right now. Louis MT, a third of his economy is not working. Interesting beginning. Not the deepest or latest phase of the game we've seen on Gorge, for sure. But a little bit rarer. Actually, I feel like I haven't been seeing much of the Delhi Elephant spam. Most Delhi players just not really making it to Imperial at the moment. That's true. Roos is really OP. They only lost 1 game in this. This is a strategic loss, guys. Louis MT, if he gets now to beyond game 6, he can reuse a civ he lost with. Guess which civ he could use? Well, it's only game 1, so far it'll only be Roos. That's going to be an interesting dynamic to see, actually, when you consider these long series. I imagine also it's very hard to keep track of as a player in this. Not as clear as just having a redraft and whatnot. Yeah, at this point, he's just going through the motions. He's processing the loss. Gets caught on the flanks. TC's also been scoured, so that's going to be probably Elephants heading up north soon. He's going to do a temp reset. But I think he's just waiting for the bombard to arrive. Like, once that's in, this is done. That and, you know, all the 1,000 resource technologies you get for free. Like any normal civ, of course. Saying he's losing on Roos on purpose? I'm saying it's a nice upside from losing with Roos. I don't think you ever pick Roos the intent of losing, per se. There is, in theory, a very interesting dynamic that you could apply in drafts with that, though. Like, if you think your opponent's going to use his OP pick, you could use your OP pick, too. And then if you're, like, right, then you've, like, you know, got it as a backup later on if you survive. And he doesn't. No, he just doesn't want to give it up. He doesn't want to turn around and desert you. But at this stage, the writing is on the wall, and it's been written there in the blood of all these poor Roos soldiers. We've even got a keep drop over here, and that convinces him. GG gets called. Wham! Opening grand finals with a showdown. Louis MT is going to have to step up if he wants to crack this Canadian. Woohoo! Alright, so let's mark that up. Game 1 for Mr. Wham. Left side win. What the boys going to do for us next? Okay, so G2. It's another French-Byzantine matchup, folks. Yes. But Boot is on the other foot compared to that 5th game between Wham and Anatan. He may end up being the victim this time. It's going to be good old-fashioned Dry Arabia. Is Delhi the strongest imp civ? Oh, I don't think so. I think like Byzantines is actually better than Delhi in imp. It's the the possibilities in the hyper late game is kind of crazy. Ottomans are pretty good. Like Ottomans have Sipahi, Janissary, and very good siege. They're another very highly rated one. French with enough gold is pretty crazy also. Sorry, just sending some messages quickly while I got a sec. Can we run ads? I'm going to run a minute of ads, guys. House of Lancaster? True, House of Lancaster is pretty damn solid in the hyper late game. Some of the units aren't pop efficient like Hoblars, but they make up with the raw eco number, right? Like that's the big benefactor. Clarify clearly in the messages in the channels. Right, sorry, I just had to type something out. Someone asking me something about like the rates for an influencer deal. Oh, I spend too much time staring at sheets. It's weird the amount of stuff I just now know off the top of my head when it comes to like our influencer campaigns. I don't know if that's good or bad, but like off the top of my head for a lot of our campaigns we run with our creators, I just know the numbers straight away. You know what I know? I know that we love the numbers from AMD, though. So click that link. It just popped up in chat. Get on while it's hot. Giveaway available to you guys with exclamation mark giveaway. That one is going to take you through to check out the latest and greatest AMD builds. Make sure you check them out. Big shout out to the Side Power Boys as well as AMD for sponsoring the stream this week. Let's flip that boy around. Oof. Give me a sec, actually. I'm going to pop some paracetamol. I've been getting headaches like the last 2 days. I don't know if it's sleep deprivation or if like maybe I do have hay fever. My throat has been a bit rough as well. It's all rough. Life is hard. Guys, I can't pop the pills on stream. I get banned. Oh, that was the worst. You know when you like go to swallow pills and the water goes down, but the pills... Yeah, no, that was the worst. You know when you like go to swallow pills, but the water goes down, but the pills linger right at the end? I got that. That was horrible. All right, one and all, welcome back to our grand final showdown. We've got Wham 01 repping the Canadians as the Byzantines. That's not confusing at all. Up against Louis MT repping the Chinese as the French. I had to do it the full way. And I'm wondering, are we going to get the full 7 yards in this grand finals? An early lead for Wham, but a hotly contested one in some ways, taking us all the way into Imperial Plus to get there. This time, Byzantines versus French, shoes on the other foot. Last time we saw Wham play this matchup, it was in the semi-finals up against Anatand, where, and that was free, I forgot to update this graphic, where he was able to actually just pin him in his base and stop him doing anything. And that normally feels like the way Byzantines play. They just kind of get a little bit stuck in, I am outraged. Wait, he has got enough room there, right? He could like half tile. Outrage, damn it. Where is my efficiency? Well, let's get the predictions set up for game 2. We'll do 2 minutes on the predickies. Oh my god, I can still taste the pills. This is why I hate non-sugar coated pills. They just like get chalky and stuck in your tongue. It's horrible. So, how does this play in terms of this matchup? Typically, what you're expecting to see is Byzantine's win condition is survival. They need to hunker down and hold on. It's tricky, though. In the current Pro Scouts meta, this is a detail that favors French because they just get so much free food on the map safely at home. If it wasn't for the current Pro Scouts meta and you had to play out into the deer, I could see a world in which Byzantine players play into cavalry themselves to just flank raid you. Because Explorator's horsemen are pretty effective. But with the current game state, like most often, the goal for Byzantines is get the systems online, get 15, 20 groves going, and then find your way into castle with minimal losses. So, Louis, in response to that, expect him to play greedy onto the Pro Scouts and then play a lot of aggression. I've got tons of sugar in my coffee. I don't drink coffee. Get that crap away from me. Nah, I cannot stand the taste of coffee or tea. I know the tea one shocks people like, but you're British. I'm like, okay. Do you want to go down the list of stereotypes for other countries? Like, whoa, you're French and you don't like wine? What's wrong with you, man? You're American and you don't like high, dense calorie burgers? Whoa. So Grand Winery coming in on the forward. How did the... Whoa. Oh, wow. That's really open, actually. That's crazy how much open terrain that is. I mean, other side, like, the interesting thing here is actually, like, the Pro Scouts play is going to be a bit more annoying because of that back deer. But usually you like to have, like, small tree lines connecting. They're so far forward here for Wham. It's going to probably be very difficult to connect this early game. Mid game is going to have a lot of terrain just walled up. But those walls are going to end up being probably quite wide, which is not beneficial. It means that, like, knights have more time to break through before you react. Americans who don't like good burgers are weird. Yeah, the funniest part is, like, I remember being in Ukraine with an American from New York. And you know how, like, New York is very, very aggressive about how amazing their burgers and pizzas are? He admitted flat out, like, this random little burger stand. He's like, this is the best burger I've ever had. I'm like, damn. We in the good place. Shout out to Ukraine. I love Kyiv. Kyiv was the diversity of cuisine and the amount of love and care they put into their cuisines was crazy. Like, it's so rare. It feels so rare these days that you can enter a restaurant and, like, ask someone, like, you know, what is good on the menu for what reason, and they can just list the menu off by heart. They did have some weird crap, though. Masala ice cream was odd. Okay, so Pro Scouts coming in as expected. We are going to be getting the Limitane, and it is going to be a rush for the system levels. While I'm connecting out here, I don't think it's about him getting the deer. It's just about connecting to those berries over there. If these deer are still here down the line, great. If not, whoop-de-doo. He did do a 1 villager stone build, by the way. And we've seen most players do either 1 or 2. You have to do 1 of the 2. Otherwise, you're going for like an all-in timing, which doesn't make as much sense against French. It's very hard to all-in a Civ that's just able to easily snipe your reinforcements with heavy cap. You put maple syrup in your coffee. No, that's not too bad. So the tea that I drink is like rooibos tea, and I usually put honey in that. Pretty damn good. Highly recommend rooibos tea. It doesn't have caffeine in it, but it's good for you, and also helps you throat a lot. I first discovered rooibos when I was in Germany for Red Bull World LoL. So I had a very bad throat for that event. Like, you can hear it if you listen to the casts. And I think I was consuming 8 rooibos teas a day just to stay alive. You have to order, like, write down your order for the burger. Yo, okay, so something I think we can all agree on. I know sometimes when you're American, you want to be stubborn about these things, just like this villager wants to be stubborn about dying, but it's going to happen. We can all agree that tipping is stupid, right? The tipping has, like, no place in the world. Like, not mandatory tipping. Or expected, should we say. Hey, Freya. You want to say hello, stream? Okay. Here we go, quickly. Oh.
I can get on you, yeah, now.
Oh, no. No, only the once. Oh, my God. Oh, you're heavy. You actually need to get off. Say hi. Bye, stream. Love you.
Bye, stream.
You want my card? You want my like Dota 2 bottle? Okay. Oh, you want the card? You have to give it to mummy. Yeah. Sorry. Let's get back to the game, guys. Go give it to mummy. Don't ruin it. It's a very nice card. She's so sweet. All right, guys. So we have got a little bit of tickling raid. It's only that one worker kill so far. Night count is low. Louis MT went a little bit high on the scout count. We normally see like 3 to 4 in this type of build. You just try to get enough home while keep fighting. Ram's got a decent timing though. Second Jav group is already on the way. And this is what you get out of that system timing. It's very aggressive. Yes, darling. Go play. Go show mummy. This is going to be every 2 minutes now. I can sense it. It's okay, guys. It's only going to happen 20 more times because she goes to bed in 40 minutes. Shout out to my adorable daughter. If it's mandatory, it's not a tip, it's a fee. Yeah, but like, I think it's technically not mandatory, right? Well, it's obviously not mandatory, but the culture around it makes it feel mandatory. It's really dumb. Also very confusing with tipping systems, by the way. I remember going to Canada and we thought we were tipping reasonably, and it turns out Canadian tip rates are a higher percentage than American. And we didn't know. We had no clue why the bar staff hated us. We thought we were tipping kindly. So a little tip in this matchup. Don't feel an urgency to rush out ahead of your timings as Byzantines. The onus is on Louis to do something. And why am I not surprised the guy who moans about subbing all the time is not pressured to tip? Yeah, I've got outpost going up. Ram is just going to back away. I mean, this is acceptable. He's got the wheelbarrow. Spearman should be able to arrive in time. The charge. Wait, nah, Louis, that was cheeky. He got the renewal. Akratoy, not needed. Good that he's able to hold on to that just in case a bigger raid comes in. Lou MT, how are we looking at home? He's camping. Now, that is surprising. I thought he'd be more up in his face, but I guess the javelin detail is really scary. Lou MT understands that Wham has a timing around 10 minutes with the mercs. Doesn't want to be threatened by it. I mean, my whole take on, like, the American tipping culture is, like, why not just pay your workers the correct price? Like, why not just... Oh, we can't afford it. Our business will, like, die. Increase the price of your burgers and other crap, you douchebag. Like, why are you making a voluntary thing feel like it's obligatory? Because you're scared to raise your prices. And I get why they are. It's because they're like, if we raise our prices, like, everyone else will be like, oh, we'll stay cheaper. It is difficult to change, I get that. But, like, it's just the cultural paradigm of that is crazy to me. And then it's like, I mean, America's home of capitalism, right? So if that system doesn't work, then, like, clearly your business idea is terrible. And the business ends. Bit vicious, but fair. Or maybe fair is the wrong word. Okay, so we have got Wham's walls coming up. And I love this. This is something that him and Louis do really well. They just start on the outside and then they work their way in. Where it's like, usually safer because your opponent isn't playing as wide. It's just a bit tricky because of Louis' timing here. He's coming in for the deer. All right, last time. Say hi, stream. No, you can't sit on Daddy's lap. Say hi, stream, quick. Daddy's working. No. All right. No high stream from Freya.
Hello, hello. I'll see you later.
All right. All right. Bye-bye, Freya. She's blowing kisses. So, Wham's going to be blowing kisses farewell to Fuel Age. Golden Horn Tower's now on the way. Louis MT really is all in at the stage. He can still fall back for a scale point, but he needs damage. He wants to punish. Knights are going to spot this. And wait, he's unguarded. The spearmen are nowhere nearby, so has to back away. Lou's going to start poking. And that was cheeky. He actually kind of just delayed the recharge. Not able to do anything in the end. Limitane do get there. Louis now aware of what's happening. This is probably where you just start stockpiling, stop building archers. He is diving in on multiple angles, just looking for eco kills. Difficult to find, though. You can see that Wham's just doing a good job of minimizing exposure points, not revealing the workers. A lot of Americans defend the tipping culture? Really? I feel like most I've talked to have been reasonable on it. It's odd as well. Like, when I was in Ukraine, there's no expectation of tipping there, but it felt like the people genuinely wanted to, like, make you happy. I think that's something I've heard before as well. Is like with American like tipping and any culture where tipping is expected, they care, but you can tell it's a fake care. Does that make sense? Cataphracts now from Wham. Interesting. I guess he wants a few to snipe. Because like if you dive the cataphracts in, you can basically skip past the knights and absorb all the archer shots. Chat, did you hear that? Freya doesn't like being ignored by Mummy. I just yelled to Mummy, and then all I hear is, Emma, I want ice cream. My daughter is a pig. Like, she got more meat on her at this point than this ball. So, ball player's coming in. Louis is taking up. It's going to be the Guild Hall, which gives him a long-term scale point. I think Wham's going to try to burst forward. We've got quite a lot of Limitane here. Not many knights. I think Louis just wants to try and slow things down, just kind of like creep in, right? And you can see that Wham, he still doesn't fully ward himself. Brilliant move. It just keeps him in check at a critical moment because the veterancies aren't in yet. But Wham knows if he lets those knights go in his base, he's going to lose more than he gains on a push. All because Louis could just delay, dodge, and get veterancy. You feel bad if you don't tip, but that's like the design of the system, right? Like they're basically doing it to make you feel bad. You know? Just don't feel bad, lol. I mean, you should feel bad if you don't tip me, but anyway, cataphracts starting to arrive. Nice little bit of out of time being achieved. This is a weird point in the game for French, usually. Yeah, like having to switch arbitrator this early shows you how kind of painful it is. Because he's now being forced to defend. That's not what you really want to be doing with French builds like this. But it's because of the way that Wham's laid himself, like there's no penetration point easily given right now. And Javelins is quite problematic for Louis. Doesn't have a direct answer. Has limited food, so like a horseman switch is kind of like a one and either done or dead. And Louis, he's sneaking into that gap again. Now, why I'm a little bit surprised he hadn't just completed the wall. I guess he's like keeping it open because whenever your opponent clicks past, it's going to push him towards that location. So like in a way, you at least keep him predictable. All right, Freya just almost knocked over a Red Bull can with a hula. It's an interesting day in the Pigeon House. And the pacing is just so different when these two clash. You know what I mean? Like we've had a lot of series where one person's full aggro, the other like just gets, I want to say, suck it into it. These two just seem very resilient. It's almost just like an elegant dance, you know, a presentation that goes on before one strike to end it. I feel like when I watch Wham versus Louis, like we've had times when, I guess the way you could describe it is it's just like a never-ending like lash of shots at each other, right? I think the most obvious one is they had a crazy gorge Chinese versus Sushi game. You guys might remember the crazy walls. Whereas like the series so far, it's almost felt like watching the Star Wars Obi-Wan cartoon, you know? Or like the Clone Wars one with Obi-Wan versus Maul. Just one strike. Nice spin there. No escape for the camels and cataphracts. Really important strike as well, actually. That's all of Wham's rating force. And Wall's going up, so we are hunkering down. The game average length for this series is easily going to be 30 minutes plus. You shouldn't go out unless you're going to tip. The hard disagree. So, like, that four, I don't know. I don't agree with that. I think the price should be the price. And if you want to tip because someone was outstanding, great. But there shouldn't be an expectation. That just, it seems dumb. Like, all you're doing is creating an environment where we have to math harder instead of you just by default making the math simple. Like, if you don't think like tipping is just a baited trick in like marketing, then you're a fool. I'm sorry, but like it's no different than when we say that something is only $9.99. Why do we say that instead of $10? Because it sounds much cheaper. It's a psychological trick. It's the same when you like have a tipping situation where you see the price, you're like, oh, that's not too bad. I'll go buy. And you're like, wait, how much? Nice now knocking again. Louis, I gotta give it to him. He's actually tried to be quite aggressive here. It's just Wham has always managed to arrive just in time. Yeah, like the tip system, I'm not like just trying to shame someone if like you're like, oh, I didn't realize it like that. It's just, it is subtly designed so you don't really think about it that way. Like, you know, you see that the steak is going to be $10. You don't really think, okay, yeah, that's like actually, that's $12. Who do you guys think are going to win this? Ones if you think Louis, twos if you think Wham. I think things look really good for French right now. It's got second TC coming in. Guildhall's at 1,000 food already. Now, Wham is ahead on like raw efficiency because of the level 5 system. The farm count isn't crazy in this game though. It's sitting at 14 so far. So even though Louis hasn't began his farm transition, it's not a mile behind. Yeah, and we talked earlier about like the religious defense of tipping, and there it is in the chat. Like, once again, if it's like you can't afford to go to what? If you put it in the base price, it's already sorted. That's my whole point. Tipping is just an unnecessary complication designed to confuse you as a consumer. I don't know why you want the system to be overcomplicated. If you want to tip someone on top of like the regular rate, great, but there shouldn't be an expectation of tipping. Whatever the cost of services and like employee wages and tipping is, it should already be put into the base cost. And then tipping is actually genuine tipping, not obligatory. So, Sacred Site decaps coming in. He wasn't quite at the point where he's able to lock them in. I know what Louis is aiming for here, though. There's a great placement for a red palace around here and the gold plus the Sacred Site to cut them out. So he's insulating himself to late game, but props to Wham. Look at this timing. It's going to beam to Imperial at 64 economy as well. It's pretty wild. My daughter is so goofy. She's standing beside me making dumb noises, walking around in my shoes. Foreign engineering company coming in. Fitting for the talk of trying to get people for lower than minimum wage. You just got to legally get them in the country. And that's exactly what the Byzantines do all the time with these mercenaries. They're going to have access to French cannons. Always hilarious in this matchup, considering the French never get access to the French royal cannons, as they always go Red Palace. And Louis is going to be doing that right now. Just pulled the resources, Red Palace up, and it's going to be locked hard onto the gold. Growth count is getting pretty decent. We're at 23. He's adding in like, what, 4 more? So close to 30. It's not out of control, but then you have to remember, like, WAM only has 67 workers, so that's almost half his economy on farms. It would be nice to see a second TC. That's usually quite organic for Byzantines. But I think he has a timing in mind. He's trying to deny the age up, but it's too late. Louis cracks Imperial. WAM not able to exploit that detail. I wondered, do you just go straight into the cannons? And the problem with going straight into cannons is like the Arbless emplacements, right? It's like typically you think about Hui Hui Pao, it's just royal cannons more widely applicable here. And if an Emma is listening in the chat, can she please come and collect our wonderful child? Who's standing behind me in my shoes yelling mummy. It's not like we're in the grand finals or anything. Triple Sacred Site locked in. Is this a feasible objective right now for Louis? Not really. Not until you get like a triple castle drop. So you got Red Pass and Center. You need one on each flank. Sorry, folks. Prayer's getting a bit rowdy. We have got hand cannoneers. That's not an often seen thing for Byzantines. Yeah, they don't typically like go into them, right? Like it's usually you're just leaning into jabs and you maybe switch to SFVs or cannons comes to mind. Big though. We have now got the increased discounts coming in, so I think Louis just wants to stick to knights as much as possible, which is kind of crazy for 800 food income. Yeah, he's playing quite lean right now. If his idea is like, yeah, I was about to say you have to farm transition here. Like 9 minutes on Sacred Site timer doesn't really work at this stage, so he's at least prepping himself for that later phase. Wait, people still talking about the tipping? I thought we moved on to the late state of the game. Elite Army Tactics coming in. Incineroar is going to beat him to the punchline, though. I actually like the way that Louis sticky dodge. It just makes a lot of sense here, even against the Javelins. It's a little bit tricky because with Foreign Engineering Company, they do automatically get that upgrade, which is equivocal to an Imperial Tech. I've got flank raids as well. Louis kind of done some funky walling here. Similar to how WAM did earlier, like Louis never actually walled himself on the west side whatsoever. He's gonna have to peel back entirely. Doesn't want to contest that with spear plus camels. Difficult to actually do damage. There's some ugly farms. I mean, we ain't looking for clean, we're looking for a win. Not everyone can have olive oil. Yeah, honestly, when I look at Byzantine farm layouts, it almost just reminds me of like an Anno game. Nice dive in. Able to start just poking at the farm supply. And what? Actually, Louis, isn't that like all your farms? No, he's got a second cluster back here. Okay, yeah, so he's not fully idled out. But we do now have a Hui Hui Pao, the answer for the Red Palace. You have to. Like, the cannon will just die going in range of this thing. So, if you want to get rid of Red Palace, Hui Hui makes the most sense. Wham could take this two ways. You could either go double Hui Hui to get the kill, or you go one Hui Hui to get it down to like half HP, and then go full Hui Hui baguette swing at the French castle with your full army. Interesting. Wait, we can go Varangian switch? I mean, I know there's archers, but there's also arbitrate and knights. That's a lot of scary things. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the timeout redemption. There you go. Louis fully committed to the range. It's quite interesting when you see French play this way, especially against mass javelins, but essentially his army has just become full range. Like, the knights, yes, there's 30 of them, but they're, I don't want to call it a support unit, but you get the intent, right? Like, Louis' goal is to win or lose this game off of his range composition into javelins, which is kind of crazy to say. Louis, 23 farms. Like, this is not really the late game economy you're looking for. How much wood is he working with? He's still got a decent amount over here. This will probably be the farming area for him. This feels like right now, you know, Wham should be in a position to do something, you'd think, but the food income doesn't feel like it. Even with 30 plus farms. I think part of it is just Louis keeps raiding him on the side, so he's never able to commit. There's a lot of hesitation. Like, I think they're just doing a good job of basically keeping each other in check. The dance we discussed before, right? Sacred Site win condition is now going to start locking in for Louis. We should be seeing another castle drop around these areas soon, surely. Feels quite good to set these up on the flanks, just because, yeah, it enables you to set up stables as well, and then you can just stab into your opponent's economy more easily. Looking at the map, this is actually... Oh my god, Louis can go so deep in this game. Look at what... This is the thing about this guy. And this is why I say he's like probably the best waller in the game. Think about the intent of what Louis done here. Louis 2 steps ahead of the game state. If this goes late, trade. Look at what he's done. His walls have prepped him perfectly for long trade. And now he's going to get these baby stone walls to deny long trade from Wham. So creative. Like, it's very ahead of where you'd maybe think about it. Because he's got the 8k veins. But he's anticipating that the state of this game is, like, not going to be resolved in 3 or 4 minutes. It's going to go long. We'll just keep ticking that time bomb there on the sacred sites. Stone Gathering is up from Wham, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a keep drop to stake a claim here. Problem is, there's not going to be much left by the time he does it. Everything is just getting vacuumed by Louis. French won every time so far? I think that's true. I don't think this game is over. It's just like, in terms of what you envision your goal to be and how far you're thinking in the future. Louis is very much more clearly future-proofed himself than Wham has currently. In some ways, like, I don't know, like, watching these two is very reminiscent of a more old-school Age of Empires 4 style. The interesting thing is, like, Louis going into mass range like he's been trying, you'd think would be dangerous against Byzantines because of Nesta Bs. Louis, he's actually going full siege. Interesting. So we should be getting adjustable crossbars as a priority here. Yep, already has it. So mass mango switch up is the goal. Needs to lose some units for that. Wham, he's stuck on the most basic of things. He can only do Javelin Limitane and then some siege for the olive oil. Keep drop coming in. He did get rid of the Red Palace. This is meant to be his go time. It's what he's been waiting for. He's going to keep it pinned with the Hui Hui Pals. but not able to commit to the keep there. He has to go a little bit more defensive. He needs this gold. 5.5k gold on offer between the two. The Red Palace trying to be rushed up. Problem is we've now got Archer's hand cannoneers reaching in. That's going to idle them out. Wham, backs away again. Louis resumes the charge. Limitane pulled a bit far out here. He has got the camels at the back for the buff, but that's not affecting the Limitane. So they're frontlining about the +2 armor. Moves in now, but look how many Limitane are flopping dead for that. So got 35 remaining alive. Night counter's spinning a little bit. Louis, he hasn't got the Red Palace up just yet. The keep completes for Wham, and he is ready to fight tooth and nail for this position. Needs to think about sniping those workers, though. Dive comes in now. A few of the javelins are going to peel off to address this. He's still got the Wee hitting this, so the repair rate going down plus the siege means that Red Palace should remain inoperable for the rest of the game. Huge advantage there for Wham at a critical time when he needed it most. And now he keeps the press going. A few knights are going to shift around the back. That's going to idle out the javelins on a bad matchup of a target. But Louis MT now in a bad matchup of a game here. 5 hand cannoneers, no backline to speak of. The javelins wiped that. He's got 19 knights against 52 Limitane. You have to feel like this is Wham's game to close out from here. Hell of a timing as well. I can't believe that worked out so well. I mean, for a moment, it looked like the Wee damage was not quite going to be enough, but the power of 2 compels you. With 5,000 gold to work with, options open up now. Hand cannoneers. Maybe a switch into Varangian if it felt applicable. You can even think about your own mangoes. Now, Louis, not fully dead because he has got this mango timing now, but it does look a bit problematic that your opponent is mass melee, and you've just switched mangoes. Decap's now coming in, so no win condition there for Louis. And Guildhall's holding a big stack of gold. The problem in this game, guys, is the gold was never the issue for Louis. Look at the state of his economy. He's still, after all these extra minutes, only got 24 farms. This is crazy. I can't believe we never saw him fully prep himself. Because in some ways he did. We talked about this wall that would set him up for trade, but he never, ever fixed the food issue. What is up? Thank you. I appreciate everyone who's coming through. We're having an amazing stream here. Been live, what, 5 hours? Knowing these two, it's going to be a 9-hour stream. Now that is interesting. Wham, he's switching full horse. Biology and Expillatores. And for good reason. Oh my god, look at what he found here. The amount of workers. They'll seek shelter towards the castle. That's 41 villages. That's half of Lou's economy in the corner. Which, by the way, could get cut off now. Like, there's no safety here. He can try to rotate with knights, but let's say Wham just pulls the whole army to the east side. Good luck. I think the only reason he hasn't in a rush is he's paranoid about the the Red Palace rather just getting reapplied. So I'll start moving there now. And wait, Wham's going War Elephants? That's actually sick. His opponent just went hand cannoneer plus knights. Not great. I mean, hand cannons are okay, but like not as efficient arbitrary for cost to trade out. And that's all courtesy of the trade post. That's sick. I don't think I've seen many people leverage War Elephants on Byzantines. It's a very rare sight. I think the shock value at first is like worth it on its own. We've got 6 mangoes. All targeting the same Limitane. They don't even kill him. The cannon has now arrived. We've got trade out here. So Wham is going to end up losing his siege. However, the Limitane dive in. They find the mangoes. He's swarming him. And Louis, he's got no front line anymore. 12 knights left alive. Soon to be none. The hand cannoneers are terrible at holding ground here. And the horsemen just arrived at the perfect moment. Talk about a perfectly layered cake. Takes out that front line protection. Enables the horsemen to go in. They're going to snipe out the siege. Hand cannoneers now to fall. Now Louis, he's got plenty of gold. That's not the problem. The problem, as has remained so for the last 10 plus minutes, is that food income. It's over double in favor of the Byzantines. And that's all they need to now close out this game. It's a full spam of trash into quality to overwhelm. And the pattern continues, man. I feel like we see this so often at the moment where quality gets trumped by quantity. Wham proves it again here in game number 2 to extend his lead in the third final grand finals we're going to have here. That's right. We've only got 2 more editions of this after this. I love that the Canadians have come back in to try and make a statement. And I love that they're able to get victories like this over scary opponents. Oh, last man stand from Louis MT as he gets the Roboticons out, unfortunately. I don't think that's going to be good enough. Even though they're taking no damage, there's still just too much crap being hurled in. Yeah, the elephant was here for morale support. It didn't really do anything himself. And the mango follow-up. Come on, that's just painful. All right, you want to know something crazy, guys? Louis still only has 30 farm. This boy be struggling. You have 105 economy and only 30 food gatherers. That's wild. Yeah, he was finally getting ready for the farm transition. You can see them coming in now. I think too much time was taken here. Wham got in just before that late game French economy could come in to compete. That's just going to be wee piles in the cannons, blitzing in. All landmarks soon to fall. 3 of them are on one side. The red pass is already down. Crazy as well. Like just a few minutes ago, it felt like Louis was doing a great job of maintaining map control, of keeping Wham dancing. But props to him, the Canadian had a plan, a clean one at that will put him 2 ahead of the Chinese kid. Oy, oy, oy. Well played. What do we call that one? I almost want to make it a food comment related to tipping. Not enough food, Louis. No tip for you. All right, anyway. Let's go ahead. Mark a second one on the board. A left side win. So, where do you go to try and find solace here, Louis? Your picks get, I don't want to say like terrible, but they get a little bit less potent in some places. I mean, Japan's still quite viable at the moment. Ibid situation can work. Maybe receding with Malians? No, oh, what? Dude, that's crazy. We're going Kawasan. And you would never guess the pick. He's picked English. I think we've seen the player try this before and it didn't actually work out that well. I think it might have been English versus Japan when we saw it. That's crazy. All right, one sec. Wait, is Twitch bugging out? No, I think we're good. Are we good? Hope so. All right, one sec. Just want to open the door. I am not looking forward to this weekend. Dude, like knowing how long EGC's days can be, I'm not looking forward to Saturday. Oh. With the recovery, like I'm feeling a bit rough on these longer like sit heres. I think after we're done with the stream, I'm gonna go lay down. A nice cold ice pack. Oh, the follows disappeared. Yeah, that is weird. What's going on this weekend with EGC? They got qualifiers, right? For the Masters Summers, I think it's called. Alright, let's get ready to rock and roll. Boop. This series is about to get weird. One and all, we are back for game number 3. Welcome back to the channel for our Grand Final Showdown in midweek muster number 28. I still haven't updated Wham Anatan. Anatan got 3-0 by Wham, and now he's looking to make it 3-0 up against Louis and 1 point away from overall victory. And what a way to do it. Wham has gone for the pristine pick of Shushi on Kawasan. And Louis' reaction is intriguing, to say the least of it. It's going to be an English pick. A civ that historically has been a cozy one for Louis. But a little bit off the cuff here on this map. Kawasan is a map typically dominated by Shushi, Knights Templar, Japanese, Ibids, Abbasids. English doesn't really come into the mind often. Here's to see what he's got in mind. He's going to go for the immediate dock drop. But Shushi has a plan, and that plan is greed, folks. I thought Louis' goal here was to pull multiple villagers to block it. But with only one villager here, Wham could quite easily go for a meditation drop in the center. A meditation garden drop that would generate him easily over 150 resources with a placement like that. Oh boy. Oh yeah, sorry, Wham Anatan was 3-2, you are correct. My brain, it was almost 3-0, right? Wham got the 2-0, and then it was almost a reverse sweep. My brain. I was thinking of the Dimu Louis series that was a 3-0. Thank you for reminding me. Sorry, I'm an injured pigeon struggling through life right now. And there we go. That's the sensible part. So Louis is going to bring out 2 additional villagers. I like this. This is cool. Oh, that's sick. Do you guys realize what Louis done? He intentionally delayed the villager pool. He wants Wham to think it's safe, because if he'd done the villager pool straight away and Wham had scouted it, he would then have just went for a standard dot play, or he wouldn't have went for a meditation guard in the center. So Louis intentionally only sends out 1 worker, so it just looks like a desperate play for fishing. So that now, if Wham comes out, he's in trouble. But Wham doesn't take the bait. That's fantastic game instinct right there. I don't think the scout saw the workers walking out. So he just felt it was fishy, right? Because you have to go through the process of like, okay, if he's not going to block me from building a meditation garden in the center of this map, why else would you pick English here? It's just so difficult to get one past this guy. So safe medi garden. Upside for Louis, he's still got fishing and Wham does not. He's going to stop at the 3 fishing boats, and that's for good reason. You're usually expecting your opponent to go for a dock drop anyway. So you don't want to build more than you can garrison, because now, because you built fishing, your tech timing is just going to be worse. It's just basic math. All right, like if I side invest to get boats, they're going to be good, but they're going to take time to pay off. I wonder, does Louis go Council Hall or Abbey of Kings? Council Hall would be kind of sick, but Abbey of Kings, especially with food, is just so irresistible. Yeah, with like inflated economy, I think the value of something like double Council Hall is a little bit low. Double Archer Range Driver is a bit lower. And oh, you cheeky son of a gun. That was a sick idea. Louis, he tried to body block the dog. Villagers with the short bows are being pulled. This is going to be maybe tight? Nah, I think without wheelbarrow it's too slow. And more importantly, Shushi build speed on construction. Just too good. He'll try to short bow his way to victory. And should be able to find it with the formation shuffle. It's just, he needs to get vision. Unfortunately. Might be a bit tricky. Louis, he's trying to play a game of battleships here. Wham! Balls of Steel. Oh, he timed that perfectly. Yeah, because the scout, the dock, it still saw. So nicely played. Wham does get the worker away. And Louis, after idling 3 workers, achieves nothing with it. Abbey of King's now on the way. But in a disadvantageous position. Archery ships already being produced by Wham. And there's 4 fishing boats here, so more than you need. Yeah, because Louis built that 4th one to scout and to body block. He has got a second dock coming up now, but the time is going to be delayed. I wonder, do we get... Yeah, okay, he's going to go for the second dock as well. Man, this is looking fantastic right now for Wham. I mean, Louis just not getting any eco value. Wham can set up his own. He did delay the dock. He cancelled it so he could build a springle ship instead. Just elegant execution from the Canadian. And that is going to... Yeah, I think that's going to reveal the second dock. At which stage, Wham will probably double down on the fishing investment on this pond. Because now you're playing kind of a losing battle unless you go back for a second dock. Alright, how do you guys... Wait, did we do predictions? No, we didn't. Okay, I don't know where my mods are right now. My bad. We're a little bit deep now to do predictions on this one. Sorry. I didn't even see anyone mention it. We all got distracted. I mean, it was a very crafty execution of early game on this map. Wow. Already half HP on a dock? Feels like there's a lot more damage done here than you would have expected. I think Wham's scout was attacking this most of the time. Yeah, he's already moved over to the other dock. Love that. Just before boats can come out and actually deny you. Our ship is being prepped here. Wham. Yeah, I love this. He's not being greedy. He's force producing. He realizes the advantage he has on this pond now. Demo ship's going to be moving in. Nothing you can do about that. That's just death. And he pins him. Even gets the fishing boat. That was so well played by Wham. Alright, this is ridiculous, man. Louis is just getting rolled. His only upside right now is the king. A king that's on his way, but... Like, what's exposed here? Look at what Wham's done. His whole land economy is on one screen. He's the archer ship as well. There's just nothing going Louis' way. He has at least bought time. The dock's not going to be taken out just yet. A new archer ship is on the way to protect against the demo play. And he's going to be double demo at that. Wait, did I have predictions? Oh my god. Oh my god, I did. I'm so sorry. Guys, my bad. It's been a long day. Let's just call me the Oracle. I'm going to have to figure that out now. Okay, this is something that tilts me about Twitch predictions. Why is there no reverse button where you're like, oh, I accidentally misclick? Because that can happen. Well, I look really awkward now if Wham doesn't win. So, bias caster incoming. Wham, Wham, you can do it. No, I'm not. Ship out from the villager. Is this early enough? He's got an archer ship coming. Oh, no, this hits. What is it? 4 seconds? He needs 15 on the dock. Yeah, he's dead. So, dock denial. Lou's not going to be able to get it up in time. Worker goes down. And on the other side, demo connection comes in big. Counter demo play is going to be that the archer ship was actually attacking the wrong target. Wham! Didn't realize in time. So Louis at least keeps himself somewhat alive here. But that dock denial is painful. And Wham even sets up his own just to be safe here. Okay, so we've got 1 dock versus 1. And then Wham's got 3 economy on the other side. This is brutal, man. And you don't want to be like, oh, I'll just switch to TC. It doesn't really work that way on Kawasan. Very rarely do we see the person switching to TC win the game. It's clutching at straws. Sometimes people try it. But the fishing just scales so much quicker. Demo, it's going to get pulled. Oh, actually snipes the fishing boats on purpose. I like that. Wham was going to get no value otherwise. So it takes out double fishing. That removes the repair power. And this dock should realistically never get up. We've got more fishing getting added in. Hulk being pressured here. I mean, archer ship peels away perfectly. Wham baits him out of position. 2 heavily injured junk ships, but not being lost. I mean, there's still firepower in the next fight. 2nd spring now. Like, you know, pull an egg and egg. And Louis is about to get cracked, man. He's down to 260 food income. Almost 400 for Wham. And, like, you just can't get fishing at all. Remember, Wham doesn't need an overwhelming victory here. He just needs a stalemate because of this. This is what's going to win him the game now. I can confirm no lag on my side. We literally have 0 frames drop. Time. Sounds like your internet or your CPU. XD. Woo! All right, ship gonna give chase. That's actually a really good reset for Louis. So it's now double dog v double dog. He's gonna sneak in. Yo. Hello. That went unseen. He went so wide, the fishing boats didn't scout him at all. And the king drags them away. So the spears are not going to scout it either. That's huge. Exactly the type of thing that Louis needed here. One thing that also makes English weird on this map, by the way, is like Admiralty should never really be a true fort. Because you don't have enough room to kite, right? It's very odd. Like, he done this solely to prevent the meditation garden. And then to try and snipe the villager when it builds a dock. Demo shenanigans. Looks like distraction sets in. Wham wasn't paying attention there. Good hit. Louis. Can you make this happen? I mean, he's looking pretty good right now. Whoopsie. But the triple dock and the proximity to the demo play can be a little bit problematic. In fact, he went triple springboard, lost the archer ship. It's a good detonation there. On the other pond, Louis has still not added in any aggro. Wham is currently up to 10 fishing boats. I think what Louis is going for is he clearly wants to win this pond, but he's kind of waiting for this clutch demo play on the eastern pond. So he's trying to make sure his opponent has enough fishing that he can kill it and make it worth the investment. King is trying his hardest here. Not being able to find too much so far. And it is... Wait, he's going springboard. Oh, very surprising. Well, one springboard revealed is going to be problematic there for Louis, right? Because it means he won't have the firepower to kill a fishing boat in time. They'll heal each other. And then your opponent can react. And also, one springboard there means one less hit. In a game where you're 15 units behind. That'd be a whole fleet. Demo connects again. Demo coming out from Louis. I like that. That was beautiful. That was good that he didn't use that. Wait, no. Maybe it wasn't. No. Come on. Just kill it. No, don't do this to yourself. Not like this. Not like this. All right, he takes one with him. But considering what just happened there, I can't believe Wham walks away with any springboard ships alive. Detonation on the other pond. He loses there as well. This looks like an L. What can I say, chat? I just predict the future. I mean, what do you have now? Your opponent's built so much fishing. This feels impossible to compete. Louis has like what? No sheep. They're all gone. And he knows it. Food income about to plummet. Can't take the risk out on the map. He is dead. Like a fish during grenade fishing. That means that we are just one game away from Wham being able to speed run the grand finals. Good God. What is going on today? I had these two pegged to take it all the way. Wham has no chill, man. 3-0. Midweek must have scripted. Oh no. They're on to me. How did they know? Look, all I'm saying is you'll good luck suing me. You guys couldn't universally agree an opinion on tipping. You think you're gonna sue me? Good luck. Yeah, like Twitch is doing some weird stuff, huh? Like I just checked that as well. Like, yeah. Okay, I have like one person shoe up for a moment on the follow tab and then nothing. Dude, you can't even search most people's names. At least I don't think so. Wait. Am I seeing this correctly? Hold on a sec. Guys. You want a Keck W moment? You ready for the Keck W moment? All right, here's the Keck W moment. Wait for it. Yo, we are streamceptioning the streamception. Hey, Marine Lord fans. Don't forget to subscribe to Kill a Pigeon. Hold on a sec. Let me just translate this. Text to speech. Is this the one? Will this say it out loud? Google's not working either. I need text to speech. Quick. Quick, where's the text to speech? In French. Oh, so let's make it more subtle so he doesn't know.
Salut chat. N'oubliez pas de vous abonner à ma chaîne sur Killer Pigeon.
There we go. That gets him. Yeah, I didn't realize it had it built in. There we go. Oh dear, oh dear. Good, there we go. I nailed it. I've been learning Marine Lord, thank you. Like years of practicing French have paid off. Yeah, let's just check the directory. Like, dude, Marine Lord like doesn't exist half the time, and then half the time he does. Oh dear. Wait, dude, I just ended up in my own chat by clicking on Marine Lord. Twitch is just broken, dude. It's just fully broken. Oh my god. What is happening today? Dude, I don't feel like I've seen it this cursed in a long time. That's so annoying. On our grand finals day as well. That's actually outrageous. Shaking my fist right now. Look at the YouTubers though. Yo, what up? 150 people? Damn. You know the accents, we didn't know they were so womanly. What can I say? If there's a wonderful accent about me, just know how to... Anyway, let's get ready to go. Oh god, it's an ab... okay, he's either a genius or this is over. Let me just flip that score. Ain't no way he's having it like that. I like how insecure him okay is. He needs to clarify it's definitely not his internet. All right. This could be an absolute wash. Possibly the most brutal beatdown we've had. I'm not sure. It's been 28 weeks of glory, but there doesn't seem any glory existing in this series for LuMT. Frio down. He takes to Kawasan. Sorry, not Kawasan. Frisian Marshes. I haven't updated. We've now into Frisian with an ABBA pick. Response coming out from... Wham is going to be pretty strong, though. He got his hands on the glorious Lancastrians. And, well, wait, was that... Oh, what did he see? Wait, have we got, like, issues? What was going on there? That was a bit lag. Okay, what did he see that he didn't like? Wait, was it the berries? Because Wham started to build a Rax and then cancelled it. At first, I thought it was going to be a bait. But the scout never ran across to him, so like that wouldn't make sense. What did Wham see that he didn't like? Because like the gold's exposed on the ford, the stone's exposed on the ford. So like in theory, the things you want to attack the bastards for are there. I think it was the berries. I think he was expecting a spawn a bit like his, where like, there's no safety. By the way, like kind of a different spawn. You guys notice this? A lot of the spawns so far, New Frisian Marshes has had a tree line here. This time around, it's been putting it on the side. Very interesting difference there. Yeah, the big difference there, by the way, is with this type of spawn, you get this berry batch. I think Wham thought this wouldn't happen. Like, the reason why Wham cancelled the racks is likely because he was expecting a tree line here, and the food with gold would be forward. And then it's worth aggroing. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate for him there. Just going to be scaling for age. I wonder, are we just going to be getting, like, a standard play into... Probably looking at your normal, right? I would expect him to go just for the Lancaster Castle Manors. Interesting. Eco Wing on the other side. So this is going to be an arms race in terms of economy. I mean, Eco Wing in theory should feel quite good here. Like, surely the return rate on Lancaster Castle Mana spam is better. In fairness, Abbasid is somewhat competitive just because of how cheap the TCs become, though, right? It's like, it's not a wash like it would be for some civs trying to mirror TC spam. Needs to go 2 TC survive, or this would be very hard against Lancaster. Yeah, the curious part is, like, how much does Wham want aggro versus just tech? I think if your opponent goes loose on his TCs, you probably aggro. If he condenses them, you probably just tech. Because trying to break into like a triple stack base is very hard, right? But let's say your opponent builds the TC out on the on the fish over here, the berries. That's something you can target. 3 TC Abba outbooms 9 mana Lancaster. Yeah, but the difference is like 9 mana Lancaster can sustain in the corner. You can't with 3 TC. If you build 3 TCs here and have to build the farms, I think that's too slow compared to Fast Castle. Oh, yeah, we need Gamba. Haha. Shout out to Wham for making it so that, like, I didn't accidentally give points to the wrong people. Also, same time, screw you for making a very one-sided series. I'm shocked, man. I really thought, like, of all the weeks we've had for the last few months, this felt like the one that was destined to be 6, if not 7 games. Definitely some potential. And I'd say, like, of the matchups, maybe this is the one that could be the most viable for Louis. I'll tell you who's winning this one. Not me. Not even a sub-train today. Outrageous. Yo, Twitch should have to reimburse me for being bugged today so we can get sub-train going. Yeah, like, this matchup, I feel like Lancaster maybe has a few more options now that you're going Eco-Wing. If this was a map like Dry Arabia where you could extend the TCs behind your base, it's a bit different. But I'm, like, scratching my head. I think if Louis goes more than, like, 2 TC, it's going to be a bit weird. What can Louis do in this situation? 2 TC, second one out towards probably the deer plus the berries. If you come too far forward, yeah, if you go all the way out here, like, your opponent can actually just jump you. I think he knows it. Unfortunately, Wham knows where he wants to go to, so he has to go even deeper. Like, the risk the further you get out every tile is very hard to daisy chain in, so, like, firearm is not there. So, like, there is a world in which your opponent could just, like, attack into you. Now, it is only going to be 2 TC because Louis is not a madman. He likes to win games. Wham, meanwhile, already has 2 manas, third one coming in. This is what makes this so rough. Yeah, and a switch over onto the gold now. So just looking for that lean time. I think this is actually FC. 11 on gold, and then 11 on food. Yeah, he's going Fast Castle. I think. Yeah, like, he's got no one on wood, right? It does make a lot of sense. So we've seen this actually before. Do you guys remember? It was actually Iobids that tried to do this on Receding, and they just got obliterated. Because, like, with them, they actually had a faster tech time. With Abbasids, it's going to be slower. You can go Camel Archers, but funny thing about Camel Archers will get destroyed by Earlsguard because of the dagger throws. So this is all about that mean, lean timing. He is going to muster the Nobles, surprisingly enough. So I think the idea is, like, Wham has seen all the food out here. He doesn't want his opponent using it. Louis MT does have enough sheep at home if he gets contested there, but he's just trying to limit the options that Louis has. So, like, Louis will use the safe food, and then when the Earlsguard come in, he'll need this food. And what I need you guys to do is click that link that just popped up in chat. Big shout out to AMD. I love working with those guys. Ryzen and Radeon sponsorship coming through. We're fully equipped by them. I recommend checking them out yourself. You might find yourself in love with the AMD builds on offer there. Shout out to them for sponsoring the channel. Vital sponsors, by the way. I love it when we get these consistent, reliable sponsors. It just makes it... As a content creator, it makes your journey a lot more feasible. I don't know, I had that with, like, a lot of our creators that we signed, where I talked to them, like, yeah, I want a long-term sponsor. I was like, easier said than done these days, my friend. Sadly, really is. Even when sponsors usually really like working with you, a lot of them have moved away from annually and, like, month to month to, like, seasonal. I've heard this from multiple people where, like, they, you know, X brand loves working with them, but they'll work with them, like, twice a year. Which kind of makes sense for like saturation value, but it's kind of sad. Could this be a sad bitter end for Louis? It's coming. He knows it's coming as well. White Tower in the way. He's scouted it out. So he'll be rushing his age up as well. I imagine we'll be looking at military wing here just to get a few units to contest. And people need to stop goddamn ringing me when I'm streaming. I need to find a way of muting that on WhatsApp. Like, Discord has a streamer mode, but WhatsApp doesn't. Wait, he goes culture. Okay, so he doesn't want the middle units at all. That's interesting. I thought maybe, like, after you clear Ulsgaard, composite bows down the line, but instead he just wants raw tech upgrades as efficiently as possible. And Ulsgaard, they are going to be there. White Tower does almost get the scout. Good he keeps that alive. You can see what's coming next, if it's just going to be Ulsgaard spam. We don't have a Rax commitment just yet out of WAM, but that's about to change. Even places a bit further forward. And these guys are brutally oppressive. The dagger throws are absurd, guys. With the White Tower build specifically, you get enough damage on a dagger throw to one-hit kill a villager between the three of you. I wonder, like, is this where textiles would make sense for Louis? He hasn't gone for it, but it would make it impossible to just get that insta-kill every 15 seconds. Louis is going to garrison early. Archery range being built up. The counter is crossbows, but the scary part, guys, is that these guys can kill crossbows at the infant stage of the production rates. A nice dive in. Moves away from the TC. There's too many workers in the area. He's about to have the dagger reset in 5 seconds. And this is the perfect camp spot. Just towards the back berries. He's getting ready for another hull. And that's going to be a second kill. Yeah, no men-at-arms lost yet. Undermesh level 1 is in. Wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see him rushing towards 2. Fourth Earlsguard is also arriving soon. Yeah, there was a little bit of a slowdown here. And for good reason. I was about to say, look at the mana level. Wham, he's actually secretly being greedy about this. It's just so dirty, man. Like, I think this is the frustrating thing about this build. You have to anticipate your opponents going all in, but he could just easily be scaling eco as well. Although Louis does have a decent villager lead, it's offset mostly by the manas, and then on top of that, all this idle time. Almost the entire worker lead is not working. So is Wham just going to go full macro now? Oh, dude, he's taking the whole 4 yards, I guess. I mean, it's good because it'll be a 4-0. He's got the monastery coming. So Relic's being targeted. Louis still does have this scout. This scout is invaluable to trying to shut this down. Can't really counter this efficiently without knowing what's coming. I'm fishing for more. The other annoying thing is, like, you can't even just stand there and repair, right, when they come in to dive you and torch, because they'll dagger throw you. And you just see that, right? Like, the crossbow is meant to be the counterplay. Already almost dead. What else got coming? Looks like the Lancers are going to be coming out. They'll be able to intercept. Is there a world in which Wham goes spears? I don't think so. I think Ulsgaard just... Oh, wait, there you go. He's going to go. Interesting. So what I was going to say is I thought he'd just stick Ulsgaard because you can kite and dagger throw. I guess he just wants to be aggressive, though. Like, if you go spears, you can stay out in the field. If you go Ulsgaard, you have to fall back fully. Dagger throw is going to find the crossbow. Lancer almost dead as well, so not easy to get that Monk kill. He's going to try to rotate in, but doesn't get the final club. And there is another dagger available, so you could easily just toss that and kill him. On top of that, the recharge is coming through, so this Expo is also in danger. This is just so stupid. I'm sorry, but, like, the dagger throw is obnoxious as all hell. Most players will not notice it because, to be blunt, most average players don't have the micro to sufficiently utilize this tool well. But at the highest level, the early Earlsguard is crazy. Your opponent can rush counterplay crossbows and still lose. We've seen it. I don't mind this idea, by the way. I actually just think the issue is that it needs to be bonus damage. It's like dagger should be maybe like 7 to 9 base damage, somewhere in that range. And then the rest of this damage gets equated by bonus against, say, cavalry or bonus against infantry. I think bonus against cavalry is a really cool niche role. Moves faster too. Exactly. Yes, everything. I kind of wrote this White Tower off as well. I think the White Tower itself is kind of like a boring landmark for Lancaster, but the Free Earls Guard itself is ridiculously impressive. I mean, I'm not saying the build can't be fun, like, you know, but the scale points need to be different. I've literally watched Earls Guard just counterplay Onimusha and crossbows multiple times in the last week. And those are the counter units. It's not even that the opponent, like, your opponent's being bad. Like, you start with 3, and we see multiple times people immediately try to build crossbows. I think you need to be one of these crazy civs like China with good production rate and tech timings to contest it with crossbows. Bonus versus light would make sense. Yeah, or like bonus versus heavy even actually would make sense if you think about it. Like a dagger can actually puncture armor quite well, depending on like the reinforcement of it. Because a dagger is a very small penetration point, like a focus point, and if you apply more pressure to like a thin point, it like has more ability to crack through, right? Daggers don't work versus heavy. I mean, depends how cheap their armor is, right? I mean, I always found it funny that they have a Warhammer and don't have bonus against heavy, though. Close quarter combat, they get between the... Yeah, just like say that they're hitting the weak points. They're just bullseyes with their daggers. Okay, so Louis has actually survived the scary point, I think. Wow. Has he? Oh, no. This Civ, man. Like, oh, yeah, I'm vibing. Like, you know, the Osgard problem's been solved. Why does he have 17 yeomen and is about to go Imperial? Why? Why? Wingard now on the way. We're at 14 and a half minutes in the game. He has more military than Louis, and he's about to go Imperial Age. Louis trying to crack around the back. Well, this is where the Wingard's being built. Please just hit the wall. I mean, I don't even know if you want to go in, though. The yeomen are circling, man. Yeah, but 49 Vils is only like what? How many manas? Like 3.5 per, right? Yeah, so like 50 villages is only like about 19 manas. Actually, no, like 15, right? Sorry, my brain. Oh, like 15 manas. Plus the actual manas. Oh, what a brutal game. And this is the other funny thing. Remember, he never mustered the nobles. He cancelled it earlier. So now he pulls the trigger. The stats, not crazy, but decent for what they are. 15 per strike. 200 HP. He doesn't have the King's Collar, so he will not be able to get Collar Vesses. But a decent answer into the enemy Lancers. Only 30 HP less and a notable amount less damage, but you're tanky enough to stand your ground. And I feel like you give them Lancaster, you give them English, Puppy Paw and Wham always find a way to get them to Imperial in ludicrous times. I still remember what these guys done last year with the English builds. This is just as dirty. Vet Longbows, no elite status yet is like the only upside that Louis got to be feeling. The rest feels like downside. Look at these guys, man. He can even just look for the crossbows and target them intentionally. And Military Academy, like this is the most absurd part. Hasn't even rushed elite techs. He just wants better production rates for the Wingard armies. This is about to be a full Spear Zerg. And Louis, remember, he didn't go for the military wing. There's no composite bow play for him. Oh. Slingshot as well. Yeah, so he's just going to turn this into bow and bow. And this is where I think sometimes, like, Abbasis can just be a little bit womp-womp in this matchup. Let's say you both go ranged. Great. Like, your attack speed is Gatling gun. Gigaed as Abbasids. The problem is you can never reach the Yeoman because they run faster and shoot further. This is difficult now for Louis. Like, it's crazy as well. With a 30 villager lead, relic lead. The question now is, like, how do you get out of this age? It's just gonna put. Wait, what? It's not even moving. Elite Tech just came in for the spears. Maybe a little. Wait, Wham? Was that necessary? That felt a bit ambitious. Stagger retreat. Yeoman actually gonna get sacrificed, even though they could run faster. Does realize it. Turns to spears now. I think Wham may have got a bit cocky there. Game looks rough for Louis, but definitely not over yet. Demi Lancers are going to raid to the back. I like this detail. Now, Louis can actually go for a farm transition. It wouldn't kill him because he got Eco Wing at the start. So it's pretty lean and efficient. And on top of that, he has got Agriculture Tech to rely on. The problem is, he's so scattered out on the map right now. So that these raids can force a lot of idle time, offsetting the worker lead. Which is already substantially offset by the manners, which, if I'm not mistaken... Okay, they do not have Scottish yet. That's the good side of things. The reason why Wham didn't go Scottish, by the way, I think is mainly because he doesn't need the gold right now. He's just pumping out garrison commands, which is food and wood. And even the incendiary hours now. He didn't get elite army tactics, which is a little bit surprising. So it shows you that he just wants to create like a trash front line. He's actually going for Demi Lancers, which are quite pricey for what they are. 850 resources. I mean, you get 6 of them, right? Yeah, 6 plus the 2 hobbies. Wow. The difference that Frisian Marshes Mark II makes. This gold vein would normally be in the center of the map, so it'd be contested territory, but so far off to the edge now. It feels very hard to just actively raid towards when you're feeling threatened that you're going to get dove anyway. Damien's going to be brought down. Sink shot is going to be a bit wasted. I mean, good thing it just has a 30-second cooldown on it. Oh, it's 45 total, right? That's not a long time to wait. On top of that, Louis does not have military wing, so remember, there's no boot camp. I don't feel that tanky. Okay, I think Louis is getting ready to pull the trigger on an age up soon. He's not maxed out on pop, but I think he understands that like this is getting a bit worrisome. It's been long enough that Imperial Techs will be coming in, and we can see them. Scourge is on the way, and Snare Arrows is about to hit. He's about to get the rude notification of that as he gets hit by Flaming Arrows. Louis? Did he just queue it up? Yep. Military wing, minute and 45 seconds away. So, hunker down time. The problem is, you've waited so long that your opponent has got Unitechs unlocked. He could even contemplate going into the Elite Army Tactics next. It would make a lot of sense with all these spears. Yo's now the dive. He's stacked as well. That could be a brilliant sink shot. Wham. There we go. Money shot comes out. Nice hit. Decent damage done. He's going to peel back with the boys for now. Aware that the backstab is coming. He kept the spears in reserve. He uses the yeoman as a body block. The spears, they can't get away easily. Or rather, the lancers can't. The spears are able to munch him down. Only a handful of the knights left. And this is where it gets scary, right? That was meant to be your threat. That was your leverage point. Your hold hostage moment. And it's gone. Yeoman now able to surge forward. Crossbows to be cleared. Sing shot. Feels a bit baiting. He's got more where that came from. It's going to be recharging in a matter of seconds. I think that was to bait Louis into thinking it's already been used. And now you can just follow up with a 6 shot to wipe this army. It's now retreating into a choke point. Is he going for it? Not yet. Melee Wing's about to complete in 30 seconds. I don't see how Louis gets an army back up to scratch in time. Yeah, like the gold is just like not there. He has got access now, but isn't sitting in reserve ready to upgrade an army. An army which, by the way, is not going to exist. Even if it was just the Lancers versus the Yeoman, at this stage the damage is so high that you're going to feel like you're made of plastic. What a series out of WAB. 4-0 Annihilation. I guess Louis just wants to be like, participation reward, I made it to him. But now, he's got to make it to the afterlife. Look at this! That's half of his economy. If Wham realizes that he can just chase to the south. A few spears have found a few of the workers. More boyos are coming through. It's building stables here when there's when there's spearmen coming. I mean, the yeomen aren't even kiting anymore. They're just standing there. This is getting ridiculous. Hey, it could be worse, guys. At least there isn't, like, an extra mana level for Lancaster. Okay. Could you imagine? Elite Army Tactics is finally on the way. 20 seconds out. Louis, he went melee wing, so there are some possibilities here. Like, if you could buy enough time, then, like, composite bows, maybe. Horsemen have been prepped, but there's just so many spears to clear. And the workers are getting pushed away. Yeah, so 29 hiding in the center. But he's already got yeomen chasing down there. Look, guys, I mean, you say, like, Lancaster OP, but talk about not leveraging them correctly. You've got 0-4 Lord of Lancaster. I don't know why that shows up when you go Lancaster cast. And you see the idea. Like, Louis' idea makes sense. If he can just get scale to mass comp spell archers, like, this is a competent comp. Like, technically, with just the archers, you can kind of run your opponent out of town. Horsemen definitely going to be needed at one stage against the O's, but raw DPS, like composite bow plus the boot camp is huge. The problem right now for Louis is it's not just that he's catching up into Imperial. He now has to catch up into Imperial Plus, the university tax. That's the big deal breaker. And I think it's the one that's just going to break him here. Villagers get caught running. Spearman's already on top of him. It's going to be Idle Eco 40 plus. In a game where you barely exist militarily, man. We've even got Wham upgrading the Hobilars now. Why not? Get the whole party going. This is ridiculous. Oh, this has to be a morale booster. Wham, who I believe has to qualify for the next EGC event, sets you guys up for quite the storyline. A 4-0 discrimination over one of KPMM's finest. Dude, this guy's a monster. What the hell? Holy crap. 4-0 victory? Whew. Who saw that coming? 4-0. Sheesh. Anyone done a wellness check on Drongo? Why didn't you do a wellness check? Just go check his Civilization channel. Distromination? Dude, they make up words. I think it was like, was it Brad Owen I like heard that one from? Shout out to Brad Owen. He's a poker vlogger. Really cool guy. Like, it's like, that's a term he came up with. Wham was on Red Bull? Yeah, but as a caster. Plays like that, it could be a player. Woo! What a legend. Yo, Poppy Paw, we're going to need you to sign up to solve your brother. He seems to be a problem now. So, that does mean... let's have a look at the results. It's quite interesting, actually. Wham's just been able to net some wins. He took, like, a long break, actually, from the midweek musters. Returning was a more recent thing for him. But look at the lad go, dude. Like, look at this. Beats Anatan, beats B, beats Louis MT. That right there is a statement towards the end of the midweek muster circuit. Beats 3 different players, like, sequentially in finals. After taking, like, a long break. Like, you can find Wham here. Like, he had, like, 1 or 2 off weeks, and then he's just, like, slamming it. He took, like, a 4-week break there. One's here. And remember, this is a guy who started on top of the world. He got first, and then he got loads of seconds, and then it kind of, like, pitted off a bit. But, man, Wham back on form. Bunch of top 8 players. Yeah, Marine Lord's like, do I need to come back? Like, what's this one? Like, what's this, Marine Lord? Wham now has more wins than you in midweek muster. Which technically means he's a better player. I think that's how that works. Yeah, I don't think anyone can topple B now. Like, B, 8 wins. And we've only got 2 weeks left. If Puppy Port came back this week and won, he would have been able to mirror. I think Anatan is also shy of what he'd need. Yeah, Anatan's only got 4. So B's definitely got the most wins, but what a statement it would be if Wham's able to just do 5 in a row at the end. What a giga chat. Oh, I think that brings us to a close. Speaking of B, guys, I'm trying to figure out if we can do a Hymns Cup tomorrow. If we do, it'll be the 3 p.m. start time, but I'm really struggling to find a second player. A lot of people, I think, are just trying to, like, you know, prep for the ETC qualifiers, so they're not playing. By the way, what you guys should be doing as well if you want to support the channel, perfect time for it to pop up towards the end. Make sure you click on that link. We're doing an awareness campaign around AMD PC builds. There is also a giveaway of exclamation mark giveaway if you want to check it out. Go ahead, hop on there. There is a brand spanking new GPU available to one lucky participant. And remember, clicking those links helps out the channel immensely. It's an awareness campaign after all. But yeah, in terms of the Hymns Cup, like, I need to confirm. I think B is on board. Seemed like he was on board. I just need to find one other high-level player to play against him in the best of 9. So if you are a high-level player, reach out if you're interested in playing tomorrow. We just had a lot of players who just aren't available this week. It's just unfortunate. Anatan is not coming back to defend his title. And then, like, yeah, we're chasing in and seeing who else we can find. It's a $75 show match. Should be a fun BO9 as well. I think we'll be using a mixture of the new maps. Yeah, thanks. I'm okay. I don't think we were going to have you, but appreciate the thought. Like, I was thinking more along the lines of, if we go top owners. What's that? So, yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of we do this. I can't see you there, buddy. You don't seem to be up there at all. Yeah, nah. That's a shame. Yeah. If I do have any players, let me know. Maybe we'll try asking someone like Corvinus. That might be interesting. But, guys, I think we'll get ready to round out the stream. It's been a weird day with the Twitch streams. YouTube has been legendary, by the way. You guys, like, what was that? You peaked at 178? Baller. Look at you, lads. Remember, guys, always make sure you're tuning in. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. Notifications need to be turned on for you to be aware. Make sure you join the Discord because that is where we always ping when we're going live. And then usually on some of the other socials, which you can find along there. But YouTube, I'm going to end the stream now. Thank you very much. Twitch, we'll continue on for a minute or two because we need to find someone.